Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane and it is the first day of the NFL, truly, really the NFL year for us as far as Seahawks fans. Other training camps may have started, other training camps, even our own, may have kind of undergone with rookies, but today is the day that get out on the field. We really firmly do begin. So I hope my fellow Seahawks faithful are getting hyped up here as we have finally turned the corner on this offseason fully. We're not offseason anymore. We're in season now. Your Seahawks took the field today. We've got breaking news. We've got some good news that's not quite breaking, but good news. We've got some not as good news on some other fronts. So we've got a little bit of that permeating here to start us off and kick us off. And then I'm going to go through today and we're going to look at the camp battles that are really going to define this training camp. Those that you really want to be keeping an eye on, not only because of how these players potentially could impact the roster as far as just who makes the roster, who doesn't, but also playing time. And guys that, potentially really could be looking at a lot more significant playing time if they can win their particular battle versus, of course, losing it on the other side of it. But the very first place that we need to go, we've got breaking news here. Just as we started the show today, this news came down. I was not expecting myself. I literally was a minute or two late to get the show started here, was that we just got news that the Seattle Seahawks have signed safety Julian Love to a contract extension. This is just coming down the wire, folks. A 3-year deal that can be worth up to $36 million. We do not know the exact details of this deal, so it is a little bit early to be reacting to this. And so we won't want to go too far head over heels on this one as far as to get into, he's not worth that. We're back to paying safeties. The first money that always gets released out of these deals is always coming from who? The agent. The agent's telling the reporters, here's how much money I got from my client. And that's, of course, so that he can have the other players throughout the league go, why isn't my agent that guy? Why can't he give me that amount of money? But when you end up looking at the true parameters of the deal, it's not always down to what it might look like initially. Nonetheless, Julian Love has earned this contract. He came out last season and it started a little bit rough as he had to make a transition into a different type of defensive structure than the one that he played with in the Giants. But he came on strong as the year went along, including a game on prime time against the Philadelphia Eagles where he had 2 interceptions and 2 real earn-it interceptions. One where he's covering the guy down the field and able to blanket that guy, able to turn back for the ball, make a play on it. Another play where he's coming over as a safety help and he jumps the route, jumps in front of the ball, high points the ball, gets his 2 feet down, inbounds before he does keep possession as well. And he had a couple other interceptions on the year. He also was pretty decent as a tackler and well graded by PFF all the way down the line. So a good player, a very useful player. As I've said throughout this offseason, this is a guy that could be in the sight line for the Seahawks to look at for a contract extension because of the fact that he is a pure fit to the Mike Macdonald scheme. This is a guy that has played free safety, strong safety, down in the slot. He's played a lot of man. He's played a lot of zone. He came from that Wink Martindale defense, which of course was an offshoot or is an offshoot of the Mike Macdonald defense, however you want to put it. So he's got the connections between those two aspects on this as well, to where it's just, you could almost make an argument in certain respects of past a guy like Witherspoon on the back end of that secondary. Julian Love is the second best player fit to this new defense of the guys you had in that whole secondary. I mean, just meaning the fit of their skill set and what they bring to the defense. I'm not talking about purely how great he is, though he did, of course, crack the top 100 here recently, as we've learned. And again, well learned on his part. A player that over his career you can see getting incrementally better. And that's always, to me, an example of a guy who's busting his tail and continuing to work hard as he's become a pro, continued to work hard as he's become a multi-millionaire. And so no reason to think that this guy's still a pretty young player, right around 28 years old right now. Still has a couple of very good years left in him. And the Seahawks needed to do something with the safety position when you looked at it, because Love was going into the final year of his deal. The Rashawn Jenkins deal that you signed, the free agent safety they brought in, is essentially a 2-year deal or a 1-year deal, and you can get out after 1 year. It is a 2-year deal, but you can get out after 1 year if you want to on that deal. So you want to get a little bit of probably more certainty in the secondary and not have to maybe be rebuilding it all in one go by next offseason if you didn't make this kind of move. Could this also be to free up a little bit of money? Potentially it could be on that side of it. Hard to say with the 3-year $36 million, because that's not, the 4th year is not stacked into that deal. how are you moving the money around to make that work exactly? We're just going to have to wait until we get the finer tuned details coming out from the front office and the media members at the time on it. But not a shocker as far as news go. And this is one that is a well-earned one on the part of Julian Love. He came in here and played really well for us after a little bit of a bumpy ride there at the start, a little bit of a trying to learn his way, going from a very much different defense to this one. But he's a good player. He'll help this secondary, and make no mistake about it, he will excel in Mike Macdonald's scheme because of how well he fits to what this scheme will require him or ask of him to do. Being, you need to do it all in this defense. We need you to be able to play every kind of coverage. You need to come around the box. You need to be able to play deep. And he's very comfortable in doing all those things, including, like I said, playing a lot of man coverage. He will come up and do that if you need to. No problemo at all. So I don't have any issues with this signing. I think it's a great signing. It's not big money. It's a 3-year deal. Is it going to make him a well-paid safety right now within this market? Yes. I would be highly suspicious, though, if he, on the bottom line of the numbers of the first 2 deals, of the numbers of the money that he's making in the first 2 years of those deals, if it's really some anywhere close to top of the market kind of true average per year cost. Let's put it that way. But we'll have to see on that part of it. We've got some further news down the line here, and let's just stay with some of the good stuff, okay? We all got a little bit of a sigh of relief here when we got it announced at the start of training camp here that both Tyrell Dodson and Jerome Baker have been activated off the PUP. They're practicing with the team. Thank goodness for this, because it was looking like initially as we were heading into training camp with both those guys on the PUP list, with Easton Gibbs on the PUP list, with Drake Thomas on the PUP list. You had a lot of guys, and you were starting to look at the team going, boy, is it Radigan and someone else there starting the year off? Is that what we're going to be rolling with? Is that the reality we're facing? And so they are back. It seems like they've gotten over their various injuries that they were dealing with on the field, hopefully good to go, and hopefully those two guys can stand up and hold the line throughout the course of this season, because we need these guys to not only be good, we need them to be the starters de facto for through the year. We don't have a lot of depth behind them we can really call upon or rely upon, I don't think. So please, guys, keep going. Good news that you guys are in that spot. Further, very interesting news, and something to, I'm sure we'll talk about and get into a bit on this stream a bit as well, is that the Seattle Seahawks had Connor Williams brought in and went through all of the, I don't know if they took him through drills or just medical tests or what it was that they had him done, but it was a good meeting with them. They are currently in negotiations with Connor Williams. And Connor Williams is an interesting player. He is a former second-round pick, I think from back in 2017 by the Dallas Cowboys. He has a profile that's very similar if you're trying to think about it by, Brandon, how does he move? What is he fit in kind of a spread system? Answer is, yeah, he kind of does. He has very similar testing numbers to Christian Haynes, just actually a little bit of a wee bit more explosive than Christian Haynes was from that center position. And so him coming in may look a little bit on the surface like, well, they don't like Oluwatimi as much, or they don't feel, maybe it is that they don't feel as good with Nick Harris, who certainly wasn't a big time signing on their part. And let's say first and foremost to me, there's no doubt when you put it between Nick Harris and Connor Williams is the better player. Oluwatimi is a little bit of still that uncertainty. We don't know, but there's no doubt on that first part. So even if they're just looking to upgrade the depth of the position behind Oluwatimi, this deal makes sense. And if they're looking to bring in a guy who could potentially push Oluwatimi in a major way, they've done that here. This is less to me to do with the guys not being good enough on the roster and more to do with John Schneider always seeking to look to improve the roster. We've seen this show itself at times by the trades that they've made right around the end of training camp or the trade deadline deals that he's made as well. But this also shows itself with something like this. Connor Williams had a very late, really bad, by all accounts, torn ACL at the end of the year last year. So he went down at the worst possible times. Miami, of course, was having to do their share of kind of shedding salary out there and getting out from under deals. And with his torn ACL, I'm sure just gave him all the much more reason to make sure they could kind of move on there. So he had to kind of wait through this offseason to be signed because he obviously wasn't 100% healthy. He wasn't going to clear any sort of medical checks. It does seem like he has gotten to maybe around that stage now. I'm guessing because he is to the point of negotiating a contract. Hard to say what exactly the deal will be worth, because if you look over my shoulder here, you can see that this guy has been consistent going back to 2020. It may not seem all that impressive to say, well, he's got overall PFF grades as a blocker at 71, 76. He goes to Miami. He's at 78.2, 86.5. And certainly we're giving a little bit of a measure to the PFF scores. I'm not trying to make them the end-all be-all, but it stands out that you see him with solid scores on two different teams running two different schemes. And then it also stands out that when he went to Miami, which is going to be more of a kind of somewhat spread-based conceptual stuff that they're going to bring into play, it's going to ask its linemen to be a little bit more mobile. He fit into that almost even a little bit better, at least by the way his grade fitted out, than he did with the Dallas Cowboys. But tremendously consistent for a 3-year period, including last year where he was having essentially very much a sample size on snaps, of course, right? 495 versus almost 1,000 the other couple of years, so half the snap count. But he was on the road at that time to having the best season of his career as a pro. So a guy that definitely is something to watch here. Could be in there to battle with Oluwatimi, but this isn't something that's anything bad about the guys on your roster. It's more about the good this guy can bring. He's not going to cost a lot coming off an injury. He's got the mobility you look for within this scheme. You can see even on his grades that pass blocking is at the forefront. We're going to pass more than we're going to run. You can see that even in the run blocking that went well, like with Miami, that Miami's going to do a lot more of that reach blocking, pulling in space, climbing the second level, asking the lineman to move a lot. And he fit to that a lot better in the run blocking element because it's less about asking him to do probably what he was being asked to do at Dallas, which is just drive guys off the ball. Be that second guy in the nose tackle and just push them out of place time and time again, then that'll be your job. So a very interesting player here. We'll see if they can come to a final negotiation point and what it is that he is due to get. But a smart signing if they can bring him in here, because this is still a very useful player if he is healthy, and potentially gives you a hell of a big upside upgrade there at the center position. For a while, I think Oluwatimi can be like a league average, above average kind of player. This guy may be even able to bring a little bit more impact beyond that here if the knee is truly good to go. And on that front of knees, we got our little bit of not great of news. And that is that there is no timetable right now on right tackle Abraham Lucas. Mike McDonald said they'll have to wait and see. But we were hoping for it to go a little bit faster than this. So sadly, we are not getting any real true update here with Abraham Lucas on that front of things. He is still not practicing. Don't know when he's going to come out. Mike McDonald did say that they did have a plan in place for Abe. So there's something that they're going to be looking to do with him here. At some point, they are not rushing it. They're not pushed. They're not blindsided by this. You got a little bit of a feeling and understanding of this could be what we were going to have to deal with, and we'll deal with this, and we'll keep rolling with this, and we'll keep working him through. But he's working very hard by all accounts. We saw that in that video I played last week with him where he's got no knee brace on there when he's doing his sort of deadlifts, and that's always a good sign. So hopefully sooner and closer than further away. But that was a little bit of gray skies here in an otherwise pretty sunny opening to camp, as there isn't really any major injuries anywhere else along lines of things. Guys are looking good, hungry, raring to go. So nothing but good on the other side of that so far. But of course, just the first day of camp. And that's your basically news we've got kind of cooking through right now for today. So we'll talk today a little bit about the Love extension, the good news with Dodson and Baker, of course, Connor Williams and his potential impact and his addition here to the Seattle Seahawks team. But I want to get into the main focus here of the show before we get over to you guys into the chat today, and that's going to be in regards to the camp battles. I think one of the good things you want to do when you go into training camp and when you're getting into the preseason game is think about these camp battles a little bit, because there's certain things that are going to be locked into place. Charles Cross is your starting left tackle. If Abraham Lucas was healthy, he's going to be your starting right tackle. Kenneth Walker is going to be your starting running back. Charbonnet is going to be your second running back behind it. Can they compete? Sure, they can compete. But I think there is a little bit of a differentiation between those two in that way. So there's other spots that aren't as clear and are very important for this team, not only for rounding out the roster, but again, for guys that can bring some actual impact. We'll play some snaps when we get to the games. And so it's not just a matter of getting the back end guys here, but finding some guys also that are pushing for starting roles. This isn't going to be every single last camp battle. I'm going to try to grab, and I've tried to grab here, the most notable ones to me that stand out and that are the most interesting to me because of a couple of different factors that can come into play on what determines these battles. So let's kick it off. Let's start off with my first one here, and this is one where I think Dwayne Eskridge in certain respects is a little bit behind the eight ball in this battle. This is the battle between Laviska Shenault and Dwayne Eskridge. Laviska Shenault had a guaranteed 1-year veteran minimum deal, but it was guaranteed by the Seattle Seahawks this offseason in free agency. Dwayne Eskridge was signed for a final year of his rookie contract. He was due to make a couple $1 million. They then went and cut that down a little bit, renegotiated with him, I believe, getting him down to, I think, about $1.5 million or something like that. Still no guarantees he makes the roster. It looks like John Schneider has set the stage here with keeping Eskridge on the roster, with bringing in Laviska Shenault to try and upgrade, to me, the kick return and maybe with the punt return element of the Seahawks core here coming into the season, the special team core. Laviska, to me, especially has a little bit of a background as a punt returner. And again, I think he has a bit of an inside track here with Eskridge, being that he not only can do some punt returning, which I don't know if Eskridge can do, and not only that he's right there as good as a kick returner probably as Eskridge is, but that he can also do the fly sweep and the running back stuff, and maybe has a little bit more durability that you have as far as some of the questions with Eskridge. The other thing that's odd with this is that you can technically see a little bit of where you could maybe have a general manager open more than ever before now to have two returners on the roster, especially because both of these guys can theoretically do multiple things within this offense, and that does give you better extra depth, especially for the gadget guy part of the offense, if you will. But the numbers game is what just doesn't quite make sense with that. You'll have DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, JSN locked in. There's your 3. You're going to have Bobo. There's your 4. You're atypically going to carry one extra wide receiver. So that would be theoretically your Laviska Shenault. Are you going to carry a 6 with an Eskridge this year? Are they so good through training camp and so good in the kickoff return game as a tandem there in preseason? Because you're going to get a lot of run with them in the preseason, that it's just too tantalizing for John not to have both of them on the roster. And then what other roster spot then gets pulled back a little bit that they carry less on instead of that? It will be maybe an interesting conundrum for John when he faces that down the line. But these two are very good at the first and foremost as kick returners. You have in the top 3 kick returners last year, Eskridge and Laviska, I believe, were 1 and 2 or 2 and 3. And that was on a little bit of a sample size with both of them. They didn't get a high volume number of kick returns, but that was the old kick return game, right? Because there's so many fair catches, there's so many kicks to the back of the end zone. Not a lot of guys got a lot of opportunities. Everybody's on a sample size, but they're very good at it. And this year is a whole new game now with the kick returns. It's not the old, it's the new. It's the UFL kickoff style. You have the 2 guys back there. You have special team coaches who've been like mad scientists in the laboratory throughout the offseason, just going, how can we come up with creative stuff they won't expect this, and we can maybe do that, and we can go backwards this way. We can run a fly sweep back with a reverse, and we can pitch it back. So we might see a lot of great creative things, but you also have 2 guys that are really well built for this kind of kick return thing to get loose in space and get out and run and make this maybe potentially a real impactful spot for your Seahawks as these rules have changed for the kickoffs in this way for the first time in basically my lifetime. Every rule that's been applied as I've gone through my years has been about limiting/eliminating the kickoffs from the NFL. And now for the first time, they're opening back up in the barn doors. And thank goodness for that. I'm glad to see it. Next battle we got up is another fun one here. And this is for what I will say is pretty much a starting role. It may seem like as a third cornerback on this team, you're a third cornerback, so how? You're going to hardly play. But in fact, no, you'll be the third cornerback and you're going to play probably 65, 70% of the time maybe in that area of things as a third cornerback on this team, because Mike McDonald's defenses spend a lot of time in nickel. So your nickel, you're going to have your 3 corners. And Tariq Woolen, Devin Witherspoon, yes, those 2 guys will always be on the field as corners at any one time, but when you're nickel, you need that third guy. So who is it going to be? We have in this corner, Michael Jackson, tall, 6'1", good length. My guy is a willing tackler. Physical, he can press pretty well. A good all-around football player. He's just got that. I will stick my nose in there. I'll be physical as you need me to be. The kind of guy that will definitely appeal to a Mike McDonald in this defense. And then you have a little bit of a flip side on that, where you have the smaller guy, 5'9". You have, I know I made it look like they're about the same height. I actually have him, looks like I made Trey Brown bigger than Mike on this, but he's actually smaller. But Trey Brown, 5'9", shorter arms, like 30 and some change on the arms. Tackling is a bit of an issue, large part of times because of those arms. But then we got that PFF stat that I showed you about a month ago. The number 1 press cover corner in the NFL by the rating he was given by PFF, but of course wasn't played at a very high rate of snaps within that press coverage. He was asked instead to of course, play a lot of zone, play a lot of off coverage. That's the majority of his snaps. And when you're playing press, you're going to typically play man off of press. I go through this because much like with Jackson having some appealing traits to Mike McDonald, So does Trey Brown in that respect, where Mike McDonald within this defense's DNA foundations will always love to have corners who can press, play man, press and run with the guy, press and stay on top. That kind of guy is always going to be mightily appealing because it opens things up then for the defensive coordinator within this style of defense to stack boxes, number one, to not worry about having guys out an island, but then drive those stack boxes home with actual blitzes. Actually send some guys and really start to overload pass protection schemes because you can trust the guys on the outside in those man coverage situations. Mike Jackson's more of an off coverage corner, more of a zone covered corner. He can play the press, but he doesn't got as much of those wheels to be able to run with the guy if he comes up there and presses, especially if he gets himself a real fast player to that side. So this is a battle where both guys have things that they bring that are nice and things that are maybe not as nice, but this is for a starting job, and this is for a major playing spot within this defense. Trey Brown last year had some moments where he looked like he was taking a step in a major way to being a guy that I thought he could be when he was drafted, which was kind of a guy that could go to an upside of like a DJ Reed. Remember that guy that was here for about a year and a half and then signed with the New York Jets, and he's actually played very well for the Jets since he's left. A guy that's got some similar kind of limitations to his game from a size length standpoint, but finds a way to overcome it. In that Lions game last year where you had him on back-to-back plays, blitzing off the edge, getting Goff on that point, then coming back and getting the pick six on the next play. His play in the Cincinnati Bengals game, both getting the interception and then knocking the ball away at the end from T. Higgins. That's a matchup right there where you worry about it. You go, okay, T. Higgins, bigger guy, longer guy. You got Burrow's going to just throw the ball up over the top. This is exactly the situation that you're going to see our guy get exploited on. But no. Trey Brown was able to get his head back, get a hand on the ball, and knock it away, and gave the offense a chance at that point in that day to come back and do some things. Jackson, likewise, has played very solid for your Seahawks when you've asked him to put him on the field. He's not a guy anybody really counts on. He's a guy that kind of gets forgotten on and slept on. But every time he's given his opportunity, he plays usually at the very minimum, solidly. And he is going to give you he's going to fight for your life kind of guy on every single snap. So another battle that's going to be really fun to watch throughout camp and here on. And then we're also going to get a little bit of a view into Mike McDonald as what it is that he kind of prefers there in that cornerback situation with having these two guys. They're both veterans. They're both, but they both have certain suited skills. Which one is he going to lean towards here early on? It will be very interesting to see here as we start to learn our new young coach. Next battle up, and this is a battle that's not a battle about roster spots, but a battle about snap counts inside. I've gotten in some fun debates here with some folks who I know that Draymond Jones has got a lot of run for supposedly how well he played off the edge last year, and he has been training this offseason supposedly to play a lot more edge, and this would be, to me, a little bit indicative of the fact that especially early run downs, you're going to have him on the edge to help set those hard edges that are the requirements within Coach McDonald's scheme. So all that does make sense. But at the end of the day, the reason that you gave this guy the money, the reason that you made him the highest paid free agent in Seattle Seahawks history was not because of what he was doing with the Denver Broncos off the edge, but because of what he was doing inside with the Broncos. I've gotten in some fun debates on this, and I know that there's some folks out there that have gassed up this aspect that somehow I almost get the inference a little bit that somehow Draymond's best actual natural position is the edge, really. He's just been played out of role all these years. And no. I also get to hear about, well, he's not big enough on the deal. There's about an 8-pound difference between him and Murphy. Well, we talk 10-pound difference between him and Murphy. That means he can't play 3-tech in this defense. That's also, to me, not really having added up. It's more about him being moved to the edge, has less to do with him not being a fit into this defense on the inside, and much more to do with the fact that the Seattle Seahawks need help reinforcing the edges. You have Uchenna Nwosu, you have Boye Mafe. Those are the only certain guys you have on the edges right now to set those hard edges. And like I just said a second ago, the defense starts with Mike McDonald. When you hear people first talk about Mike McDonald's defense, very oftentimes they will go to the hard edges being the requirements. We have got to shut down the run, and we've got to shut down these outside stretch run type plays where they're going to try to get to the edges of our defense. It's got to filter and funnel back inside. So you do need the hard edges to get that done. You do need the bigger guys to get that done off the edges, like a Draymond would be when you do move him to that edge. But that doesn't mean he isn't an effective guy inside and can't be a really good player inside. So the battle on this one is going to come down to, yes, Draymond will get his snaps on the outside. He'll be that power edge on the outside to set that edge and force that run play in. But when it gets to passing downs, how many snaps get intermingled between these two guys? Is Murphy so good initially bursting on the scene that he is the truth and you can't deny him and you got to get him some snaps? And so he gets out there and takes a load of snaps at that point and he's rolling? Or is Draymond still show him that I'm the able vet. I'm moving into my prime. I'm in my prime, right? He's Doc Holliday in it, is Draymond Jones. So which one wins out here is going to be fun to see. We're going to learn a lot about how far Byron Murphy has advanced because he's in a bit of a unique situation here. You have Leonard Williams in front of him. You've got Jaron Reeds, I think, is going to be your main nose tackle, and maybe Cameron Young over there. And maybe you have some snaps with Byron Murphy over at the nose tackle, but I think that that's going to be sprinkled in here and there. So he's not just going to be given a spot that a atypical kid like this would as a number 1 draft pick, where you go, okay, you've got your starting spot to go out there and take. It's like, not only do you not have your starting spot with the Leonard Williams here, but then even the backup behind you is a $18 million a year player who really can do some work on the inside. So Murphy is going to have to be legitimate to get snaps on this field. He's going to have to be ready to go, and we're going to learn about each of these guys on that side of that based on how that does go. I still do think Draymond can, for the record, be effective on the outside. I'm not saying that he can't have some, beyond maybe even being a good run defender, give you a little maybe pass rush from time to time, especially on the early downs. But I still just come back to, you turn on the highlights, you turn on the plays where he's doing his best stuff in Denver, when you're locking on when he's doing his best stuff in Denver, and it's when he's operating from within the inside. Just to me on that. Next up, this is one that has also gotten a little bit muddied after today's news of Connor Williams being brought into the house by the Seattle Seahawks, and they are in negotiations with him right now, so he might be added to this picture. But we've got Nick Harris going up against Olu Oluwatimi, your Seattle Seahawks center, presumptive center, coming into this year as we moved on from Evan Brown after we had moved on from Austin Blythe. So this has been a revolving door of a rotation here situationally over the last couple of years. We would love to have a guy come in and steady the ship. In Nick Harris, you have a guy that has a lot of history and even with this offensive line coach and understands how to run the spread concepts, and he's going to fit really well from a mobility standpoint. And Oluwatimi also has that, though he doesn't have as much of the fluency in running a spread system. He does do what you require from a spread system and centers to do really well, which is do the mobile-based stuff. He can hit all of those type of blocks, has no issues doing so. And so this is a battle where both guys fit to the scheme. Both guys can do everything you require from the scheme. It's just going to come down to who is purely better, Harris the vet or the second-year Oluwatimi. Now, Connor Williams comes into play here. I certainly think that he's got them beat out on this side of it because of him being a guy that's only still 28 years old, not at 30. This torn ACL is bad, but he doesn't have a rich history with super bad knee injuries. He's been pretty durable, and he's been just better overall. Gives you a little more certainty. I can understand them going in a bit of this direction. But who will be the starting center on this team? If you do bring Connor in, you've got guys at least nicely this year as you watch this offensive line round into shape, not only from a talent standpoint, but also from the standpoint of you're now actually bringing guys in that fit to the offense you want to run. You don't have immobile offensive linemen that can't run screens when you want to run a lot of screens. You want to pull a bunch of guys in space, multiple linemen in space, back across the formation and get them out in front. Can't do that if I got big fatties out there that can't move more than 3 yards left or right or forward or backwards at any given one time. So the Seahawks finally making a bit of that transition as far as their personnel. Good to see, and it's going to help this offensive scheme hit the ground running when you've got the personnel that really do well fit to it, especially on the inside on this offensive line. Next up, this is another fun one for me here. Another one that's not really about starting spots. And you look at JSN coming into training camp, looks like he's had a good 10 pounds of muscle coming in, looks a little bit bigger. That's what you expect when you get that guy in the second year and he gets a whole offseason in the weight training program. He's not training for a combine or getting ready for that, or he's not injured like he was last year, but actually able to train and get out to his best. So JSN is looking ready to go. The question on JSN has always been a little bit of, is he just going to be a slot guy, or is he going to be a guy that has that growth and progression to get to a place where he is a number 1, number 2 guy, that he can be an outside guy consistently and that he can win outside consistently, despite not necessarily having super high top end speed or the typical top end speed you might look for, combined with maybe not as quite as much length as you might look for in those combination of those two. But by all accounts, this offseason in OTAs, Jackson Smith-Njigba was a star. I think he had one day they were running red zone drills, and he had 5 touchdowns in red zone drills on just one day alone. And then we have Lockett, the steady vet, steady Eddie, Mr. Write him down for somewhere between 900 to 1,000 yards for 6-7 straight seasons. He's just going to keep going. Just write it down. And I have no doubts that he's going to find productivity again this year, which may very well be Tyler's last year here with the Seattle Seahawks and the way that they have set the contract up with him here for this year. It does look like kind of a one-off, and this is going to probably be all she wrote. And I do think Tyler is probably coming into it with a little bit of that mentality here this year of understanding, Father Time's weighing down on him, and maybe this isn't going to last here forever. You start to see the ends getting closer and closer. But Tyler, still a really good player, still a guy that can get open, a guy that's going to fit really well into an offense that's going to ask for probably the receivers to run a lot more option routes than we've run previously, giving freedom to the receivers to be able to work off of leverage a little bit more. And this will go right into the wheelhouse of Tyler Lockett. We've seen him at times run these unorthodox type of routes to get open, and he understands how to get open. And so you give him even more freedom with that type of stuff, probably makes him even harder to guard when he's not boxed into a route that he has to run where he can kind of play around with it. And especially with him and Geno having now all these years that they've played together, if you think about it, because it's not only been just the last 2 years with Geno, it's also been the prior couple years there with Geno as a backup, to where those guys now are getting onto that chemistry page, much like with probably DK, maybe a little bit with JSN, where you see those quarterbacks and receivers truly get into that. Are they on a telekinetic, psychic, connective state here? Because they've thrown to each other so very often. They know each other and how they think and where the ball is going to be and how he's going to run his route and how many steps to get out of his route to an nth degree. You can't ever fast forward that process. It sometimes takes years to get to. But the Seahawks are going to get a little bit of the rewards of that, I think, this year, especially within this offense, which is really going to maximize that to the nth degree. Is Jackson ready to be more than a slot this year? Is he ready to draw into that number 2 wide receiver role? Is Tyler going to be more of a fit into this offense and still find a reinvigoration in this offense because of the freedoms within the routes that it gives you, and because he really excels when you give him those kind of freedoms on those routes? And if he's going to read a coverage, if he's going to read, I got to sit down right here, he's going to read it right, and he's going to read it true. So a fun battle between these two. Nothing but a good problem to have here. First world issues when you got these good receivers that are competing for basically the number 2 wide receiver role. Both are going to get their share of snaps. Who's going to get more snaps? Who's going to be maybe a little bit more of a featured point? As we already know, and the Seahawks have indicated that DK is going to be a centerpiece on this offense. So which guy fits in now as the number 2? I know naturally it would seem like it's JSN, and it's very likely to be that. Don't get me wrong there, but it's not guaranteed. Don't sell on Tyler quite yet. He might just have one more in him. Next matchup that is going to be a fun one for me to watch when I'm going to training camp here in a couple of days. I'm going to be taking a look at this kid that we brought in as an undrafted rookie free agent, see how he looks on the field and carries himself. But this is going to be Nelson Cesar versus Darrell Taylor. And this is going to be a fun matchup between these guys in training camp. Your Seattle Seahawks, Boye Mafe, Uchenna Nwosu, Derek Hall, you tend to carry 4 edges, maybe 5 at the most. You tend to carry probably 4, especially with Draymond Jones playing his share of edge snaps. I would reckon to guess that means probably 4 are going to be carried. So it's got to be one or the other here. This is for a roster spot, but let's also remember this isn't just for a roster spot. You're going to typically need to call upon that 4th edge. That 4th edge is going to play snaps for you. He's going to need to probably find some kind of role in that defense, even if it's just to come in and fill in for a 3-4 game burst and still be able to provide some level of impact if you have a real prime guy go down. So it's not a spot to be slept on or just thought of as it doesn't really matter here. This one's going to matter. So Darrell Taylor, Nelson Cesar. We know with Darrell Taylor what we're going to get and what we're not going to get, basically. He is a very streaky pass rusher. He might give you 5 sacks in 5 games and then none the rest of the season. It's very hard to quite understand if he's getting close to kind of locking in as a pass rusher and figuring it all out, or if this is just what he is, a streaky shooter who'll hit his share of bricks and who'll splash and hit his share of all net. So it's a little bit of that on one side of his game, and then he's a complete nightmare as far as a run defender. And there's no other way to dress this part of it up. I wish it was better. I wish it wasn't as bad as this. I have watched a lot of Darrell Taylor tape over the years with him as a run defender. And it's not just one individual issue. So there's some people present to me, well, maybe you can get better at it. It's very hard as a football player to get good in an element of your game. If the element requires like 5 or 6 or 7 different things for you to be good at, and you're not good at any of those things. And that's kind of the case with Darrell Taylor. Sets the edge? No. Can root down and anchor? No. Can fight off the block and has an ability to call upon hand usage. I'm not talking about as a pass rusher, as a run defender, to fight off the block, get a rip move in there, get the hands off, be strong enough to get the hands off. No. Awareness in space, being able to, I'm in the block, but the ball carrier's here. I can find the ball carrier even when I'm being blocked. Or do I just get caught up in the block and the ball carrier comes running past my shoulder? It's kind of the way it is with him. And then if I am in a position to make a tackle, if I am in that spot to get the guy head up and he's right in front of me and I can get this guy, and there's no blocker here, and there's no blocker here, there's no leverage, there's nothing to use, and it's me and him one-on-one, like we saw him against with Deebo Samuel, I think it was 2 years ago, where he's straight up in space, head up right in front of him. He's a yard away from Deebo. And I don't think he got a finger on Deebo. Might have got a finger on his ankle. And Deebo ran it for about 70 yards on the play. So run defense is the big issue at play, along with having a streaky pass rush. Nelson Cesar, I featured him in an undrafted rookie free agent live stream show that we did about a week ago. A guy, I like his tape a lot because he shows really good power off the edge. He shows really active hands. He doesn't have necessarily great first step quickness, though he times the snap count really well. And he doesn't have really necessarily any true like dip. He's not going to give you the sort of ghost move, but he's got good bend to go with the good power. So maybe a little bit of some pass rush upside to the kid, even though he's undrafted rookie free agent, but you're getting a lot more of consistency in his ability to set the edge as a run defender, to be impactful as a run defender. Coming back to that hard edges that Mike McDonald wants to see in his defense, the first and foremost, I think a guy like Nelson Cesar is going to be very appealing to him because of that. And Darrell Taylor's going to be behind the eight ball a little bit here, where if he's not going to get better as a run defender, then he better be really good as a pass rusher here throughout camp to overcome that. So where they go, okay, we're just not going to trust him as a run defender, but at least he'll give us truly those pass rush reps that we can always use in a defense. You can always use a situational pass rusher, but you need him to be consistent as that situational pass rusher, not streaky, because then you're getting a part of a part within a guy's game, which isn't worth a whole hell of a lot on the football field. So that'll be a fun battle to see out. We'll see how it goes. And Nelson Cesar, a guy that I'm going to be really locking into when it comes to training camp and seeing how he's doing out there in preseason, in these preseason games. Next matchup, we do have Nehemiah Pritchett and DJ James, our back-end corners that we took here in this recent draft, who are on the PUP list to start out training camp. Doesn't mean that that's guaranteed that's where they're going to stay forever here. We'll have to see how the situation pairs out there with them. But we've got a battle here for the backup nickel corner role. And this is another role where it's not one to be marginalized necessarily. Devin Witherspoon is probably going to be your starting slot. But this defense may move him around to a lot of different places over the course of a game, to where he's not just rigidly held into the slot and that's the only place he's playing, but maybe he gets some safety snaps. Maybe he's back there on the outside corner, even in 3 and 4 wide receiver situations, just to kind of give offenses a different look. So then that backup slot becomes very important. They start to become a little more of a player if they're going to come out there. Or if you have an injury, these guys are going to be very important who you might call upon. DJ James is a guy, because of his lack of size, lack of length, and some of the real good quick twitch you get, and some of the he's got a little dogged nature to him. The tackling isn't always the greatest, but there's a bit more of a dogged nature than there was in Pritchett as far as the tackling goes. He's a little more ready-made, is what I'm trying to say, to be a slot corner, to be really good in that role. And so I'm looking at him to see if he can really push. You've got also our guy out there that we've Artie Burns. We've had him here for a couple of years now. Former first-round pick Artie Burns, a guy that when we put him out on the field, be it preseason or in games, has held up his end of the bargain. Has he impacted things? Is he out there jumping routes and getting... No. But is he being a problem on the field, or is he being a big negative when he's been out there as a slot in the times that you have put him out there, which hasn't been often because, of course, last couple of years you had Kobe Bryant and you had Witherspoon operating there for the majority of the season last year. So you haven't had a lot of run with him out there. But Artie Burns is trying to make this roster. The Seahawks are much like we're talking about with the edge class group. You've got only so many corners you're going to carry, and like the receivers too, you've already got certain positions locked in. You know for a fact Roland's going to be there, Witherspoon's going to be there, Trey Brown, Mike Jackson probably have an inside track there. There might only be room for one more corner after that, and these two guys might be fighting for that. I think Nehemiah Pritchett, this is the position I think they might even end up holding one extra corner on, where it's probably even 5-6 guys you end up with as far as the final numbers. But one of these two guys probably would be out on that scenario. I can see him holding on to Pritchett, but James and Burns, it probably comes down to, and James, of course, inside track to him because Burns is a veteran. He's going to make more money with DJ James much cheaper. So You don't have to be a lot better than Burns here if you're DJ James. You just have to be a little bit better than DJ James, and it's in the interest of the team much better than to then roll with you instead of going with the vet. But again, don't sleep on Burns, former first-round pick, very talented guy, a guy who's played very well, and a guy that can fit, I think, to this defense as well and what it's asking him to do. So we'll see how that fight goes there. Kobe Bryant's also a guy that might factor into this a little bit. I have some skepticism about whether or not this new coaching staff is going to look at Kobe Bryant as a guy that fits to playing in the slot. I'm not so sure myself on that one. I'm reticent. The other battle we've got going on here for this team right now is going to be the backup tackle spot. Boy, our offensive line has come a long way. We're talking about signing a guy like Connor Williams after you already have a couple guys in place in the line that you actually feel okay about if they got to play, but now you feel even better if he's brought in. Tackle situation, maybe starting to feel a little bit better there. We don't know about Abe's knee and how long that thing's going to take, but you do look at the rest. Cross coming back into his third year, hoping he can get stronger through. You've got Stone Forsythe coming into now a third, fourth year here for him where he's been around, banging around. He actually played pretty well for you last year when you called upon him between left and right tackle. Did he set the world on fire? No. Did the team want to do better than him this offseason? Evident by the fact that you bring in a George fan? Yeah, maybe a bit. It's also that he's starting to get a little bit more expensive as he heads into his contract year here as well. Michael Jarrell is the kid that you took in the 6th round, your last pick in the NFL draft out of Findlay. So not a major program, but by all accounts, this kid could have done that thing that so many college players would have done in his situation, which is to go on to a major college in his final year, to go get paid with the NIL money, go to your Georgia, Bama type, whatever. But instead, he stayed at the school. He showed faith in them for having faith in him, which is not to try to hype the kid up, but as much as that, even though he's from Findlay, even though he's a small school kid, shouldn't be slept on as a guy that couldn't potentially be a player here for this team. He's supposedly very athletic. He's built how you'd like your tackles to be built from size, length, power standpoint. And in Forsythe, he has been consistent. But this is where I think the fight comes down to between these two guys because you have your other 3 tackles kind of in place. There may be an inroad here where if Lucas needs 4 weeks on the PUP to start off the season where you have both Finley and Lucas, but once Lucas comes back, it's probably going to have to be one or the other on this side of things. There's some other guys like Greenfield that factor into this too, and there's maybe a pathway for Jarrell to the practice squad if he didn't make the roster. But this will be an interesting battle too, because if Jarrell wins it with Forsythe going into this, fourth year, I believe it is here, it really will be that this kid came in and was impressive at that point. It's not like it's been in prior years past with the Seahawks depth at offensive line where the guy comes in and wins that backup job and you go, well, he was going up against just a warm breeze basically there against him. No, you got some actual fight going on here between these guys. Some guys with some talent, some ability, guys that, Stone Forsythe isn't here. He's going to land on some NFL roster, at least as a backup. He ain't going out of this league once he leaves Seattle. And it's a nice to have the fight here a little bit more ferocious than it's been in the past, where it's just been sometimes kind of handed, well, you've got the job, Jay Curhan, and then Stone, you're on the other side. We don't have much behind you guys, so it's just kind of yours. This is some of the evidence of the offensive line finally being given a little bit more attention, a little more TLC, if you will. And Jarrell is a very interesting player. If this kid could round into shape, if he could potentially be a guy that we found as a diamond in the rough here, boy, that would really bode well for your Seattle Seahawks offensive line in the future, especially with Abraham Lucas's health still a little bit in question. The final battle here is going to be between the running back situation room here. So this is between 3 running backs for the 4th spot is essentially how this is going to kind of work here. You've got, we got Tamarick Williams. I lost this. We got Bates from the UFL. And then you've got George Holani from Boise State. So watching all 3 of these guys' tape, to me, George Holani is the most impressive. You do have a very big difference between Holani and the UFL kid Bates that we got. And the kid out of UFL also went to, I think it was NC State. It's kind of a big upright runner. It's a little bit of like, he's not quite as big as like a Latavius Murray, but kind of a little bit of that similar bit of a running style. Not super explosive, just a hard, strong, hard to bring down running back. And George Holani, you got a little bit more bounce, a little bit more of elusiveness, a little bit more top end speed. And then with this kid Tamarick that we got is more of kind of an in-between guy between those two guys and what he brings. A little bit of power, a little bit of speed. He wasn't quite as impressive as those other two guys to me on tape. I think the fight is between the UFL kid and George Holani. But Holani's the guy for me. Great pass catcher in addition to that. Love watching. There's nothing like watching a running back that just fights their butt off on every run, and Holani does that, but so does Bates. There's no doubt about that, and watching him as well. And this, of course, as we've seen in recent history in Seattle, I've termed it often the beast mode curse, not because beast mode has put a curse on anybody, but just that it's the curse of since beast mode has left, our running back room by average year tends to get decimated. It sucks, but it does tend to happen. So having the reinforcement there is important. Having the strong fourth guy is important because you're very likely to call upon that guy and need his help. And so this will be a battle that'll be definitely worth watching. Schneider's brought in a couple of guys that are very interesting. And again, two different styles to me, especially in those first two guys. But Holani's the one I would go with and think that he would win this job out. There is some injury stuff with him. He's got to remain healthy because that was what kind of followed him a little bit through college. And in Bates, you got a guy that's hungry. He's had to go to the UFL. He's had to get his second shot back here at the NFL level. So, you're going to get all you can from this guy, which you already did when you go watch him in NC State. It's not like this isn't a guy you're not watching taking the ball and, fighting his butt off on every single run, looking to dish out punishment on every single run just about. Fun to watch with him. Good, both of them really good players. But I do think that they've got the inside track as the 1-2, but let's not discount out Tamarick. Maybe he surprises nonetheless. Our next camp battle here is going to be between three guys for what I would say is two spots. It's the way that this will pretty much break down for your Seattle Seahawks. So we have Julian Love signing here. We've got Rayshawn Jenkins as your other starting safety here. Bingo, bango. Those are your two starters. This leaves us with a 3-stack. I know Jonathan Sutherland is in this group as well. I think he's probably on the outside looking in on this battle. So he's in it, but not in it. So you got Jarek Reed coming back off the torn ACL. You've got Kevon Wallace brought in here as a free agent this offseason, and we have Kobe Bryant. So Jarek Reed was second in the NFL in special teams tackles. I know that doesn't have anything to do with his ability as a safety, but let's not forget, you need to have guys that can play special teams. If you have that as a skill set as a backup guy to the starter, that can very much and many times help you win the roster spot over those other guys who maybe don't play that special teams as well. So Jarek has shown a really keen ability to be able to do that. Was on his way to being one of the better special teamers in the NFL last year before the injury. Had a good preseason at safety. And the only action you got to show him out there, because you were good in other ways. You had Julian Love and you had Quandre Diggs out there, and then a little bit of Adams. So there wasn't a lot of run for him to go out there and be had at the safety position. He is more of a pure free safety here on this team, and kind of how he's built here. It's going to be a bit of a unnecessary denouement really here a bit because of the fact that this defense so much requires both of the safeties to basically play both roles. So calling one this free safety, it's not like the old school Seahawks defense where it's Earl Thomas free safety, Cam Chancellor strong safety type. And it's like, no, these guys are a lot of times going to be 12 yards off the ball each and sometimes having some similar coverage responsibilities on both edges. So not as much an issue there on, is he a free, is he a strong? Do you have the full skill set to do all we're going to require from you from this defense? That's really at the head of it. Kevon Wallace, interesting kid where last year starts out, I believe, with the Eagles. Not having a good year. Nobody on the Eagle defense was having a good year. Goes to the Titans and really turns things around a bit and actually starts to have a really good year for the Titans. And a guy that has a good wide skill set. He's played some decent ball in the past. Not a game changer. Not a guy that's got a lot of impact upside to him. But a good guy to have in the mix here on this fight. A guy that's definitely can do both of the things you'd need from the free and the strong safety side of it. And maybe he's better suited into this type of defense. Maybe some of the struggles with what he had with the Eagles early on versus how he changed that so dramatically going to the Titans had a lot to do with the different role he was put into. And that the Hawks signing him was kind of emblematic of the fact they saw him in this role that they want to put him into, which is not the role of what the Eagles were doing, but the role more of what the Titans were doing. And then we got Kobe Bryant. And Kobe Bryant is the enigma. What's going to happen with him? Where's he going to sit? I don't know. We drafted this kid who was a 2-time All-ACC outside corner, the Walter Thorpe Award winner for being the best cornerback in the nation, even over his teammate Ahmad Sauce Gardner when he came out in that draft, and we took him in the 4th round. The Seahawks then proceeded to quickly move him into the slot in his first year. Then last year, they moved him from the slot to strong safety. And now I'm not quite sure what they intend to do with him. So he's a guy that didn't look like a safety really when they tried to play him there last year, but is a guy that may appeal to Mike Macdonald because, as I've said a few times even in the start of the show, versatility and your ability to do a variety of different things is going to appeal to Mike Macdonald. So maybe this is where in regards to Kobe Bryant, this being moved all around has not done him any favors prior, in that he's having to constantly learn new positions, and that doesn't allow him to then master the said position. But now a new coaching staff comes in and says, oh, you've done outside corner, you've done slot, you've done safety. So we can put you into those roles within the defense post-snap, and we're not going to have a problem doing it. And maybe that's enough to appeal to Mike Macdonald. Maybe that's enough to edge him out from one of these other two guys because he has so much of that versatility. But Kobe Bryant is still a very good player. Still feel like he got a little bit of the short end of the shiv on this one, being that guy that I thought he would have been at his best on the outside and never really was given much of an opportunity there. I mean, Pickens kind of cooked him up for the Steelers in preseason on a couple of throws, and that was all she wrote. No more chances for you on the outside. Let's get this guy back inside and maybe give him a chance on that. Those are my battles, though. Those are the fights that I'm keened up on right now. Let me know if you guys feel like there was one that I might have left out on your side of it. I know I'm a little behind the donations here, so let me get a couple of these back on that side of it. I appreciate you guys watching today. If you can for me, do please hit the like button. I've got a couple of quick announcements here just before I get over to you guys on the donos. We've got, I am at training camp here. We're going to be in there on the 26th and the 27th. I will be at training camp. So be on the lookout. If you're heading to training camp, be on the lookout. Come say what's up if you happen to see me there. So I do kind of blend in, though, so it might be hard a little bit. But if you do see me, say what's up. Come say hi. I'd love to meet a couple of you guys. Really would. So I will be at training camp over the next couple of days, not tomorrow, but the 26th, 27th. And then we are going to be doing our meet and greet. I've decided on a spot. I'm decided on a centralized location. I will be posting this up on the community board. I'll post it up here in the chat shortly as well. We're going to the Diamond Knot at Mount Lake Terrace. So somewhere between 5, 6 o'clock, I'll be getting in there. Whenever training camp wraps up, I'm heading down to Mount Lake Terrace. And so if you want, we're going to be at the Diamond Knot, Mount Lake Terrace, Saturday, 5 to 6, meet and greet, Hawks Nest. Join me there. I would appreciate it. Let me get a couple of these donos and super chats here. Sorry I'm a little bit behind on them, but appreciate you guys holding on. David Kowalski, thank you for subscribing to the channel, David. I appreciate you for doing that. You are awesome, man. Mark Sanchez, you are awesome as well for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you. I know you've been before. Thank you for re-upping, my man. I do appreciate it. Nolan in the house. What's up, Nolan? Thank you for the $10 donation. He says, was watching receivers on Netflix, and Amon St. Brown brought up the 16 receivers picked in front of him. D. Eskridge was one of those. It hurt so much. Nice to see you. Go Hawks. Well, it's great to see you in the house here, and I did see Amon bringing up those receivers picked in front of him, and Eskridge indeed being one of them. And I do remember going back in my own notes and looking at Amon St. Brown and liking a lot of Amon St. Brown's game, being very much impressed by him, and you could see, I think, a lot more in the understanding of what there was to like in Amon St. Brown than there was to like in D. Eskridge. You had a really great route runner. You had a guy that could catch really well and who was a very good athletic catcher. The guy that will lay his body out, make the grab, go get it. The route running, the catching especially separated him from Eskridge even as you were leaning into that draft. Eskridge had the super crazy 40-yard dash and was just hyper explosive. And that was enough to win out in the Seahawks' eyes to have them take Eskridge. But Amon was the better player to take there. And you could see it on tape, I think, coming out even. I don't think that it was that hard of an evaluation. And part of the reason I was so hard on draft day on the pick of Eskridge. It wasn't me. This isn't me in retrospect, 2 years later going, yeah, he wasn't good. And I knew it. And on the draft day, I'm like, Eskridge, let's go. It's me on draft day thinking my chat is trolling me when they're telling me that he's the pick in the second round. Going, no way. You got to be kidding me. There's no way. Come on. It's good to see you, though, Nolan. I appreciate the $10 donation. And hopefully we've learned our ways on that. Hopefully we've solved the solutions with these drafts and found the smarter, brighter, better approaches, and it'll get us there, hopefully. Swedish Shinobi, what's up? Steph, hello. Abel Gurma, Steph Amp, what's going on? Post Eminescence, haven't caught one of the lives in a while. Pumped up to see what Brandon's got in store for us. We got some. I'm really trying to get stuff prepped too, especially not just for these shows, but for the season. I've got some. We're going to be doing a Wednesday show this year that's going to be really structured. I'm working on some graphics for that show. It's going to be very much kind of set in and inlined a little bit. So I'm trying to kind of get some prep work done for the season to get things better too on that, and these as well. Getting these shows better and better is hopefully the improvement. I've got a little bit of a deal I'm going to be trying out here on the show too today. Post Eminescence. Brandon found a voice changer. So we're going to have a little bit of fun with the voice changer on here from time to time, and I might play around with that with you guys today, try it out a little bit and see how it works. I was playing with it offline, and it was a lot of fun. It's definitely, I definitely can do some things with these voice changers. They've gotten very advanced. Let's just say that. It's good to see you though, Eminescence. Axel says, Love deserved an extension, but I'm really curious what the cap situation is going to look like for the next few years. Well, the way it's set up it's two different parts. You have next year's cap and you have the year after that cap. Next year's cap is set up to where things are tight. Things were tight before this extension, but things were tight with a little bit of an asterisk, being that they're tight, Axel, but you have a lot of cap fluidity. You have a lot of flexibility to do different things, meaning there are a lot of guys going into either the final year of their deal, or you can really easily free up money in a variety of different places without having to do things that then hinder your cap moving into the future. And while next year's cap is a little bit tight, on the heels of this extension coming into it, the year after its cap, 2026, you have like the third or fourth most space. So a few years out, you have a lot of space there to work with. I don't expect the Seahawks to be particularly hindered by their cap situation right now as it currently stands or going into the future necessarily, because of that real versatility. There's about 7 or 8 contracts, Axel, into next offseason where you're going to make a determination, you're going to do something else. You're either going to sign an extension and lower down the numbers, convert base to bonus. Tyler Lockett goes into the final year of his deal. You're probably going to move off from that. I think you save like something like $20 million or something on that alone. That comes off the books. So it's not as bad as it looks, and you're going to hear a lot of people tell you, especially after this extension, that Hawks are in some cap catastrophe or something into the future, and they're not. It's not about the money you have on the books. It's about how much flexibility you have to make some moves. Swedish says, could this extension help free up money to sign Connor Williams? They have the same agent. It's possible. I do believe he was on a $5.5 million cap hit. So it's hard for it would be very close money-wise, I guess is what I would say to you on that. It's because it's only a 3-year rather than a 4-year deal. It's $36 million. So you're probably looking at something like 3-year up to $36 million, and he's going to get probably like $13, $14, $15 million of signing bonus. So split that up into 3. That comes down to basically $4 million in signing bonus on top of the $1 million base you'd put him on the new contract extension. And you're pretty much at about the same numbers as what he is on already right now. Maybe you save $1 million. And maybe that $1 million is enough of an extra on that one then to Swedish to get Connor to sign. Where he's like, I want $1 million more. And he's like, all right, I'm on the dotted line. Ricardo says, yeah, I have a good feeling on Williams. That's a lot of smoke out of that one. It is indeed. There's something to it, in my opinion, too. What's up, Megan? Steph, I heard McClendon Curtis was at right tackle. I hadn't seen the report. That's interesting to hear if that's what they're doing. What's up, Jeff? Megan, have you had a haircut, B? I got it. Yeah, I had to get a haircut, Megan. Got to look good for my Washington visit. Can't be looking all schlubby. Devo Marcel, yo, Brando, great to see ya. I don't always live chat, but I always watching. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for that, Devo. I appreciate you doing that. No matter whether it's live or whether you're watching replay, it's always good for me. As long as you're watching. Watching. Hope everyone's having a great day. Happy start of training camp. Big Hawk says, D. Eskridge really have a shot to make the team again? Please tell me this won't happen. His pathway is only going to be by making the kick return. And the only path by that, in my opinion, is by the fact that you have the 2 kick returners back there. Prior, when we did kick returners in recent history, last 30, 40 years in the NFL, you might have 2 kick returners back there, but there's enough time while the kick's in the air for your main kick returner to get under the ball and return it. So the second guy was never really utilized if you had a second guy back there. Second guy was mainly back there to make sure the team didn't pooch it or try to, get like a weird onside kind of kick by that pooch. Now, because the kickoff's being moved up and you're going to have the guys truly back there with the 2 stack, now there's maybe more of a pull to have the 2 kick returners, and maybe there's going to be the pull within that to have the extra guy on the roster at the receiver position. So rather than you carrying 5, you carry 6. That's, to me, the only way he makes the team, because of the fact that Chenault did get the guaranteed contract. He didn't get a lot of money, but what he got paid was guaranteed. Ricardo Drake Young may be the odd man out. He might be. And he seems like he's been working his butt off too, but when you got a stacked wide receiver core, this is kind of what you get with it. Young, how you doing? Kelly, what's up? And Kelly, thank you for the note on Twitter on some of the direction there. I need some guidance on where to go on these training camp stuff. There's like, go over here, do you go over there? I'm sure I'm in the right spot. Brian says Williams could go in at left guard with Olu at center. It's possible. I do believe Connor's got a little bit of a background in playing some guard as well, Brian, to your point on that. Could be. Definitely could be. Chris says Draymond is the unknown opposing teams won't know what he's in for. Confusion is his position. Let's go. I love it. Indeed, you're not going to know where these guys are lining up. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty when offensive lines come up in the way that you could kind of rotate this defensive line through. Dick the Hawks, I heard Vanguard and Fidelity are dumping their Nick Harris stock as fast as furious pace. Yeah, I'll be at practice Friday and Saturday, and then we'll be doing the brewery meetup on Saturday evening. Saw the jersey, hand grenade, Bobo jersey looking good. Andrew Wynn, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Dig Docs, I forget, did Mac and Jack win the poll the other day? Technically, somewhere else won the poll. So I did my research on the background and looked through some spots. I'm trying not to have to go too far out of Renton, so I wanted to keep it somewhat centralized and within distance from me. So I feel like the Mount Lake Terrace is a good one because you're right there with the I-5. It's pretty centralized to everything. Even if folks up from Everett can get up there at that point, and folks from Seattle can get down if you're in Seattle quickly. So I think that'll be a good spot. And based on everything I'm hearing, it's pretty good. I mean, I love the Diamond Knot down there in Michael Teo. I used to go there back in the day. So, I don't know about the peanuts on the floor thing they used to do back then, but maybe that's still a thing. But after a couple drinks, I guess, who cares? Nick says, didn't both the rookie cornerbacks pass their physical today? I hadn't seen on that. Let's double check it. They did pass their physicals. So additionally, rookie cornerbacks Nehemiah Pritchett and DJ James, who were both placed on the non-football injury list last week, passed their physicals, clearing the way for them to take part in camp. So thank you for the note. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good news. I'm back in camp. Pretty good news so far to camp start off here. Pretty ideal here. Got nothing but good news. Meanwhile, you got the Niners trying to figure out what to do with Brandon Ayuk. He's getting walked off the field by John Lynch. You got Trent Williams holding out. A little more rosier of a picture over here. Hand Grenades is on other news. Magic the Gathering is making some Pawnee Python and Holy Grail cards. Nice. Jose, how you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy. Sudden Chaos says, go Niners in the 253. What's up, Sudden Chaos? Well, you guys got to get the ship settled, man. Got to get your people paid. Got to get them paid. Sweetie says, it was really hard to be a fat kid in the 80s and 90s that played LL and not admire that jelly-bellied Kirby. Gave me Kirby Puckett. Gave me hope. And hide me out and right. Puckett was fun, man. Yeah, he was a little kind of meatball. Little legs, just thick. He had some hops to him, though. Chad says, bro, I need a voice change. Which one did you choose? Oh, is it time for me to whip out the voice changer, Chad? I think it is. I think it is. Let's see here. Yeah. This is a tester out, guys. It may suck. It may be good. I think it's be good. I tried a couple recordings on it, but let's see what you guys think. You know what I mean? It's preseason, right? This is when you test things out. This is when you try things out. You know what I mean? Let's see here.
The Seattle Seahawks are about to embark upon a season of success. A season that will find them laying siege to the rest of not only the NFC West, not only the NFC, but the NFL. Quake and clever NFL. Your pain is coming.
Oh yeah, your pain is coming. Let's see how that worked. We'll do a little taster choice on that. I was having too much fun with this last night. I was just sitting back there just going through all the voices. It's pretty ridiculous where technology's kind of coming. Brian says, woo, stiff offshore breeze here, temp around 80. It's glorious outside right now. I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to very much getting a chance to get back to my Pacific Northwest when it's at its most beautiful. The reason they call this place is the Emerald City is not merely just because of all the trees that surround it, but because of how those trees can sparkle in the middle of summer when that sun is out. And there's no more beautiful place in the entire world than that spot in summer, I'll tell you what. David says, let's go Seahawks. Let's go Seahawks, David. Ricardo, if Curtis is at right tackle, does that mean Haynes is at right guard? They didn't allow the press to reveal the starting lineup at practices. If, yes, I would imagine that that's the case. I think probably some of Curtis at right tackle has to do a little bit with Abe Lucas's lack of his presence. You know, I don't know if it's necessarily an indicator that they're looking to move Curtis out there outside of keeping him out there to have practice flow and get your reps in and do all that stuff. But I would certainly think that Haynes is then definitely at right guard at that point. On the way that they'll go with that. Have a good one, Megan. See you later. Ricardo says, seems expensive if it's 12 million, but it might be 9 to 10 million, which seems better. Yeah, it's $36 million in total, but the contract will be structured. You know, it's not going to look like even Quandre Diggs' deal, for instance. I think what you put the numbers at, 8-9 million per year, sounds about right. It's a little bit of a bump over his prior, but it's not crazy. You're getting it not at a discounted rate, but you're not having to. It's a little bump rather than a big bump because you're saying to him, hey, we've got you under contract for a year here. We can just ride with this next year. You take that risk, or you cannot take that risk and just get your money in hand right now, but a little bit less money than you might have been able to secure next year in what is a very fluctuating safety market and hard to predict safety market at that. So I would be shocked if it's over 10. I would be shocked even at 10 million, Ricardo. I think single digits, even if it's just in that 8 or 9 million a year for the Julian Love deal sounds right. Sounds more in the button. Ricardo says, do you like all the subterfuge with not allowing the press to talk about starting lineups? Is that a normal thing for teams? I don't recall Pete doing that. I don't recall Pete doing that either as well. Some of these coaches are a little more paranoid than others, and it does sound like the paranoia level with Mike McDonald's camp here is a little bit more amped up. We heard the reinforcement of not, using your cameras and filming, and so they're on it. He's on it with the details of that, and he doesn't want stuff, leaking out, I guess. So but you're right. I don't recall it being a thing before. Yeah, the up to, Jose, that's the wording there. That up to is the key words with these contract extensions. It's always initially when the news comes out for a contract extension on a player, it's very rarely coming out from the team first and foremost. It's being leaked by the agent. And so the agent is going to present the numbers in the best possible light they absolutely can be. And that's why we oftentimes got to wait until we see what the actual final numbers are and how they really parse out before making any kind of knee-jerk reaction. Because oftentimes the deal can look bad on the surface, and then you go back and you look at the numbers and you're like, oh, that's actually pretty economical. That's kind of a team-friendly deal. Free Truth, what's up, man? Steve Rogers says Drake could be a special teams must. He might, Steve. It's that numbers game you come down to. That's the problem here. And when you got so many guys at the front of the stack that are solidified, DK Metcalf's here, Tyler's here, JSN's here. If you're carrying 5 receivers, and over the last 10 years, if we took over the last 10 years, the Seahawks on average, they're carrying 5 receivers game in and game out over a regular season. So you're already 3 deep out the door. Bobo's probably likely to make it at that point. And then you've guaranteed the contract of Laviska Shenault. So we're at 5 right there. And I could see there being an opening to doing 6 this year, Steve. I could. I don't discount that because of some of the rule changes and special teams and all that stuff too as well. But the team has seemed to signal a little bit with this. I think that they might be more wanting to go, if you have to make the choice between being corner heavy or receiver heavy, it seems like they've shown some indications that they might be going a little bit more cornerish heavy if you're keeping one extra guy on the roster versus the other. Because if you pull from one spot or you put to one spot, you got to pull from the other. And that's the thing with Derek. But I don't want to discount Steve. Derek's a really good player. And Derek had some injury stuff that's kind of dinged him a bit, but he has ability. He can play. I don't want to make it sound like he can't do that. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $10 donation, Jeffrey. It's great to see you in the house too, brother. Says, I've had a rough summer. Sick of politics, sick of working for a-holes, and sick of watching the Mariners fail for the 50th time. I simply cannot wait to watch my Hawks again. Well, thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate the $10 donation, all of your support to the channels. I know you're a member as well. You as well, Nolan. Thank you guys for all of that support to the channel. It's really, really appreciated. It has been a slow, and summer is usually a beautiful time of year, but it has been a slow spring, a slow summer. It's been a little grindy at times. I ain't going to lie with you on that. And I had really hoped that I was going to be wrong on the Mariners this year and that I was going to be made to look very foolish in my deciding not to watch them or track them this year and saying, I'm not going to watch the team. I don't think there's a true chance for this team to go out there and get anything done. And it does say something to when you got a team that's into the depths of June, is in first place by a substantial territory, and yet the fan base has that itching feeling in the back of their dome going, okay, here comes the inevitable, and the inevitable has arrived. So hopefully the Seahawks can brighten us up here in the Pacific Northwest. We got no basketball team. Our baseball team is stuck in permanent 54% mediocrity. Maybe somehow or another our team can carry the day here for us this upcoming year, Jeffrey. So I hope so as well, and I'm very stoked, man. It's been one of the longer off seasons doing this channel. This was a longer off season just waiting for the games to come back around. Like, come on. Chad says, I tried 1 4 to 5 years ago, but it was bugging out my PC. Just bounced it, but was thinking about it again the other night. Which one did you go with? I am trying out the voice mod is what it's called. But I'm digging it so far. We'll see what you guys think. Chris says, that sounds kind of disturbing. Let's go. Well, at least it worked, I guess, huh? Greg Kemp, that Brandon T-Pain collab is going to be fire. You know we're gonna win, yeah. I'm going to be having too much fun with this thing. I'm telling you that. I'm probably going to get annoying with this real quick with this soundboard. Nicholas says, has Glasscridge got cut yet? Not yet, man. But we're just waiting on the injury. Thomas, what's up, man? It's good to see you, buddy. How's the night going? Says, hey, everyone, just saw the Julian Love deal. He kind of has that Kyle Hamilton type with him. I wonder what Mike McDonald's plan will be with Witherspoon. We'll see on this. It's hard to predict exactly which way this will go because Mike's, of course, playing this with the cards very close to the vest on how he's going to use these players, and very much he might not use any of these guys like Kyle Hamilton. We might find out that these guys are all used in their own different sort of varying way. You know, like you have sort of a little bit of Julian Love doing a little bit of Hamilton, a little bit of Witherspoon doing the Hamilton role. So it's hard to say. It does feel like to me that Hamilton featured within this defense with the Ravens was able to be a star because it used all of his great skill. And Love's got a lot of skill too as well. It's not just Witherspoon, but Witherspoon's got that sort of superstar level of skill. So what do you want to put in that spot? Do you want to put the guy that's got superstar level of skill or just really good skills? And that's where I've constantly gone back to saying it'll be Witherspoon really who will eventually fit into that spot. But admittedly speaking, we don't quite know for sure, Thomas. And partly because of the fact that McDonald's kept those cards close to the vest and not told you. And he's been a little bit, dodgy, let's say, about where he's going to stand on what with that. It'll be fun to watch how he uses those guys. And what's nice about both of them, Thomas, is you can use both of them in a variety of different places. And it's not you forcing a player into different roles where they're going to be lost because you don't give them a home. It's players who are very comfortable being used all across the board. They're just football players. Chad says, what source do you use for cap and contract info? I've used OTC for years, but that dude is often days out before he posts details. Yeah, sadly, Sports Track for me for years, Chad, had been the one that I had gone to because I, like you, had gotten the feeling that they were a little bit faster on getting the details up. And OTC would take sometimes painfully long to get up. But then Sports Track did a whole revamp on their site. And I find it very hard to go through the contract data now with the way that they have set up and presented the data. It's very confusing to look at now. Over the Cap presents it in the right way where you can just at least read it correctly and ascertain what's going on. So I do go with Over the Cap right now, but that's just because Sports Track hired an idiot to revamp their site. Yeah, this is actually, while the topic of good sources, do you recommend for player injury information? That's one where I always have to do Google searches, look through the local Seattle reporters. There's no spot that distills down the injury stuff. You just have to hunt and peck through to locate the stuff. Even that story I just was reading to you guys on the rookie cornerbacks being activated off the PUP. Like that just came off the Seahawks site like a couple hours ago. Thomas says, what's your opinion of Connor Williams coming to Seattle and if Lucas will be back before the start of the season? Not sure on Lucas right now. It does sound like the team is taking the tentative approach, the slow approach with him. And, he is still on the PUP. It doesn't sound like there's necessarily anything coming down the line the next week or even two with him being ready to get out there and practice. So, the likelihood of maybe him missing 4 games even to start the year at this point look a lot more closer to certain, quite frankly. In regards to Connor Williams, I like this deal quite a bit. I think it is one, Thomas, that is not about necessarily how bad Nick Harris is or Oluwatimi is. It's about how good Connor Williams is. And he was a guy that tore an ACL late in the season last year, was not able to be ready to go during the start of free agency this year to show he was good and healthy, and a team would then invest a lot of money in him. So the Seahawks are going to get the chance to take advantage of a market deal here where he doesn't have maybe a lot of money out there being willing to be paid to him because nobody's got any money to spend. He's got the worry still there with coming off the ACL a little bit, which is also going to remove some teams from being willing to get him. But he's a really good player. He's played really well. He's coming off, theoretically, his best ball of last year before the injury, and you're going to get him at a bit of a discounted rate. As well as you have guys reinforced there from the depth standpoint where you're not necessarily counting on him. It's just kind of like it's a little bit of like a mini lotto ticket here if you bring him in this way. And in that respect, I can't do anything but applaud it. As you know, one of the big things I want to see with this team is them to make more of a focus on reinforcing this offensive line, to stop it from being the weakness of the team year in and year out, to stop it from being a thing holding back the offense as a whole. And taking steps like this, making guys like this a priority, even this, late into the process of signing guys in the start of training camps. Yes, let's do it. Brandon's bangers. Thank you guys. I'm glad you guys there's a few different ones you can do with this. I'm going to be able to go pretty crazy with this. Plus, I'll be able to do some videos around it as well. Brian, that voice reminds me of the Fox commercial with Joe Buck and Tim MacArthur trying to appeal to a younger audience. I just like it because it lets me be creative. When I go on my rants now, I can get even more epic on my rants. I really wanted to do it. I didn't even really think about getting it for the voice. It just kind of came with the deals. They got these voice change stuff, but I wanted it for the, I wanted to have it for the buttons. You know what I mean? So we can have moments where it's like, there you go. Marshawn Lynch, what do you think about what just Kenneth Walker just did to that guy?
Listen, it's just a little baby stiff on.
So, you just flip it up a little bit. Thomas says, yeah, I think the Sonics will be back, and maybe if Sonics are, they'll be out in the 90s. The Mariners will wake up and start to win a championship. Maybe so. They'll be relegated to that third rung here back in the town again, because the Sonic fans will be reawoken back up, no doubt about that, if they were to come back into town. But it does sound like, and I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched, it does sound like there is really a push here to get the Sonics back here sooner than later, and thank God for that. Spoon is great, but he gets hurt. You're boned if you depend on him, says Jeffrey. This is true. I think it's a bit of the risk that'll probably have to be undertaken a bit, because it's that balance between protecting him from injury and trying to maximize his abilities to the fullest, or have him in the place where he can have the most maximum impact on the game. And with the way he plays, I think that there's just going to be some of this Jeffrey where it's the price of admission with Witherspoon, and that he's so violent and such a player that there's probably times he's going to hurt himself a little bit here and there, but you don't want to pull him back on that, because that's part of what makes him the player kind of he is too at the same time. I don't know though. Again, it's not sure exactly the role they're going to fit into when it all is said and done. We don't know. Mike might have been cooking up a lot of different things here in the background. Emerald Hayes says Mike Morris is going to be a monster. K-Mac will be a team MVP. Hawks win the West. Wow, I love the predictions, Emerald Hayes. You're not going down the safe road on that one. Outside the box. I love it. Let's go. Of course, I wouldn't even put Lucas in if he were ready for preseason game. You'd probably be pretty careful with him at this point. Yeah. Keep him in bubble wrap. Jeffrey says, I miss Bobby Wags. Why we got to keep doing him dirty? Man can still clearly play. Probably wasn't, I guess, much a fit to what McDonald wanted to see in the scheme, because I'm certainly sure John was on board with, can we make it work here with Bobby, Mike? Is there some way we can make this go? And him just going, it's just not going to fit to what I want done. Casey says, did Connor Williams sign? Connor Williams is not signed, but he is in negotiations with the Seattle Seahawks. So there is absolute intent on their part to try to bring him in, but now they have to come to a common dollar understanding. Thomas says, I think Spoon will learn over time to be smart with his body, but Sherman Revis didn't have long careers. It's kind of the cornerback's spot, too, in general, though. Those guys get to about 32 years old, and it usually is right around the end of the road at that spot. There are some guys like a Stephon Gilmore that can continue to play into their mid-30s, but it's a very rare guy that can pull that off. So, Big Dogs Brandon, does reinforcing the offensive line mean extra helpings of meat and mashed potatoes at the training camp restaurant? Yes, it does. It does. Those boys don't get big on their own. Caloric intake. Chad, I've seen the ESPN writers cite OTC, so I know it's good on facts, data, and I'm sure it takes time to suss out the fine details legally or whatever on the contract, but man, it takes a while to post. It does drive me crazy a bit with that too, where it's like, come on. Because people are oftentimes chomping the bit too and asking me, and I'm like, it's not been released yet. Swedish Shinobi, monkey paw curls. Mike Morris turns into an actual monster and eats every player on the roster except K-Mac and wins team MVP. There we go. Chad says, was that a legit Marshawn Lynch voice changer? It's a Marshawn Lynch audio clip. So I've got some clips I'm pulling through right now. And mainly they'll be used for like during game day and stuff at times, Chad. You know, so I got like a Seahawks chant button I'll be able to hit at times. And then I got Marshawn's baby stiff arm soundbite. So I'm grabbing some of those. Hoping it just kind of adds to the entertainment quality here. I'll get the fine one for sure, Chad. Hell yeah. Brian says, I need to run Beast Mode's voice through that thing where he says, run an MFer through his face. I'll get that one as well. It's a great suggestion. I want to load them up because with this deal, you can kind of like do a bunch of them. Chris says, need the Ned Lynch response when he interviewed fans after his last Super Bowl. You a Niner fan? F you. Steph, I met Kayvon Wallace at a grocery store in Nashville a couple months ago. I told him how cool it was to meet him in person, but I didn't want to be a douche and bother him and ask for photos. Oh, that was nice of you, Steph. I bet he appreciated that. I mean, I don't know. He probably doesn't get recognized a lot. Thomas, I feel Seattle will draft Lucas's replacement next year. Lucas can't stay healthy, plus knee issue is always bad. Yeah, if it is indeed what has been bandied about at times, that it's a chronic issue that's plaguing him, then that's probably going to mean that this is it after this year. You know, you're not going to sit here and keep holding on when obvious signs here is just the guy's leg ain't able to go no more. This is a bit of a make or break a year for Lucas and in kind of determining where you're at on that. So I agree with you. I think if he can't get through this year, this will be it. You know, if they keep facing this and he can't get back out, it's like, look, we've given a lot of time. This has been something you've been dealing with since your rookie year, and it's just not getting better. Hopefully that's not the case. Chad says, I think Bobby's the last big linebacker in the NFL. The phase change in the NFL away from the ground and pound running game is going to make those guys obsolete, and I absolutely hate it. Yeah, it does suck. You're losing your big, hammers in the middle, your guys at 240, 245 that really can bring some of that extra beef in there. Now it's all these guys coming out that are between 225 and 230, Chad. I mean, look at the inside linebackers in this last draft. I think every guy from Jeremiah Trotter to every inside linebacker in this draft, I think, was at that Peyton Wilson was in there. Cedric Gray was in there. Just that's the size now. Steph, he said, oh, like you're doing now? I was taken aback and like I say it was, huh? But he kept cutting me off and going, huh, and closing his hand shut in front of my face. Holy Jesus, Steph. Kayvon sounds like a dick. Jeez Louise. I walked away and continued with my shopping. I heard him chuckle as I walked off. When I came to pay my stuff up front, I saw him trying to walk out the doors with like 15 Milky Ways. Well, definitely doesn't make me root for the guy. That story. How many times does Kayvon get recognized in a store, or anywhere? I think that'd be like, cool. I'm being recognized. It's awesome. Casey, are you still coming to Seahawks preseason beat? I am this week, Casey. So I am. I'm going to be at training camp on Friday and on Saturday, 26th and 27th, and then we are doing a meet and greet at Diamond Knot in Mountain Lake Terrace. Probably a good time to get this into the deal here, so you guys, if anybody's popping in the chat, they can see. Let's see here. call it 5:30 just to make sure. 5:30 p.m. July 27th. All right. So I'll pin this at the top here for folks. If you're looking for data information on that, you have that there now. But we are doing the meetup for the Hawks Nest, Mount Lake Terrace, Diamond Knot Brewery, 5:30 p.m. on Saturday. I will be there, and I will be at training camp Friday and Saturday both. So if you are going to training camp on either of those 2 days, please do seek me out. Just come say what's up. Dab me up. Say, hey. Steph, I won't put a hand in the face. I like Kayvon. Chad says, not sure if you watched Mike Mack's presser earlier today, but he didn't seem too worried about it. Maybe I read him wrong, or maybe he just is just that sly, meaning Lucas. I didn't sense that it was a great worry necessarily, Chad. He did say we had thought that this process was going to be faster. So there's an indication there that the team was thinking this was going to go a little bit quicker than it's gone necessarily. But it didn't mean it like, you know, as we've heard sometimes Carroll talk about injuries where you get that sort of morose tone and sort of Carroll would get dark and you go, oh man, it's something serious. You know, this guy's not bouncing back off this. This is something else, maybe larger, deeper at play, I guess, I suppose. So it doesn't seem that. It's kind of that somewhere in that middle ground. And that's in that place that some people have inferred where this would go, where, okay, he's not ready to go day one, but he's actually pretty far along. He'll be pretty close. He'll probably be within, you know, first 4 weeks of the season or just after the first 4 weeks of the season. Maybe something like that. Makes sense. Swedish says, all right, time for my walk. Got a peacock for all the single moms in my neighborhood. Go get it, Swedish. Get it. Brian says, sounds like when I was in a checkout line right behind Marty Schottenheimer when he was in San Diego. Couldn't bring myself to say anything to him. But when Seattle signed Kayvon, I asked myself, who the heck is this player? Yeah, I'd have a hard time too, because you know, you do have that part where you're like in pub, but it's also like you can say what's up. That's not going to hold them down, you know. And I think it's a cool thing if you did that. I was always that guy, you know, less than the autograph, just to be like, hey man, just want to say what's up. Thank you, you know, just give him a thank you for your service thing, you know, kind of thing. Herb is out in the house. What's up, Herb? It's good to see you. Casey says, dang, I'm not going to be there till the 3rd. I'm sorry we missed you there, Casey. I will be trying to do more of these in the future, too. So maybe next time I do get up there, we'll be able to do a little bit longer and give people a little bit more timing on that sort of thing. Herbicide says, sweet, that's like 3 miles away from me. Let's go, Herbicide. I was hoping it was somewhat centralized there. I know with I-5 and right off Mount Lake Terrace, it's a pretty easy little hop on the freeway I-5, you can get right to it. Bounce off, you're right there. Steph says, that girl at the counter was very nice and professional. Was like, sir, you need to pay for that first. At first, he kept pretending to not hear her, but eventually turned around. Oh my goodness. Kayvon sounds out of pocket on a couple of different levels. Come on, Kayvon. Well, you should all tweet him, Steph, and be like, so you stick hands in people's faces and say, huh, and steal Milky Ways, huh? That's what you're about? That's what you're about to the 12s? Nicholas, I wish I could come, Brandon. Sorry we're missing you, man. It's where it'd be nice if I was living a little bit in Seattle. I'd be able to do more of these for sure, but I definitely want to at least get one done here this year and get out there, and been meaning to do it for a while. Steph says that when she took one of the bars and started scanning it multiple times, he stopped her and told her to scan each one individually to prevent any electrical interference. Oh, jeez. Woo! I think Kayvon was on that devil's cactus. Maggie says, the Hawks Nest, don't forget, we'll be there in exactly 2 years for the start of 6 months of the Seahawks and my 50th birthday, 2026. I know. We got it. We'll get it. I'll be doing this training camp thing every year now, I think. So it's the goal will be just, if anything, to try to get and do more and more of it. John says, we need to pressure John into signing Connor Williams. Get it done, Johnny. Get it done, Johnny. Indeed, Sean. This is nothing but a good deal. There's no real risk here. You're signing him to a contract, and yeah, he probably was going to make more than the vet minimum, but you're not giving up any draft capital for it. Doesn't affect the compensatory system. This is a guy coming off a major injury, but because of that, you're going to sign him to a discounted rate, and a guy that gives you much more upside at the center position than anything that you have on the roster. I think from John's perspective, there's just so much on this that yes, 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 and yes. Hopefully it will be that way. Regardless, says, we shall see. If they sign Williams, that means they are a serious team trying to win. If they keep trotting out bad O-lines, we will stay in the mid-tier. Certainly is a good indication on top of helping the team. It's a strong indication towards the commitment to building up an offensive line that's actually legitimate, to your point. And I hope they do so as well here, Ricardo. We'll see what happens. See how much money he's kind of asking for. See what he could really get at this time of year. It's the hard part about being a free agent right now, is that everybody's already kind of spent their money. Brian says, must be something about players with the last name in Wallace. I immediately harken back to the Portland jail blazer days. You got to avoid those Wallaces, man. You got to avoid them. Steph, and then he turned around and winked at me after she scanned each bar and put them in the bag and started saying the price. He kept interrupting her by yawning really loud. Jesus, what a guy sounds like a dick. I mean, he was definitely in a mood, I guess, huh? And Thomas, I have heard the Mariners are aggressively pursuing Vlad Guerrero. I don't know if I really like it as much because you almost reach the spot with this team where you go, things are in such disarray as far as this lineup. Is just one guy coming in going to make that big of a difference to the overall structure of things? No. You're going to need more than that if you really intend to try to fix this. And being that they haven't had that intent so far up until this point, it's like, it's a bit late, isn't it? That's why I feel like looking at Dipoto and ownership being like, it's kind of too late. You know, just trust your process, trust your farm system, you know, or maybe just make a bunch of super hysterical trades right now at the deadline and rob that farm system that you spent all these years building up for a team that'll just fall just short. What would you do? I mean, Guerrero's great if they can get him, but I'm not a fan of them thinking that this thing's going to somehow fix the issues at play here. There's so many issues and problems. Everybody says, like the Cowboys always say, we're going to the Super Bowl. Except let's actually do it. Let's do it. Nazir says the 49ers are also interested in Connor, so we cannot let that happen. Yeah, I don't want, that is true. They are also interested in this guy, Connor. Niners are in a bit of a pickle right now, though, with their situation, because what's going on with Brandon Ayuk? You have Trent Williams holding out. They're already sitting in everything pretty tightly as it is, and I know they have cap space, but they want to roll as much of this cap space over into next year as possible. And I don't think that they could compete with us where we stand right now on that front of it. They may have more cap space, but when you factor in their next year situation, it's like, and these guys' contracts as they're standing right now, I think they're going to be up against it a little bit with that. Casey says, I've got something for you. You would like, only there a week. What? Say it again, Casey. I don't think I understand what you mean on that. I got something for you. You would like, only there a week. I might have missed another message from you above. Snail says, didn't get the notification that you were starting. That sucks. So I did set up the show a couple days beforehand. That usually is supposed to allow it to push out the notes to the folks. Take to Brandon. Brandon, if a guy sounds like a dick and walks like a dick, he's a dick. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Especially when you do that to somebody who's a fan and just wishing you good tidings. Like, and And he's acting like if that, what Steph's saying true with it, it's like he's acting like he's some like star that gets people constantly approached. It's the middle of the night. You haven't been approached in 5 years. Quick thank you, and I'm just heading home. But yeah, he sounds like he was on a few. I don't know. I'm guessing he wasn't in the most sober state of mind at that point. Because everything posted on the internet is absolute truth. That's true. And should be taken as ultimately so. Thomas says, well, Depoto did say Babe Ruth wouldn't fix this lineup, so let's trade all the elite players from the farm, but never make it to a World Series laughing out loud. There you go. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I certainly want to see them, fix the lineup, but that's where you could have fixed the lineup this offseason without moving any of your farm system. If you'd aggressively gone out there in the past couple of years, tried to do something, and they come back and they constantly say they don't have any money. They constantly point to television deals, and that's why you get to the spot of, okay, now we're going to desperately trade this for that and trade this for that and trade this for that. It's like, well, why don't we just do this the smart way? Because we don't want to spend any money. Like, okay, so then how do we compete? Well, it's going to be hard, or we're not going to be able to do it. If we're always running down that road, I've been down that road many a year as a Mariner fan. Well, why should this time end out any differently going down that particular road? Let's try a different road. The organization refuses to do so. Sean says, B, has your view changed on Jalen Carter, or have you come around on Spoon? I've definitely come around on Spoon. But then, Sean, as much as I did love Jalen Carter and I was pushing for Jalen Carter, even as we were up to the draft process on that, on the day of the draft, I did I want him, but I also said, yeah, but I also said, look, the background stuff is the part that weighs in on this situation. If it came down to it, Sean, where Jalen Carter had a clean background check and he's sitting at that number 5 pick and it's between Witherspoon and Carter, he's going to take Jalen Carter. After you did that, you went back and moved a second round pick for Leonard Williams. You just put a 15th pick overall selection on the same position you would have drafted in taking Jalen Carter. Much easier road to go down and grab Carter in that stance of things. But the character issues were no small thing. And I talked to Randy Mueller recently, a former general manager of your Seattle Seahawks, on an interview we did back in June. And there was 2 specific players I brought up to him. There were players that stood out to me in my time as a Seattle Seahawks fan that as a young kid, I wanted them to go take. That as a kid, I said, man, I'm a young man. I don't know football all that great, but I can see this guy at the college level is going to be awesome at the pro level. And that was Randy Moss and Warren Sapp. And so I asked him on both of those 2 cases. And what stood out in his answer with both of those 2 was that in Randy's case, the pile of baggage that was there on this player was no small thing. It was no tiny little, he's got a DUI and da-da-da-da. It's like there's whereas with Warren Sapp, as Randy told me, the issues there were manageable. You could get around him. That was not going to pull him off the board from him being drafted. The reason the Seahawks didn't draft him is because they already had a great 3 tech in Cortez Kennedy. You didn't need 2 necessarily. On top of, I think you had drafted Sam Adams, another defensive tackle, top 10 the previous year as well. So it just wasn't as much into anywhere near the approaching the state of mind of a need on that side of it. But when it comes down to Carter, I think that those character concerns were just as big as that Randy Moss, if not bigger than Randy Moss had even dealt with coming out of Marshall. And so the support from my standpoint on this move is, even though Carter technically might be the higher upside of a player, if I'm in general manager John Schneider's shoes and I'm reading this Bible of bad background information on a player, I too am going to pass when I'm picking in the top 5 of a draft. No matter how talented you are as a player, if you're carrying that big of a risk when I'm picking that high, that's a move to get me fired if I make that bad pick. And this was also evidenced by the fact, of course, that he didn't go behind us at 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. He went at 10. And he went to the one team who could afford to take that risk. Howie Roseman had the goodwill with the fan base that if this went wrong with Carter, he wasn't going to get fired. They had 2 starting defensive tackles ahead of Carter, so if something blew up with him, they had reinforcements in the rank to be able to handle that. And they had another first-round pick in that draft, so even if he flamed out, they could still go back to their first-round pick and they say, well, at least we got this guy, though. So they were in a real unique scenario and situation to be able to take that risk on Carter. But I always thought that risk was one that really carried the day when it came to picking one versus the other. And Spoon is a great player. And if we're just talking about removing the character stuff, yes, I have Carter as a damn near generational level of a talent on the defensive line. Is Spoon at a generational level of talent at the cornerback room? Maybe kind of just short. Maybe he'll prove to be that. But I absolutely do support the pick. Absolutely do support going this other direction because I don't want to take that kind of risk with a 5th overall selection with a guy that carries that much baggage and that much potential risk to blow. So though Jalen Carter got through his first year on this, Sean, the character risk thing isn't about just getting through the first year. The character risk thing is this is a thing that's possibly always going to be an issue with this guy carrying through. So year 2, year 3, year 4, suddenly it rears its ugly head, and you're now having to deal with that kind of situation that you could kind of see coming down the tracks with some foresight. Chris says the Niners window is closing fast, though, if it's not already closed. Steve-O says when the window closes, we kick the door down. I love it, guys. Let's go. Or maybe I should do this way. Hold on. Hold on one second.
Chris says the Niners window is closing fast, though, if it's not already closed. Steve-O answers, when the window closes, we kick the door down.
You guys are hyped up for the opening day of training camp, and that's what I dig about you. Let's go. Little Dallas Cowboy. Yes, Brandon Bro. Thanks for the show. I'm California, so the East Coast is pretty much done. Also, Dak is the suck. Poor Cowboys right now. You guys are caught in that place, little Dallas Cowboy, where you're in between. You're not bad. And you might still go out and win 10 games this year. You're just in that weird in-between place, and it's a hard place to be in. But next year, it sounds like Bill Belichick, and who knows what they do at that point beyond that. But I'm guessing that's the direction you guys are heading down, man. I feel more further. It feels like there's more and more heat for that to be connected to. And California is the way to go, little Dallas Cowboy. West Coast is the way to go. I've lived East Coast. I've lived West Coast. I've never done the South. I have done the North, the Great White North on top of the Pacific Northwest. And I say the West Coast is where you really probably want to be. That's the best spot. Appreciate you, though, man. Thanks for watching, eh? Chad says, I honestly say trust the farm system. I know we're skidding right now, but it happens to every team. We're 4 from a wild card, 1 behind Houston for the division. Man, it's only midseason. I know I'm baseball stupid, but I still think this team can make the playoffs, and who knows? It's crazy that our offense is this bad, and we're still only 1 game out of first in the division. It is indeed. No, it is indeed. And I'm in agreement with you on the approach, and way to go. I would just sit back and let this thing just bake at this point. You know, if the youngsters can come up and do something, if the guys can go and find their bats, then, you know, so be it. But don't throw the farm system out right now. Don't go make a Eric Bedard kind of trade here, or a Heathcliff Slocum kind of trade here, when the team's just not in a position to make that kind of move right now. So I'm not saying it's a matter of even to panic or anything. It's my disappointment more comes on this chat of just that this was a foreseeable issue that the Seahawks are dealing with, or the Mariners are dealing with. This isn't something that just, oh, wow, our lineup can't hit and strikes out too much. Who could have seen that? This has been going on for years. Years. You know, they refuse to really address it. And they make every excuse in the book as to why they don't want to address it. And that's fine. We'll roll with the farm system, you know, and hopefully they can all develop at once, and we'll just have to be awesome that way. Thomas says, did you get to see the Sean McVay reaction after Murphy got drafted by Seattle? I had a feeling McVay will leave the Rams sooner than people think. I did. Yeah, it was fun to watch. It's fun to watch because it's those things I say about Byron Murphy where, people talk to me about Byron Murphy and my initial evaluation of Murphy and where I had him kind of put at in this draft. And I didn't not like Murphy. I liked Murphy a lot. But that, my outlook of Murphy can't help but come up, and the view of him on his upside can't help but come up when you see the reaction of people that are very smart football people talk about him. And not just in the McVay's case, which I'll address in a second, but when you hear just football people talk about this guy as a player, former scouts talk about this football guy as a player, to see how Seattle and John Schneider turned down what we know was a great haul of draft picks to move back to allow a team like the Rams to move up and come get him. That speaks to it that John would turn that down. John doesn't want to turn down picks not move back. He doesn't want to just stand in place. That's not his modus operandi. But he was forced to be in that spot because the player was so good. It was so undeniably good, they just had to stay in that place. And the fact that then you have them turning their card in with 5 minutes to go in the first round. I've never seen John Schneider do that. He's always taken up to every last minute of the draft in the first round to make sure he's collecting all of the possible deals that are coming in that he can swing. But he didn't do that because he was so high on this player. And then you see it with that behind the scenes video between Les Snead and Sean McVay, where Sean McVay is desperately making a plea. And they cut a lot of stuff out there. So just the stuff they left in, you can still feel the desperate plea Sean McVay is making to Les Snead saying, go make this move. Go get this difference maker. Braden Fisk is nowhere close to Byron Murphy. Yeah, Jared Verse is good. Jared Verse and Braden Fisk is fine. But get me this guy. This is the guy we can flip right out for Aaron Donald and not miss a beat kind of thing for. And so that's where it just starts to raise it up even higher to me when you see these people react to this player in this way. And I how can it not? A little bit. Nazir, would your ceiling of our seasonal change if we get Connor, and how much do you think he's asking for? He's probably going to look at a 1-year prove-it deal to get a chance to get back out on the market next offseason when he's 100% healthy, and there's no question there. You're probably not getting away with a veteran minimum deal. You're probably going to have to double a veteran minimum deal. So I would say it's going to be somewhere between, it's probably like a 1-year, $4.5 to $5 million deal, something like that. There may be incentives. What I would guess is the reason that this isn't just a easy peasy sign the deal. We like what we see from him. Let's get it done. Is that not just for him wanting the money, but also for Seattle getting certain safety features put into the contract, meaning that if his ACL doesn't hold up, do they have to be on the hook for the full amount of the contract at that point? Can they get certain protections for their own on the side of it? There's probably some extra deals to kind of hammer out with this to make it work. Would it change the overall ceiling of our season if we get Connor here versus the other two guys? Okay, so the caveat on this year has got to be that he's healthy, right? Because if he's coming in here and he had a major ACL injury in week 14 of last year. So, what that turnaround time was quick. So is he back to really full health? Are we getting the guy that he was last year before the injury got him? If we are, then yeah, it would probably take us up a game this year. If I have us forecasted to win 10 games, we probably win 11 games then in my forecast. Because he is a better player than what you have from the center position there already. You don't have bad guys there, but this would be a significant improvement over what's currently there, especially with the fact that we have uncertainty in Oluwatimi and where really his play is going to be at this year, because he just didn't play very much last year. But so it's a little bit this year, but that's the caveat, is that he has to be over that ACL thing. And as we see with these guys, more often than not, they're still kind of tending to kick some of that scar tissue off and the rust off and kind of get back. Big Doc says, got to go smoke some weed. Oh, wait, I got to spray some weeds in my yard. Catch y'all later. Casey says, there's the 3rd through the 10th. I have a present for you. Well, I just won't be back. I'm definitely down to hit me up, Casey, if you want to mail me the deal, but I'm only going to be there through I'm heading back home 28th. So it's just a quick 3-day excursion. Unfortunately, man. I wish I could stay all the way. I'd love to do all training camp, and maybe next year that'll be kind of the goals to see if I can pull it all off. Might be tough. I got the kitties. Somebody's got to watch my cats. It's a tough sell, you know. Chris says, we're only in it because the rest of the division has been ass too. Astros just starting to stink less. We could be back in the wild card, but we've been offensive deficient for a long time. Yeah, you're not in first place necessarily because of how well you've played. It's more of, you're right, the division has been in a lot weaker state than it's been in recent years, and that's the frustrating part for me. It's the part I always tell you guys that drives me crazy as a fan is when you have organizations that will not make a mistake, but make a mistake and persist to continuing to make the same mistake over and over again, as though they're inept and unable to be able to recognize the mistake and try to correct it. Doesn't mean the correction will fix it, but you're at least attempting to try to do something differently. It's happened here with our Seahawks in recent years on certain issues, where the team refuses to pivot off from going their old ways and their old approach, and you go, boy, how do you hope that this is just going to fix itself? You have to do something. You have to actually do something. And the Mariners' approach has been the same again and 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 again for years. Years. Jeffrey says, I hear the Pittsburgh Pirates ownership is worse. What is the deal with these poor boy owners in baseball? I blame Moneyball making bad teams seem good. I don't get it either. Don't buy a franchise if you can't freaking afford it. It would seem a pretty easy thing to do, and I don't know if it's that they think they make their profits yearly and that it's just a business. Maybe it's a business investment for some of them. It confuses the hell out of me. I don't get it. It's like it's completely alien of a concept to me. You know, it's like you go with your boys to Vegas, and you get to Vegas and like, let's get out, let's go do some gambling, and you're like, so I had money for the ticket, but I don't have any money to really do any gambling. Like, why did you? I wanted to come though. Like I wanted to like come, but I don't have any. I don't. You know, you guys go though. You have fun. You go, what? Ricardo says, speaking of Sean McVay, did y'all watch the interview he did with The Athletic? He was speaking like he was dreading having Mike McDonald in the division. Spoke really highly of Mike's defensive scheme. It's a great interview, Ricardo. Thank you for mentioning it. I will try to maybe get a little bit of a couple cut-ups of that for once I get back from my trip. Maybe I can get a few of those cut-ups done to kind of show you guys, because there's a couple especially sound bites from that interview Sean McVay just did with The Athletic. I think it was yesterday. And there's some really great cut-ups when he's talking about Mike McDonald's defense. First, when he's talking about McDonald's defense, but he's not specifically referencing Mike McDonald, he's talking about the coverages and the way that they're teaching the coverage concepts off of reading the route concepts. And you first get the understanding of from his standpoint of, you know, he was talking about having 2x2s, and you know, there's one spot where he says, you know, you used to have the 2x2s. So when you got your 2x2s, you know, you got like a balanced formation on either side. So you might have, you know, a tight end and receiver stack, you know, tight end stacked behind a receiver. The receiver's on the line of scrimmage. The other side, you have two receivers and they're stacked right behind each other, and it's kind of a balanced front like that. And he goes, okay, and you'd get cover 6, so you'd get cover 3 to one side, you get cover 2 to the other side, and then you could operate off the rules within that to find the openings within the holes of the defense. You know, you understood the regimented rules within the defense that created those holes with almost certainty in the way that McVay talked about it. But then he talked about how now that's starting to get removed by these defensive coordinators, where those old rules for being able to read that stuff and just be able to kind of decipher it off of your pre-snap read especially has been removed. And then as he got further into the stuff with Mike McDonald and talking about him, you're absolutely right. I had the same feeling from it, that there was a sense of dread in Mike McDonald coming to the division. And he would say, you know, he did the whole empty talk with the competitor in me loves the da-da-da. And he's like, but man, he makes it really hard because you just don't know what you're seeing. He again referenced what we've heard so many coaches reference when talking about Mike McDonald's defense is it feels like you have 13, 14 guys on the football field. It does have that feeling to it, and it's weird. But all of them oftentimes go back and reference that over and over and over again. And he did again in that interview, and it was great. It will get you hyped up. It's through the back of through the last part of the interview that he talks about Mike McDonald a little bit, but he gets into some of the details of what McDonald's scheme does and some of the way that they teach the scheme. And I found it to be very, very, very insightful. Good stuff in there, man. Thank you for the reference on it. And I'll try to get a couple of the clips from that interview pulled out that are pursuant to us here. Chad says, fans love hits. I get it, but the point is to win, not just have a bunch of offense. This is what we're doing for the most part. That's just what I'm seeing from the nosebleed seats. Not have a bunch of offense. As always with this, Chad, you want to make sure we want to make sure we're structuring up our opponent's side of the debate, or if we potentially disagree with the opponent's side of the debate, accurately, right? We want to make sure we're not straw manning them, but that this is what they're actually trying to say, and this is actually what they're trying to get across. It's not that we want to see a super offense created. It's not that we're looking for the best offense in Major League Baseball. It's that the offense has been crap, and it's been crap for years, and it's not been addressed for years. The team goes through the offseason and they go and grab all of these also-ran parts in journeymen and guys that have been injured for a year but had a good year 4 years ago, so maybe they can recapture that magic here now, and they try to make those guys a centerpiece of their offseason structure and building this offense back up, when at the very same time, Chad, they have a keen inability to develop their hitters from within their minor league organization. So this is not a one-year issue. This is an issue we can go back to 23 and 22 and 21 and 20 and 19. As I was saying with this, I can go back for almost a 20-year period here with the Mariners. That's why there's the frustration that exists with fans like myself and others you might see here with the chat, being that this is not a, hey, I just woke up today this year and this is an issue. This is a, again, we're back in the same effing boat again. I've got to watch another game once again where we don't get a hit through the whole game. Our pitchers are pitching their ass off, and we lose 1-0. I mean, I had 2 years ago, Chad, I sat in that effing stadium for 18 innings and we didn't score one run. We didn't come close to scoring one run. Do you know how lame it is to sit in a stadium for 18 innings when you have forest fires burning around you, can barely breathe, and your team, as your fans are screaming their guts out, as it's playoff atmosphere, as everyone is on their feet, every single time there's an opportunity to do so. They're calling Astros cheaters, every single guy that comes up to bat for 18 innings, and you can't manage one run. One run. And that wasn't this year. You know, it's at that spot. And it's a place where, you know, I'm fine to be patient. I'm not asking for people to be fired here. I'm not saying they should go do some desperate thing at this point. But I think that people have a right to be mightily frustrated with this Mariners organization. You've been around for 50 years. You haven't sniffed a World Series. You've been around for 50 years, and for the majority of that time frame, your ownership claims that they are in poverty-stricken strait, that they don't have any money to spend, that they have to be one of the low teams on the totem pole of baseball and the salaries that they give out. And to me, I can deal with that for a while. I can deal with that for 20 years. I'll give you a quarter of a decade you can ask me to deal with that. But when you start asking me for a half a decade to deal with that as the constant answer, you're going to find me at that point a little bit frustrated, a little bit at my wit's end, and saying, okay, I want to get off this ride. I don't think that this is any fun anymore. You know? I think there's a lot of people in that same, kind of camp. I'm behind a couple donations here. My bad. Sorry about that, Jeffrey. Well, first here, we got Jeffrey Thistle. Thank you for another $5 donation. I'm way behind on that, man. My bad. He says, the Pittsburgh Pirates ownership is worse. What is the deal with these poor boy owners in baseball? Sorry, I read that just above there. Moneyball made this a problem. The baseball's got a couple of issues that have really hurt the sport from various places and standpoints of things. We got first the steroid era. Steroid era created generations of batters who approached hitting differently than prior generations of batters had approached hitting. Specifically, the Walker long ball or strikeout, the three conclusion, whatever the hell you want to call it, states of sort of play in this day and age. Which continues to rise. Strikeout, home run, walk, those are your three. That continues, as you look at the statistics in baseball, that continues to be, throughout baseball, the common thing that rises as a common denominator versus putting a ball actually in play and making guys actually make plays in the field. So the steroid era affected the hitting. The pitchers coming back and with using the sticky stuff on their fingers, where at the same time as the pitchers are using all that sticky stuff on their fingers, you also have the spin rates and the teaching of the violence of the arm action to be that much more than ever before, which has risen the injuries from baseball pitchers not significantly, but it's also made it harder to hit baseballs, which has also added the offense, kind of going down at the same time. So there's some common things there that have made it harder in baseball to assess prospects and how to build teams and everything else, which I can have understanding for that. But then that's why you have to supplement your roster when you're not able to develop it naturally. When you go out and you go, oh, Dustin Ackley, didn't work. And you go, oh, Mike Zunino, didn't work. Well, now you got to go pivot and then supplement. Now your development plan didn't work. Now supplement. And this team doesn't pivot. They just go, or they go for some cheap second, also ran journeyman conceptual player to try to fill it in, and it doesn't work. And it's not good enough. And then it's not a surprise why it's not good enough and why it doesn't work. But Jeffrey, I don't have a good excuse on these owners. I really don't. And I've got no patience for their whole approach of it. It's such a lame ass answer for billionaires to come back to fan bases and say, pull their pockets out, do that old meme. I just don't have any money. It's like, times are like really tight. Baseball could also fix this a little bit too by instituting a salary cap, but like all things in baseball, it's all sticky and convoluted and detailed because then you have the Players Association and they're not going to allow that to happen, and it just becomes kind of a mess. But it's frustrating. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $20 donation, Mark. I really appreciate you for that, brother. It's great to see you in the house, too. And thank you for membering up as well today. He says, if you could add any Seahawk from any year, who would it be? However, adding a player will cut the best player from the opposite position on the current roster. Example, adding a running back will remove the top linebacker. So if I got a receiver, it would remove a cornerback. Okay. Give me a sec, Mark. I appreciate the $20 donation. Give me a second to... Okay, so running backs, linebacker. That means offensive lines, defensive line. Good question. What would be this? What would be safety invert? So if I chose Hutchinson, so Mark, if I chose Hutchinson, then I would lose Williams. But then I have reinforcement if I lose Williams. What would be the inverse of the tight end? The will? Yeah, I think, I do keep coming back to offensive line and re-putting the offensive line into the right straight. Left guard remains that spot that you go. I don't know where left guard's at necessarily this year. Lake and Tomlinson, is it going to be good? And Hutchinson would come in and give you the biggest point of impact, and it would hurt to lose Leonard Williams, but then you still have Byron Murphy and Draymond Jones and Mike Morris to get over that, to get around that then, Mark. So I would think that would probably be the move that I would look to make. I was a little bit thinking about Bobby a bit. Bobby takes away Walker, so I don't want to do that. I think there's also an argument to be made to do Cortez there, Mark, because then you're losing Blake and Tomlinson as the inverse. That's your best left guard, So that's probably my second one would be that one. Because though you have a lot of 3-techs, to put Cortez in there and only lose I guess my loss of Lincoln is minimized, right? The loss on that gets minimized for some of the other ones I'd have to make as a call. But I wouldn't do receiver. I don't think I would do running back. You don't have enough depth if you have to pluck one of the linebackers, Mark, so you can't do that. I think I'm going to Steve and then Cortez, even though we're locked up on 3-tech. I choose him for different reasons. With Steve, because he upgrades it the most, and then with Cortez, because the cost factor wouldn't be as great. going to the left guard. Because if it's a 3-tech, then you got to go left guard. If it's a nose tackle, then you go right guard as the pull. If I'm understanding your rules correctly, Mark. I'll try to think if there's one that stands more out to me, but I think that's the one I would go to. Thank you, man. I appreciate the $20 donation. That's a great question. Is there one other one I'd go to with it? Yeah, because if you went defensive end, you'd have to take away tackles. I don't want to do that. I don't know who we take away safety, though. That's the one I'd wonder about, is who's the safety inverse mark. If I went with Kenny Easley, who are we losing on offense on that one? Appreciate you, brother. Chad says, I'd probably always take Largent. He'd easily replace any of our current guys, but I'd want more creative than that. I love Largent, but then you're losing Devin Witherspoon. You got to take the best corner on the other side of it at that point by his rules. So I can't go with the receiver because of that. I don't want to lose my corner. Thomas says, but I feel Spoon could be generational. His instincts are great, but if character aren't there, then yes, I would select Carter. That's fair. And I don't want to sell Spoon short on his upside. He was your 3rd highest rated cornerback in the entire NFL in his rookie year, missing really a large part of training camp due to that hamstring injury, including the first game of the season, I believe. So he came out and balled out of control from the jump, and pretty much every game you felt his impact, and it was impactful. So he is right up at that mark of where you could say he's towing that line to generational, and he may prove to be that. I have a little bit more, I guess, like you say with the Thomas, certainty to Carter in my outlook of him on that, and that, he is that guy from a talent standpoint. But like you say, it's the character thing that ends up being that's the real thing at the end of the day that separates the two on this as far as a decision between each or wanting to go with one versus the other. Chad says, replace the opposite side. I understand, but yeah, probably still targeting Largent. Laughing out loud. It's tough, man. That opposite side thing makes it rough. Chris is laughing out loud. Sound like a voiceover from the old KJR days. This is your voice from KJR. Yeah, they used to have that guy. He'd read bits. Casey says, been watching 49ers content. They are wrapped way too tight. It's serious over there right now. I think there's a bit of a sense of urgency. A sense of we are getting to maybe the end of a run here, and we're at the end of a run that's not seen us take the grand prize and has fallen just painfully short a couple of different times. And that's going to start to create a bit of a not the fan base, but even the content creators, I think a little bit of a, tapping a toe and going, okay, is this going to happen? Did we miss our shot? And then there's some things that are not great harbingers for the Niners right now as the season approaches. Trent Williams and the holdout there that just happened today on top of the Brandon Ayuk situation, which has just been a powder keg for them that's just been waiting to kind of go off, and they've tried to, it seems like, push it off as far as they possibly could push it off. But, something's going to have to give there, it seems like. Now, they may just right the ship. They may just find a way to get both the deals done, and we end up here to laud Lynch and what he was able to pull off, if he can pull that off, because he's trying to right now, he's trying to guide it right through just into perfect. He's like Luke in Star Wars 1, He's got to hit the little hole and the little shot on the Death Star there to make it all blow up. So he's trying to still maintain this final year of their Super Bowl window, is Lynch, with these two guys. But I get it, man. I'd be wrapped a little tight too if I was in their situation on it. Thomas had a mock draft where I select Shadur Sanders, but I felt he was going to be a bust. He's a talented player, Thomas. I worry with sometimes on where's the attitude with him exactly on some of the stuff with that. His dad and the influence in there, is that good or bad? I don't know. He is a very talented player, though. He is a modern iteration of an NFL quarterback where he has the size, he has the arm strength, he can make every throw. He's got good near hyper mobility, just about. So from all those standpoints, it's just kind of what you would want. But I think he's still got to kind of prove it here a little bit. Samuel J. Forsythe, how you doing? Good to see you in the house, man. Jeffrey says, problem is all the major league teams know Mariners aren't desperate. They do. That's why I'm at a spot where I say, Just sit and sort of spin a bit. You, if you're going to do a deal right now, chances are you're going to have to give up a deal that is going to have you give up too many assets or have to give up too much of the future for something that's not going to solve today's problems. And if that's the case, sit on your farm system, sit on your team, and try to truly go and really find some resolution this offseason. Or don't, and just tell your fan base you're going to sit on this until your young guys can develop. You know, be honest with them. At least that's honesty to me. You're not trying to dress up a pig and tell me that it's something else. Chad says the South's pretty cool. I mean, I was in Navy stationed in Virginia and Orlando before that. Plus, met tons of guys from the South, including Texas. Personally, I liked it. Shrugging. South's one I don't know about. So that's the part that I don't talk too much about because I've definitely been on the East Coast. I did 4 months in New York. But it's only the humidity with the South for me, Chad. That's the part that I couldn't do with, I don't think, is that humidity would kill me. I couldn't do it. Thomas says, honestly, I wouldn't trade anyone now. I think Montez, Celestin, Formello, Emerson, and Young will turn the hitting around. I'm in the same boat there, Thomas. I hear you. Everyone hears you. Yeah, everyone hears you. It's not a surprise. They know. Spencer says, I'll never forget your despair over us taking Derek Hall over Keanu Benton. If you could rewrite history, same roster otherwise, would you take a duo of Benton and Dallas Turner or Hall and Murphy? It's a tough question, Spencer. I'm torn on that one, kind of right down the middle, to be honest with you. I don't feel one way or the other to one of those perspective scenarios versus the other. I almost think I would lean to the Hall Murphy just because I do think Hall's going to get something captured back here. And also because of all four of those players, at the end of the day, I think Murphy's upside is the one that is probably the highest, and that's going to be worth a lot for me here in this scenario. But the Benton Dallas Turner one is a very tantalizing option as well, because I do still trust in my evaluation of both those guys. And like you said with Benton, I mean, I thought he was going to be good coming out of Wisconsin, and he was very good for the Steelers in his first year. Holy Sand Grenades has got any Sean Connery voiceover, B?
I can try, but it won't be very good. Sean Connery.
I gotta find that voiceover one.
Seahawks are the last one.
Little Dallas Cowboy, I'm not a Seattle fan except for Kemp and Griffey Jr., but I appreciate your quality of this show. I'll listen in on. Thank you, bro. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. That's high praise when I know it's another, you follow the Cowboys and come here and listen to Seahawks content. So I really do appreciate that, and always welcome in here, Little Dallas Cowboy. Always love chopping up on any discussion point. So we'll see what your Cowboys do. I hope I don't bang on them too much for you with it. I think you're in the same place as far as the way you've talked about Dak and outlook on the team. And, teams catch themselves in this pickle, man. And I know I've told you this before, but it's that place I say that you got to look at yourself as a franchise, and you got to say, look, there's team finds itself in 4 different states. I say it's like water, where they say water can be in 3 different states, gaseous, hard, liquid, ice, liquid, whatever it is. But you're either rebuilding, ascending, in between, or you're elite. And with Little Dallas Cowboy, you've got ownership group there that'll year in and year out think it's elite, yet they're in between, and it ends up holding you back because it's the worst place to be at in the NFL, is in that stuck in between state of things. And that's maybe the bit of the silver lining here, Little Dallas Cowboy, is for why it does not look great that you're not re-signing CeeDee Lamb and that Dak Prescott's not re-signed and that you have a lame duck coach and Greg and McCarthy. Maybe it's also an indicator here that the team is hitting the reset button on this season, where they're going, yeah, we could have been a little bit better this year than we're going to be because we didn't go as strong this year, but we didn't go as strong this year because we're looking to turn this thing around in a year from now and hit that reset button truly and stop getting out of this in-between phase that we're stuck in. We'll see on that one, though, Little Dallas. And Griffey and Kemp are definitely two of the big dogs out here in Seattle. They do still carry big shadows here. Griffey and Largent were my 2 kind of childhood heroes growing up. And Griffey was by all accounts, pretty great person too. Casey says Griffey left, not a fan. Well, it's like he left, but he did leave for reasons that are understandable. When you get a guy like A-Rod that leaves and he says it ain't about money, it's about going to a winner, and then he goes to the last place team so he can sign the biggest contract in Major League history, you're like, oh, you're full of it. Griffey wanted to go to Cincinnati to be closer to his family, to go play for his childhood team. I can't fault him on that at that time. To me, it made sense, on that side of it. Be closer to his children. He had a Florida home. It hurt. I say that as a fan that, loved Griffey. It was just watched every Mariner game I could growing up. But I can understand the reasoning behind that one. Spencer says, I remember you had similar grades on both Byron and Dallas. Thought it was an interesting dilemma to present to you. No, it is an interesting dilemma, and it's not an easy answer for me on my side of it. Because Dallas Turner is going to be, I think, a really good player. Dallas does have some stuff go on that we heard about post-draft with the shoulder, and that there's maybe some injury concerns there with Dallas a bit, but he's got a long way to go to Dallas Turner. So I love the upside, but there was going to be a little bit further and longer for him to get there versus Byron Murphy that you'll be able to tap into what he is pretty quickly. But it's a great scenario on your part because it's kind of a 50-50 thing, You could make an argument for both sides of it, I think. Yeah, Griffey didn't need the roids is right. I absolutely positively can say Griffey did not take roids. Kelly, no problem. Have a blast. And you're going to have 2 days. Is awesome. So many different chances to meet different players. Most, if not all, will grab your phone and take a pic or video. Oh yeah, Kelly, let's go. Just if you see K9, tell him he is loved. I will for sure, Kelly. 100%. 100%. Sean says Latu and Murphy were my clear top 2 defensive guys in the draft. Love Latu's film. I feel justified. Proved out. You hit the nail right on the head with those 2, Sean. First 2 off the board. Ever says, I still feel like Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame because I can't tell the story of baseball without him. Tough for me on that one, man. That's a hard one for me. I think that the steroid era has hurt the game in a major, major way. And it hurt the game not just merely in what it did to statistics, asterisks, whatever you want to call it, to some of the statistics applied to the steroid era, but also in what that lesson told the younger generation of kids. How many more younger kids had the door open to taking steroids because Barry Bonds did it? Mark McGwire did it. It's normal. There's no downside to it. Just do it. They did it. I kind of feel in the opposite direction of it. Barry Bonds was one of the more singularly talented baseball players that I've seen in my lifetime. And then he went and he cheated. I can somewhat understand the utility guy who's your Crash Davis of Bull Durham type player who's bounced around the minor leagues, who's walking his way into his middle 20s, who's right on that edge between AAA and a major league player, and he says, I'm going to do a little bit of juice to get myself over to the side of just being able to play this game. To me, there's a bit of a difference when you have a guy who's a 5-tool player, started playing Major League Baseball at 19, 20 years old professionally, actually in the show, who determines now as his skill set starts to wane a little bit, that he's going to juice up to the 9s. I can't go for that. Not for the lasting impact that it's had. I hope that I hope he's kept out of the Hall of Fame. I hope Mark McGwire's kept out of the Hall of Fame. I hope Roger Clemens is kept out of the Hall of Fame. I hope a lot of them are. And I'm glad Major League Baseball has taken the steps not to put him in. Because it's a pall that they've put over that sport in their actions. And it still reverberates today. You can draw a distinct line between part of the crappiness of the Mariners lineup, on top of being cheap and all that, comes back to a little bit of that approach that got changed by all those young hitters and watching those steroid era guys hit those balls. Chad says, wish I could go to your thing this weekend, but I live in Whatcom and just wouldn't be able to make it. I'm sorry I missed you, Chad. We'll be trying to do more of these if we can, various times. It's possible. AI says, didn't we sign the free agent center from Cleveland? Are we going to have 3 centers on the roster? I think the guy from Cleveland also plays guard. He has played some snaps at guard. Yes, Nick Harris is the guy you're thinking of, AI. I don't know if it's likely we're carrying 3 centers. What you're probably looking at doing here is you have a little bit of an opening at your left guard spot. So if Bradford and Haynes are your 2 right guards and Laken Tomlinson is your left guard, who's the next left guard there that you think is going to fit into being that backup? Satua Lamea? Maybe. Maybe Lamea as a 6th round pick isn't ready and that they feel a lot better about having a Nick Harris type as the backup guard there if they're bringing Connor in. So there is kind of an opening here for them on the roster with the interior of the offensive line to bring a guy in like Connor from a depth standpoint. But I don't think it's indicative that you're going to have 3 centers. One of these guys would be kind of a slash AI where he's center/guard, backup guard. Thomas is on the draft. I was a full go on getting Penix, but once I calmed down, I love the Byron Murphy and Haynes picks. I can't believe Seattle's luck. Very, very lucky and fortunate on both those 2 picks to just kind of have them land in our lap, not have to do anything super aggro aggressively. I mean, look, we've got Murphy bearing down on us for the pick, right? And we know we've got Sean McVay and Les Snead talking over, and Sean McVay's over there just hunting for Les Snead to get that pick put into play. Like, let's get this. Let's be aggressive. Let's do it. And Seattle's just kind of just standing pat, just waiting for him to land in their lap on it, and that's what they did. And that's sometimes how you make a great draft. It isn't always about moving up and down and back and forth and package picks here and jump up there. Sometimes it is about just trusting the value of your board, letting other teams make their mistakes, let them step in it, and then you take advantage of that. And I do feel like that's what they did in this draft, especially at least with those first 2 picks, Thomas, as you do as well. William says, hey, B, do you know how the rookies do on their first day? I haven't heard anything yet. Mike McDonald did do a first press conference, but it was pretty much big picture stuff, talking about some of the injuries that were going on. They didn't really get into too much on the rookies as of yet so far. Thomas says, Harris still a Hawk. Diego Kusaka says, is it wise to potentially keep reps from Oluwatimi by bringing in Connor Williams? We should keep Olu in the middle and Williams as a guard. What do you think, Brandon? I think you've got to try to build the best offensive line you can possibly. And I'm very hopeful for Oluwatimi, and I like his upside quite a bit. But if the coaching staff has questions or reservations about his upside being limited, or that he is not going to be as good of a player as we're kind of potentially forecasting him to be able to be, for, at the end of the day, he is a late 5th round pick at the end of the day, for where he landed. And maybe they don't think that there's enough there. I mean, you look at the difference between Connor Williams and this guy. Connor Williams is a recent 2nd round pick. The place of where these 2 guys is drafted is a wildly different spot. It's very hard on this answer necessarily, Diego, because it all is sort of dependent upon where the coaching staff sees the upside of Oluwatimi. Is it in alignment with us? Are they not quite sure? Do they have some questions? And this is a move about their questions. We don't want to have this be the weak link of our offensive line. And I that's where I'm not quite sure on where they stand with that a bit. I think some of the move is to help out the guard position as well and give you some reinforcement there. But some of that is also that we can increase the overall upside of this offensive line by bringing in Connor Williams. And that it almost becomes, that's the decision at the forefront of this, more than it is about where's Oluwatimi at in his progression. Do we want to hinder that? Do we want to, it's more about how do I get the best offensive line? Just how do I get it to the top state it possibly could be? Jessica Sylvia says, 7 years of crap in regards to the Mariners. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Chad says, so what if major league hitters simply don't want to come here? Pitchers park and all. Well, again, this is where's the evidence of that, Chad? Where's the recent evidence of any player referencing the fact that they weren't going to come to Seattle because of the pitcher's park? And again, these are factors that are well within your control, as we talked about on recent show, where, okay, if you are getting that coming back from hitters, where you literally can't sign any hitters for the last 10 years because they don't want any part of your park, then you move the fences in at that point, right? You don't just simply go, well, we're stuck. There's nothing we can do. Guess we just can't sign anybody. But honestly, that's not really the reality of the situation anyway, because the Mariner organization and what they've told us to the fan base over and over again is that we don't have the money. They've told us why we're not getting the hitters. You're not getting the hitters because they don't want to get. You're not getting the hitters because you won't spend the money, because you want to be a bottom third payroll in Major League Baseball. And that's that's what it is. We can dance around the edges of these other issues and things, but that's at the heart of the issue there, is that you won't come out of your pocket and write the paycheck. You won't spend the money other owners are willing to spend. And as we talked last week on this, Chad, it's not a 1 year off on this. When it's multiple decades that your owner's been coming down the line and telling me this, it gets old. It gets old for a fan base. They get tired of the same old excuses being applied. And that's the same excuse that's been applied. And I mean, you even saw it this last offseason, Chad, to give you a reference of a specificity on this. Oh, we have our Root Sports television contract is going on to this other platform thing, and we don't know what to do, and we're not going to make enough money from Root Sports, so now we don't. Oh, so this you just walked into that? You had no foresight on that? You had no chance to deal with that in advance? You just suddenly woke up one day and Root Sports put you in this category? Give me a break. It's an excuse, and it's a weak one. And it feels like a weak one, Chad. Again, if you had not a fan base that wasn't stacking that stadium on a weekly basis, or fans that weren't watching on the TV. But we do that as well as any fan base in Major League Baseball on both of those two fronts. So this should be the one fan base you're not coming back to and claiming poverty on. But indeed, that is their claim and where they stand. Ricardo says, Sean McVay is an offensive genius. That athletic interview really shows he knows his offensive football. And if he fears that McDonald defense, we're in good place going forward. Well said, Ricardo. And I agree with you. There's no doubt about Sean McVay's acumen as an offensive play caller and as a head coach. He definitely knows ball. He knows offense. No doubt about that. And it was a really fun interview to listen to. Especially, I thought the interviewer did a good job of getting into things and details that are not normal places those interviews would go. Where it's more, we're going to stay on kind of the surface of stuff, and they got into some real depth there. And some of his questions were really good at prodding into those depths. So it was a great interview. I highly recommend folks watch it. Chad says, laughing out loud, you're getting heat laughing out loud. Yeah. Sitting for 18 innings would suck bad. No, I am heated about it. I love my teams, man. I love my Seahawks. I love my Mariners. I don't have a feeling towards them of, I just don't care. I'm angry about it. I'm pissed about it. I've lived through my life to watch owners come through here and try to constantly pilfer our teams and steal them to other places. I've had my Sonics team literally stolen. Hell, our Seattle Pilots team, if you want to get down to it, was stolen even before I lived. They're the Milwaukee Brewers now, or the Seattle Pilots. We can't keep a ball club. Then we get a ball club, and we can't have any ownership that will actually support the ball club. It does get frustrating. It does make me mad. And, it's not just that 18 innings of being in that game having it happen. It's the fact that it's all those years that lead up to that moment. It's another year here now, another year removed from that happening, because that was, a year ago, 2 years ago or whatever. And now you're another year removed from it. And it's still the same problems I was facing that I was sitting in that stadium facing, and they're not fixing it. And I think you'd understand, Chad, if you have an issue you're not fixing as an organization for 2 decades of time, for 3 decades of time, for 4 decades of time, for 5 decades of time, and you have a fan base that is dedicated and is loyal, and they can't just go back to well, you didn't fill the stadium, so I can't spend the money. So, but you fill the stadium, you show the support, you put eyeballs on televisions, you give them the ratings, and then they come back and they still say to you, I just don't have any money. Like I will get emotional. I will get angry about that stuff. I will get up in arms on that kind of stuff. Thomas says, what gives me confidence about Mike McDonald is he doesn't ask for Stone and Queen. It's true. He got by. He didn't put that at the forefront. Certainly not even how they drafted Thomas. He had a guy in Junior Colson that he could have said, John, you got to get Junior Colson out of this draft. If you want to have my defense run and run right, give me Junior Colson. Didn't do that either on it, which I think is telling. Snail says, baseball peaked when Bonds and McGuire were battling for the home run record. Been downhill from there. Indeed it has. Jessica says, 20 years of crap is a lot of crap. I stopped with the M's in about 2005. I took a bit of a break at that time too, and I came back a few years ago to try to see if, maybe they've learned their ways and this is going to change a little bit, and it hadn't. But I did the same thing where it got old at that time. We were like, oh my God, really? Come on. This same thing. Thomas says, he said, I will build up the players in-house and the coaching hires, and signing is very tactful. Being Mike McDonald. Yeah, I love that about him too. He's trusting his ability to coach these guys up, Thomas, that I don't just need grade A stars to make my system work. He says, I used to go to pilot games. They were bad. Sean, what's up with the baseball talk? It comes up from time to time. Ricardo, the best way to follow the Mariners is to just be casual about it. Go to a game once or twice a year and have no expectations. That's right. That's right. Chris says hitters can't see the ball half the time. It gets lost incoming because the wall is too short in spots. It's a fix that could help any hitter's average. It's true. I've heard the backdrop is a bit tougher for hitters in that part. Kelly says, I didn't realize Michael Gallup is retiring. Good dude. Yeah, strange retirement. You think there's still a little bit left in that guy? He was really coming on a couple of years ago. I wonder a little bit if, he had the torn ACL, Kelly. Did that end up robbing him? And little Dallas Cowboy, maybe he'll give us a little bit of insight on this, but did that maybe rob him a little bit of some of his, ability here? It does with some of those players. Jimmy Bouton. Dallas Cowboys just trade Metcalf for Neon Prime Time. Well, that'd be a fun secondary. Tariq Woolen, Deion Sanders, and Devin Witherspoon. We'd just be in nickel 24/7, little Dallas. I don't know if I could do that. I mean, I could see the smartness behind it, I guess. Your secondary would be stacked up like hell. I'll tell you that. No doubt in the secondary. Sanchez, thank you for 21 long months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. I appreciate you for that, Sanchez. It's great to see you in the house too, man. It says, about ducking time. All these other pretend sports only make me miss football more. Let's go, brother. Let's go. Casey says Tony Gwynn was the best, got lost in the Padres. Yeah, another baseball organization through the years that constantly walked around claiming they were broke, claiming they didn't have the money. But that's one of those places where maybe I can understand a little bit of a Padres ownership where, at that time, they were in a bad stadium. They had to kind of wait to get their new stadium. Just ask the Chargers. But, they didn't have that support either at that time. So, yeah. But it's weird because you have in the Padres a team that even a couple years ago was out there spending as much money as they could, doing all they could to try to maximize those fans in that stadium. Show them, hey, we're in this. We're going for it. Goes to show you ownership groups can change and mindsets can change over time, unless you're in Seattle. Snail says Carter's a character risk, Spoon's an injury risk. Spoon was probably the better bet. Amen. Kelly says T-Pain was hilarious. We need to incorporate Jones. I gotta see if there's a Jerry Jones voice sampler on here. So I'm just getting through them. But they got a lot of little ones you can do on here. It's a lot of fun things to sort of play with on this. I'm glad you guys like it though. I'll be using those voice modifiers here and there just to have a little bit of fun. This guy says that Purdy boy's gonna get paid $55 million next year. A hearty sum, a tidy sum. Casey says Kyle Shanahan's a weirdo, thin-skinned, apparently losing team a bit. I hadn't heard on that. It was funny. It's funny to watch him and Grant Cohn go after it because he obviously feels a way about Grant, and Grant knows how to say the right question in the right way to kind of, I think, poke him a little bit. It's an interesting dynamic they got over there. I'll say that. But could be, Casey. Could be. Spencer said, if you trade Abe Lucas for Trent Williams right now straight up, with the exception that you give Trent the max extension, would you? No, I wouldn't. Trent Williams is heading into being like 37 years old. And we've seen through these years that there are very few players past the age of 35 that can continue to play. Trent's also had a lot of injuries through his career, and there's a lot of wear and tear on that body. He's played a lot of extra games on top of his elder age. He's played a lot of playoff games on top of his elder age. He's like 36 years old, but probably has like a 38, 39-year-old body on the back of those extra games that he has played. No, I wouldn't do that. You'd end up having to move Charles Cross to right tackle. I don't know if that really fit for him to work at right tackle at that point, Spencer. So just a little bit too old for me at that point with Trent. And it's part of the reason why the Niners don't want to give him this contract. He's going into the final year of his deal, but from the Niners' perspective, why do we want to do that? You're going to retire in 2 years. You sign him to a new deal now too, Spencer. The thing you're signing up for is not just the play of what you get in Trent Williams right now. It's also signing up for then in year 3 and 4 of the deal, he will be retired. And you will have bad dead money then still on your books. I guarantee you, if Trent Williams gets money right now, I guarantee you that there is going to be 2 years of bad money on the books on any Trent Williams contract you sign right now. Because he will pull that move. Chris's pumpkin is opinionated on the Mariners' problem. Oh, she's super passionate about it. She is. She's also over it. That's why she's sleeping right now. Casey says Trent's left tackle, Abe is right tackle. Abe is old. Yeah, you wouldn't move Trent to right tackle either, and it just wouldn't work on that. Sweetie says I found the cure for pass protection, but I lost it. Damn it, I hate when that happens. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Garth, it's great to see you in the house, and I appreciate you for that donation. Let's read Garth's in the narrator's voice, shall we? It's always fun. Here's what Garth's got to say.
The steroid era was incredible, with those dudes coming up to the plate looking like Mr. Universe and hitting 600 footers. Bad for the game, though.
Indeed, I wouldn't deny anybody that says, Garth, it was fun to watch. Was it fun to watch Sammy and Mark go back and forth? Sure. Was it fun to watch Barry Bonds hammering that ball into the Bay of San Francisco? Sure. But like you say, is it good for the game? Was it best for the game? Was it ultimately something that helped the game out? It's almost like it's almost like they were sort of like doing drugs a little bit there. You got your real quick high, but then there was a heavy price to be paid for the foreseeable next couple of decades on the back of it, in my opinion. And I think even to this day, we are still paying that price. We have young hitters that came up watching these guys hit and they go, oh, I can do that. I can take that approach to the plate with me. And I'll be like that. And they didn't have that power that those guys had, because that power that those guys had was artificially manufactured on the back of their steroid body. And so you have guys taking this approach to the plate of trying to swing for shots, and it's removed their ability to have bat control, to play within the counts, choke. God forbid somebody chokes up ever. Those days are over with. Gaming Taco Dare, do the Seahawks have an above average offensive line this year? Gaming Taco, it has the potential to be an above average offensive line. On paper, it can be that, but there's a lot that has to come together. And it was not an offensive line that was close to being an above average. It wasn't even close to being an average offensive line last season. So there's a long way to go just to get to average. Say nothing of then to get above average. I think that the upside is there for that to happen, but a lot has to come together for that to happen. Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas have to play a majority of the games this season. Haynes needs to be the real deal and be the real deal early on. We need some steadying of the ship with the center and the left guard position. All those things kind of need to happen if we have any kind of hope to get to that place of it. But I even think that's going to be a big jump. And really the aim really should as much be get from a back end crew on the offensive line to at least middle of the road. And that will take this offense very far in itself, just on that alone. Kevin O'Connell says, where are y'all meeting in Seattle? So I posted it's pinned right now as a message on the channel right now. You can see from the Hawks Nest pinned right at the top. I have in there, we're meeting at Diamond Knot in Mount Lake Terrace. So at 5:30 p.m., 5:30 to 6 p.m., depending on how fast I can get down to Diamond Knot from Renton. I'll be coming from training camp. So I'll be at training camp on Friday. I'll be at training camp on Saturday. Then we're going to go down to Diamond Knot in Mount Lake Terrace Saturday evening at 5:30. And we'll be doing a Hawks Nest meet and greet, 5:30 p.m., Mount Lake Terrace, Diamond Knot Brewery is where we'll be. Kevin O'Connell says they're totally dropping Purdy to stay competitive. They may. Indications seem to be a bit of a year out on this. And I think, Kevin, especially if Brandon Ayuk is moved, I think that's the canary in the coal mine on this situation, that Purdy is going to probably end up getting a contract extension. Because somebody was going to have to be clipped away from the current crop of guys to have the money to afford Purdy for next offseason. And that would be the indicator to me on that if they were doing that. And this seems to be the road that they're heading down, be it either Debo or with Brandon Ayuk. One of the two are going to go to accommodate that deal to Purdy. We'll see which one it is, and we'll see when the time of that is. Is it this year? Are they able to squeeze the one last year out and then make it a move that they make in the offseason? Little Dallas Cowboy says, speaking of 3 states and water, I was in 4 states at once, the 4 corners. No, I drove by and walked around it, but did play Twister with my girl. Same. I know that spot. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd be in 4 states at once. What kind of Twister were you playing? Thomas says, shoot, if Griffey took roids, he would have hit 950 homers. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but that's how good Junior was. No, he would have taken the home run record. And that's the thing that part of, again, my reasoning too with being so angry at guys like McGuire and Bonds is because while they got to raise their stakes up and suddenly find this third life to their career that no other player should ever be really given, and it isn't given naturally, you have to artificially make that happen. There's a whole conversation that supposedly went down between Junior and Barry Bonds. And Barry Bonds was over at Griffey's house, and their family were over, and they were eating, and it was during the Sammy Sosa and Mike McGuire home run chase that was going on. And Barry Bonds was lamenting that these two guys, much lesser talented than Griffey and Bonds, were being celebrated at a much better, higher level than them. And Bonds said, I'm going to start taking steroids like they do. I'm going to start doing what they're doing. And Griffey said, no, I'm not. And Bonds went on and extended his career and set the home run record. And Junior's body started to break down. That's the thing they don't tell you about the steroid part that doesn't kind of factor into it. Is, yeah, it's that makes you stronger in that way, right? It's going to make you more explosive power and whatnot. But it's also the allowing you to get over injuries quicker, allowing you to recover and heal faster. It's both of those things that it allows you to do. And Griffey, having played all those years on artificial turf, especially his lower legs, started to break down, started to wear down. So you should know, Brett Boone getting called out. Brett probably dabbled. He probably dabbled. And Griffey did have the perfect swing, Casey. Best swing I've ever seen in baseball. Most beautiful swing I've ever seen in baseball. War Chief, how you doing, man? Well, Dallas Cowboy tried to imitate the Griffey swing, but I miss every time. You elongate out your swing when you try to do it. I was a lefty, Little Dallas, so I was even just like Griffey hitting lefty. I could hit lefty, but it naturally, I don't know how he did it, but he found a way to take that swing and shorten the stroke on it. Whereas if you try to imitate it, your stroke would always long. There was something in the way that he could snap his wrist through the zone to quicken it in that way. War Chief says Connor Williams at center all day if healthy. He was the second best overall center in the league when he was on the field last year. Make Olu earn it. Nothing given. I love it, War Chief, and I agree 100% on that front of it, man. That is for sure. That is for sure. Jessica agrees. She says, make the team better. Let people compete for roles. I'm 100% with y'all on this one. Casey says, had such great timing for that, such a long swing. Boy, he did. JT says, let's go Seahawks. Let's go, JT. Chris says, I used a bigger barrel bat. I would try to, too, on that. Another thing, he had pretty good size bat on it as well, being the guy's 6'3", so it's hard that you just don't have the bat control with those bigger bats. Chris says, fans still show up to the games and spend money. Owners only care about revenue. It's much true. Very true. Thomas says, I feel Ohtani wanted to come to Seattle. He just wanted to get paid. Giving up is a loser deal. Yeah, it signaled to me of what the direction, that it's part of understanding the direction they were going to go this offseason and what they were, you could see them telegraphing this approach that they have right now. And that is that when they didn't go after Ohtani, who we know wanted to, I think, come here. And I think when they just showed no interest in it and that they weren't going to come close to giving him the money, especially the way that they could have deferred the money if they wanted to, really. And they didn't do it. And it's an indication of the team's lack of commitment when you have one of the greatest superstars in the sport who has an inroads to wanting to come to your franchise, but you just don't even broach the subject of even trying because you're so scared off by the sticker price. It's not that he isn't good. It's not that he isn't worth the price. It's we just don't have the money on it. John, thoughts on the Love extension? I think it's a well-earned extension, Sean. He's played in the Wink Martindale defense with the Giants, which is, of course, a lot of the same offshoot of a type of defense that we're running right now. So being characterized as being needed to utilize in a bunch of different roles, and free safety, strong safety, down the slot, play outside corner if we need to do that sometimes, play man, play zone. He is going to fit into this defense as well as anybody in the secondary not named Devin Witherspoon, in his just fit with his versatility and what that brings. And with McDonald, when you think about McDonald and what he wants in his defenders, maybe almost at the forefront, think, do they have versatility? Can they do a variety of things? Are they less a one lane down kind of player and a multiple lane player? And in Love's case, he's a multiple lane player. Started out a little bit rough last year, initially with your Hawks, Sean, but again, he was coming from that Martindale defense to more of the Carroll defense, which was going to be different responsibilities. He got better as the year went along. He got more comfortable as the year went along. He ended up pretty well graded by PFF in the overall standing of things. I think he had 4 or 5 interceptions on the year, and they were all pretty legit interceptions at that. So I like the extension. I also don't think it's going to be in the same neighborhood of the contracts that you've given out recently to Jamal Adams or Quandre Diggs. It'll probably be about $8-9 million a year or something in that territory. And I'm okay giving that out. He's about 28 years old, not too old. I think it's a deal that makes a lot of sense for everyone involved in Seattle. Smart on their process too, because they're going to need to probably do something here with the safety position one way or the other here in the next year, because you had basically both your two safeties on kind of de facto 1-year contracts, and Love going into the final year of his deal and Rayshon Jenkins signing a 2-year deal, but it's really kind of a 1-year deal that you can get out after 1 year if you don't feel like you're getting your returns. So good deal. Understandable. It doesn't put you and force you into a corner next offseason of, we got to go get the safety now. We got to get 2 safeties now. You now have a little bit of flexibility with that too in your approach for roster building next year too on top of it. So I think it's pretty good all the way around. I don't have any issues with it whatsoever. Ricardo says Seattle fans are way too loyal for how bad the team is. The park is still more than half full. Yeah, you're not getting change anytime soon because people are still showing up even when things aren't in that very good of a state. And you're right. I think that there are times that we in the Pacific Northwest will sometimes celebrate mediocrity. And it's like, look, this isn't about participation trophies. You know, I'm trying to space out the Thai France, you know, watching the fans like almost in tears on Twitter with the release of a Thai France. What are we doing? What are we doing? You know? Do we want to be great, or we just want to celebrate the participation trophy guys? Well, he was a Mariner, so celebrate him. For what? For getting hit? Well, Dallas, I would watch 18 innings. That translates to 36 beers. That was the crappy part, little Dallas Cowboys, that they shut off the beers in like the 7th inning. So no more beer after 7th inning, which meant 11 innings of beer buzz wearing off. Casey, I used to watch Sonics first year, listen to Bob Blackburn. Love the Sonics. I miss me some Sonics. I really do. Cardo, I've never seen a team as bad at offense as the 2024 Mariners. It is incredible how bad they are. It's been frustrating the last couple of years to watch, so to think that it's even worse, Ricardo, it's crazy. I would be going, I'm glad I didn't tune in this year. Dallas Cowboy MG13 was healthy, usually monster at the high point, but the injuries at the end were enough. I don't know, only 20 years old, probably has good business outside of football. Michael Gallup, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, hey, he did sign that one contract, he had to get paid. And when you get paid at that amount, that's generational wealth you're getting. You don't have to play a whole lot extra after that. Just get through a couple of years and you're good to go. So hopefully he did make some smart decisions. And I always like to tell people, we like to think about these ACLs and these major Achilles injuries and act like these guys with medical science can just come back like it's robotic or something. And it's not. Some of these guys can come back at 100%. Some of these guys come back and they're always a little bit less of what they once were. JT says, I'm looking for Geno to pass for 35 touchdowns, 12 wins, and the number 4 overall total defense. Well, if you're the number 4 overall total defense, I can almost but guarantee you that stat alone. If you told me that, JT, you're the number 4 overall defense, I'd tell you that probably means this is a team that's winning 12 games. Because I know the offense is going to be good. I do know that. And if the defense is up to that level, and that's a huge jump from where they were last year, that would be pretty incredible. I am forecasting out 35, 36 touchdowns for Geno Smith this year, JT. I think he's going to fit to this offense like a duck to water. And I think that this is going to see him at his most maximized. On top of the fact that you have all the playmakers you do for him to utilize, you finally have built up the line to the best place it's been in his 3 years now as a starter. And that means to me, you're going to get the best version of Geno with it. Little Dallas Cowboy says, what's the name of your voice changer modifier app? The name of it is Voice Mod, and it is free to use. Casey says, Grant is who I listen to. Good stuff. I like it. He's willing to shake things up, man. You know, you got so many of these reporters that go into these press conferences and they're never willing to ask any tough questions or try to push things at all. And it's nice to have people in there that are willing to, just see what's in there, sift around a little bit. Sweetest says, was Grant a radio host on the Sacramento Radio Sports Center? I can't remember the station's name. If that's the dude, he's excellent. I don't know if he was on that. I know he's got a big YouTube channel. Little Dallas Cowboy. Okay, serious question. Would you trade Jordan for LeBron? I would. Well, I prefer Jordan over LeBron, Little Dallas. I will give a little bit of ground here where I think it's a generational thing a little bit too. Where, if you're a generation that's grown up watching basketball with LeBron through his prime and you have a gravitation to him over Jordan, I would get that. I would understand that. I think that when it comes to the Jordan-LeBron debate, I think that Jordan is a singularly different athlete from almost any athlete I've seen in my lifetime. So when the debate comes down to between just Jordan and LeBron, for me, it's not just simply about Jordan-LeBron. It's a Jordan as a singular element of a mentality almost, and how he's wired and driven. And that it's almost goes then beyond a bit of just the basketball aspect of who's just the pure best basketball player. Jordan's will, Jordan's competitiveness, Jordan's level of fight that he has to it, I think just have me always go a little bit more to him over LeBron. I think LeBron's a great player, all-timer, no doubt about that. But Michael was just different. Thomas says, sorry, it was hard, but Ken Griffey was my favorite player, so I watched his swing. Plus, I saw Baseball Nights. That's how I do it. Indeed. Yeah, they used to do a great job of showing the slow-mo on him. Hard to replicate that swing, though. Chris says, it's like fake boobs. Look great, but false advertising. Exactly. War Chief, have a great time at training camp and have a great time on the meetup with the fans, Brandon. If it wasn't in Hawaii, I would definitely be there meeting my fave Hawks newscaster in my bucket list. Well, you never know. I might end up over on the Hawaii side. I get to Maui every once in a while, War Chief. So maybe we'll do a meet and greet up there at some point. I'm definitely down. Little Dallas Cowboy. Okay, Travis Frederick, the best center I've ever seen until Gillian Barre got him. The best I've ever seen on the level of 73. Frederick's a great player, man. What do you make? 8 or 9 Pro Bowls, 5, 6 All-Pros. He's going to be a guy talked about in the Hall of Fame. No doubt about that, too. So, very good player, man. You Cowboys, one thing you guys did really well of in the late teens to the early 2000s is done a great job of building the offensive line up, continuing to reinforce it, continuing to make sure that you make it a point of emphasis in the drafts. And that's the one part of the approach of the Cowboys I really do like, is their willingness to truly do all they can to make sure that offensive line is the strength of the team. Duran says, will you be streaming any Mariner games this year? Sadly, probably not, Duran. I mean, if they get in the playoffs, maybe I'll stream a couple from the Crow's Nest channel over there at that time with it. But a few different things came into play with that for me with running the Crow's Nest, the Mariners channel. And first and foremost is that there's just not as much interest on the YouTube sphere for Mariners content and live streaming those games. We get like 15 people in there. So it just wasn't much there with it on that. And I just didn't want to watch bad baseball again this year. As I've said, I've sat through it for decades. I couldn't pull myself through another year of watching strikeout after strikeout and great pitching performance being thrown in the crapper. I just said, I'll wait till they change their approach. So when the Mariners want to actually do something to truly indicate and show the fans that they're trying to compete and do everything they can to truly compete for World Series, which is what it takes to win a World Series. You're not going to get there by luck. You're not going to just fall into it. You got to purposefully take an approach that's all oars are in the water. And right now with our Mariners, they've got about 2 oars in the water and 4 oars out. And those oars in the water are working hard. They're pulling with everything they got, but it's not going to be enough in my opinion. And so I come down to it on Duran where I say, I need to see a different approach from my ownership group. I need you to show me in a tangible fashion you care about winning. And I'm not talking 54%. I'm talking about pushing for true World Series. And I know what that looks like, and this ain't it. Ryu, Ken, our defense can be the best on the NFC. Offense needs to step up. I love your guys' optimism with it, man. I hope so. Keep it in mind with this Ryu. It's been a defense kind of near the back of the stack here recently overall. So there is a lot that needs to be improved on this defense to get to that state. But the talent's there. The ability's there for them to get there. That's for sure. DJ, Jeff N, JF, looking at the home game schedule, which games are you most excited for, sans the Niners? I think the two that really stand out to me that I'm really, really looking forward to is going to be the Dolphins game, because there's the first two games of the year. You have a little bit of I'm not going to call it a bit of a breath, but you have an opportunity to go really 2-0, kind of on the back of playing two rookie quarterbacks in their first two games. That's a little bit of a benefit in our favor on those two games. So then you do come to the Dolphins game, and here's your real kind of true full test of a playoff caliber team coming into your house that can provide a unique level of challenge in their personnel and how they run that personnel. So that's the first one that stands out. And then with the Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen is just so much fun to watch play the position. He's so still wild with it. He's still unpredictable. He'll kind of still be able to take your breath away with some of the stuff he can do at times. And they certainly gave us a hell of they didn't beat the hell out of us, but they gave us a hell of a good hard time there when we went to Buffalo a couple years ago. It'd be nice to return the favor on them. So those would be the two games that I'm really going to lock into and look forward to on the home matchups. Brian says first year defensive expectations of anything better than middle of the pack is a setup for disappointment. IMO. I kind of think so as well. There'll be a kind of a leap up this year, and then hopefully a leap up next year, I think, to get to a state of maybe a defense that can be elite again. Potential's there with it, but there's just so long to go. They got a Lord of the Rings like traveling to Mordor trip to get to that good defensive state. Chris says Ty France is a nice kid, but he needed to go. Hanniger, as much as I also liked him, needs to go. Yeah. Hanniger, again, another guy that shouldn't have even been signed in the first place. Had a miserable year last year with San Francisco. Wasn't that good with you the last time he was here. You were just kind of rolling dice and hoping you get the double ones. Double snake eyes. Your boy Michael in the house. What's up, your boy? Chris says, can't repeat what we saw in Jordan. IMO, no disrespect to anyone who's come after. Exactly. I don't mean to sound like it's no disrespect to LeBron. It's just Michael was, if there's ever been a singular athlete who absolutely had an utter refusal to lose a basketball game and took that mentality as far as it possibly humanly can be taken, Michael Jordan was that guy to me. And he already was brilliantly talented and had all the physical ability in the world. And then you combine that with that mentality, and that's what set him apart to me. Little Dallas Cowboy says, but LeBron makes teams finals worthy and leaves them in the lottery. Jordan was in the lottery close to a decade and acquired by losing. Everyone's going to kind of have their different measurements on this one, Little Dallas Cowboy, of, and that's the hard part about this debate, is that none of us are operating kind of from the same places of what we measure of what's important or what's not important, or what is the thing that should determine the GOAT. It's why these debates are always fun. But it does make it hard because we don't always have a standard that we go off of in it. Is it this the standard, or is that the standard? Is it how many wins they've had? Is it how many trophies they've had? Is it how many times they've lost in the finals? Is it how great they've been in the finals? Is it how great they've been just during their whole career? How much does longevity overtake somebody that's been half as long in their career? It gets tough on this one, kind of this debate on that, War Chief says, B, I'm a Sonics fan. I'm a 12 and a Sonic fan. I only watch Mariners because my dad loved them. He hasn't seen the game since Griffey Jr., but he has old VSH tapes of Griffey and watches them with tears in his eyes. Oh, man, that's tough. That's tough to hear. Special time, man. Special time back then, being able to watch some of the, Seahawks weren't as good at that time, but baseball and basketball were very exciting at that point. Or Chief, I wouldn't trade Allen Iverson for LeBron. I can't stand LeBron. He's horrible for the game. What a crybaby. Going hard. I like practice for real when I saw AI. Practice. Talking about practice. Yeah, AI is awesome. Gaming Taco, JSN looking good. He looks like he gained about 10 pounds of muscle this offseason. A little bit bigger on that side of it, which is welcome. It's kind of what you expect. It's part of the reason that coaches often say these players make this big leap from year 1 to year 2. Is very much having to do with the fact these guys have an opportunity to be in a weight room for a full year. You're not going to class. You're not distracted by anything else. You're a professional. You're able to just go in there and get your work in every day. And you put that work in like that, you're going to see the benefit of it down the line. Ran the Cut says Kobe over all of them. Go Ran. Duran, Julian Love's contract extension, 3-year, $36 million. Indeed, Duran. Indeed. And he's only 26. My bad, Duran. I had him at 27, 28. So just heading into his prime. Still a very young player. And it's a good contract, man. I don't got any issues with it. I don't mind having one safety you pay on the roster. The problem was when you're making 2 of your safeties the highest paid at their position kind of thing, or 2 top 5 paid safeties. That's when you go, whoa, hold on. Hold up here. But the deal makes a lot of sense. He's earned it. It's a little bit like Uchenna when he came in the year before Duran, where Uchenna came in on a 2-year deal. He really balled out that first year, earned that contract for the second year, and the Hawks gave it to him. I think Julian Love had a very similar ascent. My favorites and who I think are the best in basketball are different, I think, and who I think are the best in basketball are different. Yeah, that's understandable. Favorite versus best can sometimes be separate. Little Dallas Cows, I'm interested in the ability by y'all to argue and respect both sides of the debate. I am a Hawk now. And yes, number 24 was great. Let's go, Little Dallas Cowboy. We got you converted eventually. We'll be a little Seattle Seahawks Cowboy here. Little Seattle, and then we'll be Little Seattle Seahawks. We'll slowly transition you away, man. slowly but surely transition you away. And I agree with you, man. And it's not something that I've had anything to do with. It is everything to do with my chat and the community here, Little Dallas Cowboy, and that it's just kind of understood on this that we're all trying to come in here and just have good discussion, good debate, and there never has to be any disrespect with that to accomplish that. Things can get heated, and people are going to feel passionately about where they stand on subjects in this day and age, especially when it comes to sports. We know that. But I think you can do both. I think you can be passionate, and you can try to make a case and be ardently for that case, but at the same time making sure you're absolutely being respectful of the other person too, and not trying to tear them down or do anything that, keep the gloves up, and if you can get a community on that level and that everyone understands this is where we're going, this is what we're trying to do. I think it fosters something that's just so awesome here, and that we can go all over the place. The discussion can stay open. We don't have to worry about closing down certain avenues because it's going to trigger out people. And I love that. Love that about this channel. So it's really my favorite thing about this channel is that we've been able to keep this in this mode, man. Appreciate you. Little Seattle Seahawks, man. It's coming. We can go slow. We go Little Seattle Cowboy. And then we just, by mid-season, we have you make the full move over. Ortiz, my favorites all time. Kemp, Iverson, Kobe, Hakeem, Carter. Those are great choices, man. Very exciting players. Very exciting players. Brian Myers says, if Jordan Love gets the highest contract ever, we really need a quarterback cap. Yeah, it's time. It is absolutely time. And I was having a comment. I posted on my Clips channel, Hawks Nest Clips. Subscribe today. On my Hawks Nest Clips channel, I was posting one about the fact that it's time for the clip for about, it's time for the quarterback salary cap. And somebody was mentioning, well, it's quarterbacks have always made a lot more of the money than anybody else on the roster. And that it might have been true that you're in the 90s and there were the quarterbacks that were making more than the other guys on the roster, but there was a select few of them. It would have been your Joe Montana, Dan Marino, Warren Moon. You know, Dave Craig wasn't making the equivalent of $50 million in his day and age. And what's happened now is the Dave Craigs of the world are making the $50 million, are making the market-setting deals, and that's why the quarterback cap needs to come in place. Not because they're simply the best paid, the best quarterbacks are being the highest paid. It's that guys that aren't the best quarterbacks are being the highest paid. And that's the part to me that's been the real transition and change in the sport when it comes to quarterbacks in the last 20 years. And that's where we need to make an adjustment, because it's taking from other players when you're having a little bit better than average quarterbacks now, outpacing other guys on the rosters over 2-1. Somebody else is going to lose out on that in that deal, I think. Mr. Dog says Vince Carter's dunk in the Olympics is the greatest dunk of all time. Certainly has got an argument to be made, man. You jump over what was a 7-foot center's head, jump over his head. That wasn't a guard he did it to, you know? That wasn't a little 6-foot guard. You got a 6'6" guy jumping over, you know? No, you got a guy, this guy's 7 inches taller than you, jumped over his head. Yeah, that was pretty amazing dunk. Warchief says LeBron James can only be in the conversation because he has the owner's pay for the talent. Michael Jordan created the talent and the teams. The only guy he ever asked for by name was Rodman. A lot more of it organically built from within Michael. That is a place that I do ding LeBron on, is that a lot of what LeBron's done is, you know, bounce around to try to create his little super teams and manufacture rather than organically build it. So I have that same kind of bit of an issue with it. It wouldn't be the deciding factor with me between the debate of it, but it is a factor. It is a factor. I can see the you spamming the heart emojis hand grenade. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Dog, street cred for remember, Brando. Oh man, that dunk was special. You know, special. Because again, you do it on a guy like that is that tall. You know, you got to get up. You know, he probably had his head above the square when he hit up at the apex of his leap to get over the top of that guy. Just an insane dunk to get that level in. And Carter had that just crazy vert. Even though when he was like old, when he was 37 and he's still getting up and putting down. Orgy says Michael Jordan never cried about fans sitting courtside before having them kicked out. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Greg Kim says the greatest dunk of all time is the air up there doing a 720. It's pretty impressive, too. That is pretty impressive, too. It's a good time to thank the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy today is sponsoring the Hawks Nest, has been sponsoring the Hawks Nest, and will be sponsoring us throughout the course of the next year. Thank you to Underdog for showing the support here to the channel. And you can show the support to the channel and Underdog today as well and get yourself a freebie of $100 in your pocket. How do you do that? Well, you're going to click either the description link section below. Just down the description link, I got a link right to Underdog's site, which will directly take you with my code NEST or NEST. And if you use NEST when you sign up with Underdog Fantasy, they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. So $100 from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app, and you support the channel at the very same time. We call that, folks, a win-win-win. So join Underdog today. Take advantage of their great ongoing parlays for this upcoming season. We'll be going through some of my picks here as we get closer to the season, but you can get in on some of this baseball. You want to help yourself out with Mariner Baseball. You want to make yourself feel a little bit better. You know, we'll just go down and get yourself a parlay put together. The Mariner batter's not hitting because you know they're not likely to do it, so that when they lose, you at least win some money. You know what I mean? If they got to lose, at least you can get a little bit of coin in your pocket for them having done it, right? It's the least that you could do. So do check them out today. Do utilize that code today, and thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. We'll probably put a little bit of a button on this somewhat soon here. I don't necessarily need to go right now, but we'll be putting a little bit of a close on this. I've got about a 6 o'clock flight tomorrow morning into Seattle. So I've got some packing to do here still and prep work stuff to do here to get ready to go for tomorrow myself on that side of it. Hand grenade, what's the news on the getting our basketball team back? There were some rumors here in the last couple months that NBA is getting closer and closer to announcing the Sonics back around 2027, 2028. But again, there's nothing concrete with this. It still is very much a open situation at the moment. War Chief, I don't know about greatest dunks there because there was a lot, but there were some legendary ones like Kevin Johnson on Akeem Olajuwon, and damn, that's another good one where a small guy goes up and climbs the tower to go and put the dunk down. Yeah, it's always cool when the small guys go up, for sure. Oh, sure. Ran the Cut says, you know it's bad when one of your nicknames is La Flop. It doesn't help. It definitely does not help. That's for. Mr. Dog, are people RSVPing for the brewery or just showing up? I'm just going to have everybody show up. I don't know if, this is one of those things, Mr. Dog, where I could go there and we got 4 people that show up on the Saturday and it's like, that's all we got. And we may fill the sucker up. So, part of the fun, let's just see what happens. Maybe it'll end up with the manager yelling at me midway, like, why are you having all these people in here? We don't have the staff. We don't have the time. But I think it'll be okay. It's a big place too. So that's part of the choosing a little bit of the bigger brewery is if we do have a lot of people show up for the spot, then we'll be able to accommodate everybody in there. But I don't know how many people are going to show up. I know it's a little bit short notice and all that on that side of it. So, we'll have to see. But if you guys are interested, just as a note, I am heading to Seattle tomorrow. I will be at training camp on the 26th and the 27th. And then on the 27th, which is going to be this Saturday, we're going to be out at Mount Lake Terrace, 5:30 p.m. at Diamond Knot Brewery in Mount Lake Terrace. So we'll be doing a meet and greet. If you're a Hawks Nest fan, you want to come chop it up, have a beer with me, just BS a little bit about some Seahawks football or whatever else, talk anything, I'm open. Come on there. I'd love to meet up with some folks, fans of the channel, and just, like I said, put some faces to names maybe a little bit on that side of it. I'd love to do that. Greg says, what made Air Up there even more impressive as a dunker is he's only 6'1". Yeah, if you can dunk at that height to get up, you got to get up to that spot, And versus if you're a guy 6'7" with long arms, and it's like, okay, you don't have as far to go to get there, Yeah, it's a lot more impressive if you're a 6'1" guy going up and doing that. My favorite dunks were Michael Jordan's tomahawk dunks. He did those better than anybody. I know Kemp was right there with them on it. Kemp could do some pretty cool tomahawks too, man. He could get that thing brought back. He'd have that thing brought back here. Gaming Taco, will you be doing any live streams at night in your hotel after training camp? I am going to try after I get in on the 27th. I'm going to try that night to do a training camp live stream if I can. The only key with that one, Gaming Taco, is going to be, do I have the necessary Wi-Fi juice? Because I tend to, when I go live, want to be a hard line connection in on our Ethernet. And when you're, of course, in the hotels and stuff, it's going to be more Wi-Fi. So that's where it might be a little bit sticky and touchy as far as trying to have enough juice to be able to broadcast out. But at the very least, I'll be getting some training camp reports out to you guys as I'm doing that. So one way or the other, you'll get something from me in the next couple of days as far as a report out of training camp. Yeah, Kemp's were great. I remember somebody once said about Kemp when he was a teenager and he was dunking on the rims out at the playgrounds, and they had the chain link. They have the chain link, nets, and that he dunked so hard that he caused the chain link nets to spark. Sounds kind of like BS, but it also sounds pretty cool. Maybe it's true. Angry AB, you should do a live stream just being pissed about the whole Pete and team and how what's going on is actually bad, just to throw everyone off. Yeah, half this would be like, what did happen to Brandon? Did he get taken? Yeah, Vince Carter was definitely a G. Carter, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, Tyler Shrimp, Ray Allen. It's kind of cool. I went and got NBA 2K25. And I'll tell you, folks, kind of a cool feature of it is that they let you pick. You can play the game in franchise mode and you can pick your era. So it was cool is that I could pick the 91 Sonics and just play through the season against other teams that were with the same players they had on the teams at that time. So you can kind of go back and replay through the era, which is pretty cool. I dig it. Woohoo, Drunk B stream. I don't know if I'll be streaming on Saturday, but who knows? Give me a couple beers, a couple beers in me. Maybe I'll get there. Brian A. Wilson, yo, B. What's up, Brian? First visit to the chat this season. What's the preseason looking like so far? Talk to me, brother. I'm glad to see you in your element. Kemp over MJ all day. Kemp was just a violent dunker, man. I mean, he was just insane. And a guy that absolutely could get up there and get up high. He was tall, but he could jump, too, on top of it. We're doing good right now preseason-wise, Brian. Abraham Lucas's knee remains a bit of an issue and a worry. Most of the rest of the injury front, though, is absolutely positive. Everybody's back out there and running that you'd hope would be out there and running. And everything else has been pretty calm as far as there not being any bad contract situations or anybody pissed off. They just got a contract extension done with Julian Love, which is good to see. So it's been nothing but basically positive news to kick things off. It's been pretty much just what you'd call business as usual as far as the start of training camp goes, and that's a good thing. You just don't want drama. You just don't want adversity. You just don't want things to start to show that, this might be a harbinger that we're headed for a bit of a dark season. The Niners right now dealing with the Brandon Ayuk situation and then the Trent Williams thing on top of it. That's what you're wanting to avoid. But things are looking good so far, Brian. And first day of training camp, so there's not a lot to report on tangible. This guy's doing great. That guy's doing bad. This guy's doing awesome. He's going to be a star. So it's just the beginning, but it's as good as you'd hope for a kicking off of training camp. Mr. Dog says, oh man, the Kevin Calabro voice. Sonics. Boy, we got spoiled growing up. Spoiled growing up. There was no doubt about that. You got, Rabes and Pete Gross for the Seahawks. Then you had Dave Niehaus in there for the Mariners. Just amazing. And then, Kevin Calabro. Perfect broadcaster for the Sonics. I mean, we had three of the best out there running at any one time, and spoiled. We were spoiled that time. We didn't even know. Chris just stole my mind. The great minds must think alike, Chris. He said, we have great voice in Seattle over at Calabro, Niehaus, Gross, and Rabel. Yeah, we've had some good ones. Very, very blessed on that front of things. Art Knight says, good God, the Mems got swept by the Los Angeles Angels. It's getting dark, Garth, right? It's getting a little bit, it's gone past twisting sideways, and it's now just about, seems like it might be on the edge of about a free fall state potentially here. They're holding on. They're holding on for dear life, I'll tell you that. And get on your magic carpet ride. That's right. He had some great phrases. And, it just was brutal for Calabro when the team was taken. It was almost kind of sad because he's getting all these national gigs he'd do, and you'd hear him doing it for other teams, and it was like, it felt wrong, It's like your girlfriend out there dating other guys. And you're like, that's our announcer. That's the Sonics announcer. There's no such thing as Sonics. Shut up. Boys, hand grenade B. You're John for a moment. You do bad this season as everyone is learning everything. You end up with the number 1 pick. What do you do? Or top 5? Well, if there's quarterbacks that set themselves up this year to be worthy of being picked in the range of the number 1 overall pick, if there's really a quarterback that's at that spot that's earned that this next year, then I'm open to taking a quarterback. If there's not a quarterback that's really worthy of being that number 1 overall pick where you've got to stretch yourself to do it, then I would like to try to move back and get a haul for that pick. I mean, you look at what the Bears were able to do in moving back to allow, I believe it was Carolina, to get that first round pick and then come back and get another top 9 pick in the draft. I think it was the next year after that. On top of the extra picks you got on top of that. To me, that's a great move to be able to pull off if you can swing it. And if I'm at the number 1 overall pick, I need to have a quarterback that's truly in that sort of generational point to be picking a number 1 overall. If I'm trying to stretch myself and do it like, they did with Kyler Murray a little bit, where you're like, well, he's just really good and all this, but, is he? But he's really good, but he's kind of short and, I don't want to do it for that. I don't want to stretch just to pick. And boy, the haul that you would get in return, especially if you have a team that's out there, maybe you're down on Shedeur Sanders, but another team's just like, no, we're in. And you can take advantage of that hot to trot, frothing at the mouth nature that they would have. Take advantage of it, because the haul can be insane on what you can pull on the other side of it. Swedish Shinobi says, Niehaus was like a kind, warm grandpa. Calabro was the wild-ass uncle. Yeah, he was. Him and Marquez Johnson had the best thing, too. I wish Marquez was able to be there longer with Calabro, because they had the best chemistry between the two of them. But Calabro was awesome. Greg says, since we're talking greatest dunkers of all time, I'll give Gus Johnson some love, since he was the first person to break a backboard in the NBA. There we go. Let's go, Gus. Here, could anyone see Burrow's hair? He looks like Slim Shady. He does look a little bit like Slim Shady. He's kind of, he's definitely on that fashion tip, I guess, now. Well, Dallas Cowboy, would you move aggressively to get Manning when he gets to the draft? I mean, I don't think, I'll say this, little Dallas Cowboy, I'm not so sure that the Manning family is going to allow Archie to, or would force the hand of any NFL organization that would try to force Archie to not play anywhere but on the East Coast. So if Eli Manning's not going to want to play in the Chargers and forces the trade to New York, I certainly would think that Archie and the family and the amount of sway that they have in the NFL would do something similar if Seattle was in a position to draft him. Not necessarily even because Seattle's a bad organization, just because they would want him showcased in the best of spots. And Seattle's not considered that necessarily on the grand national stage of things. From the standpoint of if it was possible just to merely trade from him, I don't know how good the kid is. He's not able to unseat Quinn Ewers at this point. That doesn't bode well for me, little Dallas Cowboy. I do not have a very high opinion of Quinn Ewers. He's not set some marker for the position that should have been impossible for Archie to overtake. Archie's younger than him, and Quinn's got a head start, but that doesn't just on all I can read on is what I can see. And since I haven't gotten a chance to see Archie, that's all I can kind of go off of, is that you're not able to upend this guy who's got some flaws in his game. He's got some holes in his game. So still, it's a bit early to understand who and what Archie is and whether he really will be that guy. I know he is sensationally talented, and I think he had a good spring there for Texas in the Texas inter-squad game that they play in the spring. But I'm still not completely sure of where he's going to be and how he's going to go and where he's really going to land. Hand grenade, how's the quarterback class this year? I don't want college. It's weaker this year than it was last year. Maybe even weaker than the year it was before that. There's talent within these guys, but it's not wow talent. Shedeur Sanders seems maybe the most wow talent of them all. Then you've got guys that are good players that'll be highly productive for a couple of years, like an Ewers or like a Carson Beck, but aren't necessarily checking all the boxes from the talent side of things of what you'd be wanting from the position, especially if you're picking in the top 5, top 10. So it looks weak as we walk into the season, but things can always change on this front hand grenade, because the final season of college football for every player, but especially quarterbacks, is the most important. So you go out in this final year and you ball out, you tear it up, you'll raise your capital, and you can raise your view to being that kind of top 5 guy, top 10 type guy. Brian says, Niehaus helped me through my adolescent years, Calabro through my dark years. Mr. Catfish Rabel through the highs and lows as well. Love our radio guys. Oh, we got great guys on that, and have so for years, and it's awesome that we do. Very much cherished on that front of things. Well, Dallas Cowboy like Ally. Yeah, I could more see Archie going to Dallas than Seattle. Just on that, that's an organization, depending on where Jones is at, because that's the other part of it, is that part of the reason Eli didn't go to the Chargers wasn't just the West Coast. It was the crappy ownership that they had running it too at that time. So depends on a little bit of the Manning's outlook on Dallas and what they think about the Jones boys. But more of that likely than coming to Seattle, I would say. Brian says, and Rick effing Riz. I remember when he got here in his first radio season, like 87, 88, just before the Langston for Johnson trade. Yeah, Riz is an institution too, man. He has been here for years, and boy, has he had to sit through some bad baseball. Poor, Niehaus had to sit through some bad baseball too, but boy, Rick Woo! War Chief, I would pass on Manning because you would have to deal with his family, and we just don't do that. Besides, he would never get away from the Peyton Manning jokes in Seattle laughing out loud. Legion of Boom, baby! Yeah, it's hard to see hard to see how that fit would work, right? It's kind of like, I don't see how it goes quite together on that. Radu, thank you for the $2 donation. Good to see you in the house too, Radu. There's Julian Love contract, new contract. Love it or hate it. I feel good about it. I'd lean more to love than hate, Radu. I think that you're going to do something on this front at some point, with the safety position. You have two guys moving into essentially 1-year deals. Rayshawn Jenkins signed a 2-year deal, but you can get out after the 1 year in the deal if you don't like it. The second year of the deal clicks in a little bit of extra more money that you might have an impetus to want to get out from under. So from John Schneider's standpoint, Radu, he didn't want to probably walk into next offseason having to replace both safety positions. And you don't really have a guy on the roster right now that is that guy you feel great about as the developmental guy. Feel pretty good about guys, and maybe potential Jarek Reed can kind of get in there a bit, but you don't feel great about it. So he is a guy that played well for you last season. It's like the Uchenna Nwosu contract where a guy comes in, signs the 2-year deal, plays great in that first year. You reward him for that well-played year. And then there's the other part of this too, Radu, which is that he is a real pure fit for the system and scheme. He played in Wink Martindale's system for his first, couple years there with the Giants. So he knows what this scheme's going to ask of him. He's got the skill set to do all of the diverse things you're going to ask a safety / corner to do in this scheme. And so it all lines up and adds up. And the money's not too bad. Money's pretty acceptable. It's not going to be top of the market. It'll be a well-paid safety, but it ain't breaking the bank. It ain't setting market standards for safety pay like we did with, for instance, the Jamal Adams deal. So I'm pretty much overall good with it. Thank you for the $2 donation, Radu. Orchie says, I like Julian Love's new contract. Whatever keeps him here, he's a great player and was since Notre Dame. Amen, man. Amen. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Thank you for the $5 donation. Good to see you, brother. Hey, bro. Just got home from Randy Jr.'s game. What are the 3 best camp battles? We going to sign another center? First, in regards to the center, we'll have to see on that front of it. Connor Williams has come in. Connor Williams, a former 2nd-round pick by the Dallas Cowboys, has had a very good career. Tore his ACL in week 14 of last year, so don't know where his health is at. But they are trying to negotiate a contract right now with Connor, and he is a guy that on his recent track record gives you an upgrade over the center position and the 2 guys you have currently on the roster, Randall. At least on paper. Maybe his knee's torn up and not the same. Maybe it's going to take another year for him to get back off that knee injury, but historically speaking, he's been a very good player for you. As far as the camp battles and the 3 best camp battles, I would say that's a good question. Number 1. The best camp battles would be first off Trey Brown versus Mike Jackson. This is more for a starting role to me, Brandel, which brings the intrigue to me that much more fervently forward because this is a guy that's going to probably be playing 65, 70% of your snaps this year, the guy that wins out on this, if one guy can really win out over the other. And the fun part with this is that each guy provides good parts to their game, and those 2 good parts are each and both of them very different things, Randall. Mike Jackson is a rugged, bigger, longer corner, can tackle really well. Trey Brown is more of a guy that can play better in the press, run with you step for step, a little more athletic, a little more ball skills maybe than Mike has. Who wins out on that? Less tackling than Mike's got, Randall. That one's a really intriguing one to me as one. The second one would be the center battle. Olawatimi and Harris. We'll see if they sign Connor Williams. He obviously moves as the de facto starter if you sign Connor tomorrow. So we'll see where he fits into that. But that's for your starting center. That makes it incredibly important, Randall, right now. The third one would be the Darrell Taylor side of it. Darrell Taylor is on a $3 million deal. There's a reason here to try to save a little bit of money by moving off from him. He is a bit of a one-trick pony and even a more of a partial trick pony than a one-trick pony because even as a pass rusher, he's just all right. And then you have a Nelson Caesar, a guy that would be much cheaper, much more inexpensive, and potentially gives you better play, at least as a run defender, and maybe somewhat comparable as a pass rusher. So very much it's intriguing as an option for him over there to push Darrell Taylor. And as we've seen historically speaking here, Randall, we do tend to go to that fourth edge rusher. We too tend to need that fourth edge rusher. So those would be my three main battles, because I think those battles will determine and have as much impact as some of the other ones that I was looking at. Jackson Smith, Tyler Lockett will both play. It's more about who's able to get more snaps by the battle between those two guys. Draymond Jones and Byron Murphy are both going to play, but who's going to get more snaps on the inside when it's all said and done? But those other three that I mentioned would be the main ones that I would pay closest attention to, Randall. That'll be the most impactful for the team as we head on into the season. Love the Connor, though, one. I'd love to see him make that move, Randall. He's a legitimately good center, really well high graded by PFF over the past couple of years. Really seemed to fit well with the Miami Dolphins spread scheme, coming from Dallas's scheme, going to that. So there's a lot here that just, to me, makes a lot of sense to go out there and make that move and sign up for that one. Especially because I don't think he's going to cost a lot, Randall, because he is coming off of a very serious injury. Morris is exactly, he can ride on the Jets, although if he's on the Jets, PFF will rank him number one in the league. I feel like that's a Sauce Gardner reference for Chief. Yeah, we don't know if Arch is good yet, Brian. It is just a little too early to make kind of determinations of that one. Ortiz says, imagine drafting Sanders and having to deal with Neon Dion. I just can't stand Deion Sanders. Never could. It seems like it's going to be a handful with him, and I'm not interested right now necessarily signing up to it, especially sometimes in the way that you hear Deion talk about Shadur, and there's a little bit of like, okay, this is going to be a thing I'm going to have to manage, and is he going to pop off in the media when things don't start going well? Brian says, who the hell is Arch Manning? Which kid is it? The good one, the lucky one, or the one that didn't play? The one that didn't play had a son, and that son is supposedly the most talented of any of the Mannings, based on what I heard. And technically, the third brother did play, but he had a horrific injury. Cooper. Ricardo says, we'll see if Arch Manning can beat yours for the quarterback job. If he can't, that doesn't bode well for him living up to the Manning name, laughing out loud. No, it does not. Especially as we head into now year 2, where it doesn't look like he's going to pull that off. And some people love Quinn Ewers, but whenever I watch Quinn Ewers tape, I always walk away from it feeling pretty underwhelmed. She's laughing out loud. That was a joke, my guy. But I mean, Cooper never made it to the NFL. I believe Dotson's wearing 0 this year. I don't know. That might be right. Real Cheese, thank you for the $5 donation. Got here a little late. Does the Love extension make room for Connor Williams? Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Real Cheese. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, brother. As I understand it, let me look it up to make sure I'm not speaking out of school here. All right, so Julian Love this year was due to have a $5 million base salary, and he was due to have $2.4 million of signing bonus on top of that. So he had a $7 million cap hit. So if you're signing a guy at 3 years, $36 million, you're probably going to be looking at about $14 to $15 million in signing bonus. The signing bonus then gets chopped into 3. So you're looking at about $4 million and change in signing bonus, and you're looking at about $1 million, $4 or $5 million in signing bonus, and $1 million in base salary. So, and then you still have to add on that $2 million of bonus that I just talked about that was already there and on the books. So when it comes down to it on this deal, there's really not any real money being saved, I don't think, on this deal to get something done with Connor Williams. I don't think that there's new money on the books on top of it, though, either, Real Cheese. Meaning like you would have had extra money aside to maybe give Connor, but you gave it to Love on this extension. I think that the cap hit becomes pretty close to what the cap hit was going to be prior to you to sign the extension. I'm also not too sure on what Connor can really hope to get here, Real Cheese, being It's late an hour right now to be signed. You're coming off the ACL. Not a lot of teams have money to spend at this point. What can he truly get as it stands? So that's the part I'm not certain about either with it. But no, I don't think so. Because it's a 3-year deal. It's not a 4-year deal, and you can't spread the bonus out as much. The bonus has got to come in thirds. And because the bonus is likely to be up in that $14, $15 million territory, I mean, even at $12 million, that's $4 million over 3 years. 4, plus the base, plus the $2 million of bonus money that was already in the books on his current deal. So I think it washes out to be about the same. Dalsker, Taylor needs to go. His sack numbers aren't as good as they seem when you ask yourself how many of his sacks are game-changing. Agree. I'm very much rooting for Nelson Cesar. I've not been impressed by Darrell Taylor pretty much at all since he's walked in the door here. He's an undersized edge. He's supposed to be a pass rusher extraordinaire, but he's terribly inconsistent as a pass rusher. Very streaky as a pass rusher. Can't count on him to be able to bring consistent impact as far as pressure rate or any of that type of stuff. I think that there's better ways to go. What's Nelson Cesar's number? $46. Not exactly it's not a sexy number, is it? Hard to look fast and ferocious in 46. That's definitely when you're a back-end roster player that they just give you the number and you'll accept it. Can I get 4? No. Brian says Taylor could be a good weapon in the new scheme. He may. He may. Rockman Drums says, love the 3-year deal. Hee hee. Let's go. Worship says Taylor could be good in the new scheme, but I feel like he ran his time already. McDonald looks for well-rounded players, and Taylor just doesn't cut it. I hope Caesar gets a shot. Yeah, I'll say I can't remember the last Mike McDonald defense or Martindale defense that didn't have guys that could set good edges. And that's the problem with Taylor, is that the thing that sets at the behest and the centerpiece of Mike McDonald's defense of having edges that set hard edges, Darrell Taylor cannot provide. And I've constantly come back to that in itself might be sort of a death knell here for keeping him on the roster, because it's no small thing that Mike McDonald wants. He requires it from his edges. Last year was Adafe and Jadeveon Clowney not setting hard edges. Were those guys not holding up their end of the bargain in the run game? Absolutely they were. But we'll see. They certainly have kept him on the roster for a reason. You know, if it was as straightforward as he's absolutely going to be gone, you wouldn't have even have kept him here at this point. Moved on and saved the money. Little Dallas Cowboy says, Brandon, can you explain a 1-tech and a 3-tech, an A gap and a B gap? Absolutely, I'm happy to. When you're talking about 1-tech, and really you can go 1, you can go 3, you can go 3I, you can go 4I inside, 4I. So when you're talking about tech, you're just talking about an ever-extending alignment along the defensive line. So you start from 0 tech, first and foremost, little Dallas Cowboy. A 0 tech is going to be a defensive tackle, heads up, across from the center. This is, of course, an alignment that you'll typically see in a traditional 3-4 setup. Okay? In a 4-3 defense, you're going to have what's called a 1-tech. So instead of having 3 down linemen, you have 4 down linemen. And instead of having that defensive tackle as a 0-tech, heads up over the center, he's now going to be oftentimes between the shoulder of the right shoulder of the center and the left shoulder of the right guard. So that would be a 1-tech as far as it goes. And as you continue to go out as you continue to extend along that offensive line, the numbers kind of keep rising as you look at it. So, you know, you're at a 1-tech when you're split between the right shoulder of the center and the left shoulder of the right guard. Then you can even continue to get further out for like a 3-tech. A 3-tech is going to be someone that now, instead of being between the shoulders there, they're going to be aligned to the outside shoulder of the weak side guard. And the weak side guard is going to be tending to be the left guard. So let me show you a picture of this here to give this across. I can find an old picture and to kind of give you a little bit of a look here. Oh, shoot. This might be too small, but we'll try it. We'll give it a shot. It'll be a little fuzzy, but we'll figure it out. Oh, wow, this will be really fuzzy. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Man, why do people put these images even on the internet? All right, let me find one here, man. It's easier to kind of show this with, yeah, these are all just tiny little images, though. So tiny. All right, let's see if this will work. I think this will be better. Okay. So let's concentrate, if we can, here on this first deal right here, little Dallas Cowboy. Okay, so you've got what would be considered the. So this is a little bit of an I think it's over front or whatever. So we're playing this a little bit unbalanced here. So typically you'd have the strong side of the formation. You would have your one tech to the strong side of the formation. What Seattle's done here is they've actually flipped it. So they've got their one tech to the weak side of the formation. This is some of what you got as far as what you can do with it. That's why it doesn't matter necessarily which side of they're on. It's just about where their alignment is. So you can see here in where you've got your one tech there. So where you've got the center and the left guard, you have your one tech between them. So you see how he's between their two shoulders? That's where his alignment is. And then when we go over to the other defensive tackle, he's kind of in more of he's kind of a three tech. Three tech would be more of, you're typically going to have that guy on the right outside shoulder of that weak side guard. Here it's the strong side guard, of course, determined by the fact you have the tight end on the strong side of the formation. But you would tend to then have the three tech to the outside shoulder. And then it keeps going. So you get to five tech, and then you get to nine tech. So for instance, on this play, a nine tech is outside of the shoulder of the tackles, right? It's at the far outside shoulders of the tackles. So you got your edges here in kind of a wide nine with Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill, right? Or, rather than you'd have like a five tech, four tech, where you'd have your defensive end heads up on the tackle, they're to the far edge. So it goes from 0 to 9, the numbers, and the numbers count out, little Dallas Cowboy, as you continue to go further and further out on the gap. And it can be where you have like a 4 tech or a 3 tech, for instance, which a 3 tech would be just like he's aligned here on that to the right side of the offensive formation there with the right guard, where he's heads up. That's a 3, that's basically 3 tech. But you could do 3i, where if you shaded him inside that shoulder there, just a little bit in just barely more to the inside shoulder, now he's in a 3i or 3 inside. But that's kind of how it works with those. So it goes from 0 to 9 tech. And it's just about where your alignment is on the deal. As far as A and B gap, so very easy here, A, B, C. A is going to be either side of the center shoulders, essentially, right? B gap becomes then right shoulder of the right guard, left shoulder of the left guard, and so on and so forth. So the A gap, you have 2 A gap there, A gap either side of the center. B gap is just one outside shoulder on either side. Hopefully I explained that well. Rockman Drums clears up some cap space for this year. I don't believe that it clears up any cap space for this year, Rockman Drums. Was just kind of going through the long explanation on that one. I think you probably caught it hopefully there, but you're not, it doesn't clear it up. It's probably going to count on the cap about the same. Let me know, Rockman, if you didn't hear what because I just said that one on that one, but it's going to be about the contract for Julian Love is going to probably hit. We don't know the numbers yet because we only know 3 years, $36 million. So I know that there's a jumping by the fan base. There's kind of and this is the hard part about doing this content is I'll get asked questions about news that just broke in the moment. And the fan base be like, give us the details. Tell us what the cap number is on year one. How much are we saving right now? We don't know really the final number of details. So it's all kind of a bit of a guessing game on this side of it, Rock Band Drums. I would estimate, though, making an educated guess that the numbers are going to stay the same of what Julian Love was going to cost on the cap this year. I don't think that the team saved any kind of significant money on this deal for this season, just by the looks of it. Cardo, I was watching a different podcast and had to tolerate that Geno is not good to win in the playoffs slander while propping up draft quarterbacks like Quinn Ewers. It's a lazy take. It's a lazy approach. You've seen it very often. I've seen it very often, Ricardo, and it's one that permeates. It does. And I could almost all but guarantee you that somebody that hates on Geno probably is the same kind of person that would be then really enamored with Quinn Ewers. I don't know why those things would go together a little bit, but it does seem to be a bit of the feeling I've gotten from that too. Dalsker, Taylor might be the worst edge setter in Seahawks history. Real talk, Dalsker. Real talk. It's rough. It's not rough. It's brutal watching him try to pull it off. Addicted to Hawks. Brandon, isn't Nelson Caesar's number 867-5309? Yes, sir, it is. What's my number? Misfit, I hope we sign Connor Williams too, man. Please do, please do. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, God's Gang. How split will this backfield be, and will JSN surpass Lockett in targets this year? Will we see DK more on the inside? God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you on that. DK is going to work on the inside. We've already seen in OTAs that the team has taken steps to try to get him working out of the slot, and that they're going to make him a centerpiece of this offense, and that they're going to seek to target him and target him often. Those are things I absolutely expect to come with DK. In regards to your second question, I think that that's a little bit of I don't know. We're at the start of training camp right now. I think that this is a little bit of what has to be settled in the wash, to be honest with you. God's Gang, I started out this show today with a little bit of a look at the battles that are going to be going on here in training camp. And one of those battles that's going to be going on is the Tyler Lockett versus JSN battle. You can see it right here as I'm posting it up, talking to you right now. This is not a battle about who makes the roster. This is not a battle necessarily about who starts. It is a battle about the question that you propose. Who is going to get more targets from whom? Can JSN fit to being a number 2 wide receiver? Can he operate on the outside in an offense and be able to create separation from the outside? Or is he more of a pure slot guy like we thought he was when he was drafted initially? That's the part I don't know and nobody really knows on God's Gang, and that's the part that's going to have to get settled here in training camp, and why this was one of my big training camp battles to pay attention to, because it's one that's unsettled currently as it stands right now. How split will the backfield be? I don't think that it's going to be split in a way where it's anything close to a 50-50 situation. I think that Walker is your number 1 back. I think he is a guy that, as long as he stays healthy, is sitting somewhere between 250 and 300 touches on the year. I think there's probably, in Charbonnet, you're looking at more of 150 to 200 touches over the course of a year, as far as the difference goes. So is there a little bit of a split there? A little bit there. Is it close to split evenly? No, not in that range of things. It's going to be, I think, still to where Walker's going to be really still the featured guy, because he is such a, I think, difference maker in the position and what he brings. But those are great questions, God's Gang, and especially with the Lockett JSN one, that's going to be one of the interesting ones I'm going to be monitoring, because I had thought when he was drafted being JSN that he's a guy that fits to playing to the outside or inside. Sorry, a little bit foggy here. I thought that he was a guy that would only fit to really playing on the inside. He did show at times last year an ability to be able to open up on the outside guards gang and create some separation out there. So maybe there is some hope for that. But it will be part of what we're just going to have to track through camp on that because it is a bit of a question mark as it currently stands. Great questions. And you're going to get DK maximized this year, no doubt about it, God's gang. More of DK as a centerpiece of this offense. They have said that's what they're going to do, and it is music. Music to my ears. War Chief says, that's a funny you said that, Brandon. Every time I hear the number 46, I think back to my college teammate, a guy we called the Tongan Terror. A linebacker used to crack helmets in half, big 46. See, I could see a guy wearing 46 who's kind of a hammer, War Chief, right? I could see that. But I don't know if I think like athletic, fast, I think more of, fullback or a hammer for a linebacker. Ricardo, I'd feel better if Lucas was healthy, but bringing Lincoln was a bad move. Just cheaped out at a very important position. Dowsker says, I keep reading that Geno stepped back last year. We lost both starting tackles, and he still won 9 games. Geno is not the problem. Certainly not from my standpoint either on this, Dowsker. I've been a long supporter of Geno. I supported Geno from day one of him taking over as a starter from Russell Wilson and thought the guy had some real reasonable upside to consider in the long term with him. I truly did. And I do still believe that way. Like you say, Dowsker, I don't think that he had a down year last year. I think that, you are a quarterback that is going to be beholden to your supporting parts. Everybody is. Maybe there's those Patrick Mahomes that can do a little bit extra with little, but there are few and far between, and most quarterbacks are going to rely on a supporting cast to be able to help them out. And unfortunately, the supporting cast, especially the offensive line, was in piss poor shape last year through the majority of the year. And I think there would have been few quarterbacks, Dowsker, who would have flourished in that environment. In fact, I looked it up. I looked over a 5-year time span, Dowsker. I looked over a 5-year time span of the quarterbacks who had pass protection that was between 27th and 32 in the National Football League for a 5-year stretch. And not one quarterback had a really outstanding year with the exception of one, which was Burrow in that whole 5-year stretch. And even Geno with the year he had last year was still better than most of those quarterbacks performed when they were dealing with that onslaught of pressure behind that piss poor offensive line. And so I agree with you fully on this one. And it's part of why I think Geno's going to have his best year this year is because he's going to be getting his best supporting cast this season, including an offensive scheme that's not going to hinder him by doing things like, for instance, not running fly sweeps, not targeting the middle of the field. These things now get to go by the wayside, and that should make a more effective Geno Smith with it. Randall McDaniel with a couple of donations back to back. Thank you for that, Randall. First, the $2 dono. He says, Jackson Smith-Njigba looks like he's added 10 to 15 pounds of muscle. Indeed, that's what it looked like to me, too. He's looking in shape, looking good, looking ready to roll. Having that off season of, deal fell. Having that off season to train and not be at college and not be training for a combine, but just to train to be play football and get your body in the best of shape. And he's ready to roll and looking good. Randall with another $5 donation says, think after the season is over, the team gives players what they want them to work on physically in the off season, strength, weight, etc. If so, from the general manager. I don't know if it comes from the general manager. I think that's the strength and conditioning coach as much as anything else. And I think that they're probably the ones, I think that that's a little bit out of the purview, Randall, of the general manager, that he's got other things that he has to deal with, and that this is why you have the strength and conditioning coach, not just to sit there and scream at the players, another rep, but that you have them there also to be able to mold those players on what they do need to work out to get their bodies into better shape and to get them ultimately at their best. So probably the strength and conditioning coaches get that off to the players and have them work on separate plans and whatnot. I would think so. But I think John would be too busy on all the other stuff he has to do with that, Randall. Not to mention probably not his level of expertise. You want the guy that studied in biometrics and kinesiology and have him doing those plans and putting them together. War Chief says, I said it before, I'll say it again. The Seahawks offense will be top 5 under Grubb by next year. I'd love to hear, War Chief. I hope you're right. Dallas Cowboy says, you did explain it well. Thank you, sir. My pleasure, little Dallas Cowboy. He says, like Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Get the leverage and adjust to what the defense brings, even though your defense or offense. It's true. It's absolutely right. Take it to them, right? Don't be reactionary, a little bit like we've been in previous years, especially defensively, Dallas Cowboys. You force the issue out to the offense. You force them to react. It's part of what's at the centerpiece, for instance, of the stack fronts that Mike McDonald brings with his schemes. I bring the stack fronts not because my intention is necessarily to blitz, but because my intention is to appear to blitz to you, to the offense, to get you as an offense to change and adjust to what I'm wanting you to force to adjust to, but you're just walking into my trap. That's really where you want to be. Misfit says, McDonald must have liked what he's seen from Julian Love. I think so. I'm sure he's also had a conversation or two with Wink Martindale about Julian Love as well, coming into camp on this. But he seems like a professional. He seems locked in. Seems like a good extension. Picked the Hawks. Says Brandon Beers on Julian on Saturday night. I'd love to see Julian in the house. Let's go, Julian. Warchi says, plus the new team and a new defense. Love is an exceptional player, and you don't want to be looking all over for your safety. You have one here. Lock him in so you don't have to worry about it. Amen, man. Amen. Radu says, will Grubb run any exotic plays like he did sometimes at the goal line in college? Not really trick plays? Yeah. A lot of what Grubb's system is beyond the trick play stuff, Radu, is the motion here. Sending guys this way, that way. Getting your eyes to go this way, but we're going this way with it. So it's, I guess within the exotic, I would almost say misdirection is as much what I would apply to that exotic meaning. And that he just wants to get your eyes, get you moving over here, get you feeling like you want to lean towards that first thing he's showing you on the play, or the way that the guys are going in motion and setting up a little bit. And yeah, you're always going to see that. The offense is going to be in constant movement, both pre and post snap with that. Pre and post snap motion, pre and post snap pump fake here. Go act like we're going here, coming back over that way. A lot of like kind of moving parts to a particular play. Radu, a little bit. But yes, very exotic. Orgy says, from what I'm hearing from the players like JSN, Grubb has a lot of trick plays also from Geno. Yes. He ran one trick play about a game in University of Washington, War Chief, and he ran a lot of fake trick plays on top of the one trick play game he'd run at Washington. So with certainty, you can absolutely say with Grubb, I've been saying throughout this offseason that you're going to see him running a trick play about once a game minimum, and a lot of fake trick plays within that, for sure. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for all of your support tonight, Randall. And folks will probably be getting a little bit of a wrap up here as we've crossed 4 hours, and I've got get about 3:30 in the morning here, so I still need to kind of prep for my flight, get ready for my trip. I'm heading to Seattle tomorrow. I'll be at training camp on the 26th and 27th, so you can join me there if you are wishing to for the Hawks Nest. I'll also be doing a meet and greet out in Mount Lake Terrace, so we'll be meeting up at the Diamond Knot, 5:30 on the 27th. If you guys are wanting to meet up here at the Hawks Nest, I would love to see you. Randall, thank you for all your support tonight and always your gracious support here to the channel. I do appreciate it. He says, think after the season is over, the team gives players what they want. Oh, sorry. I did read that already. My bad, Randall. Golly. See, I'm getting late in the stream. My eyes are starting to cross a little bit. Good morning, football breakdowns, 80-20. 80-20. William, Julian Love did get an extension. Oh, show. We still got a lot of comments here. You guys are coming in fast and furious today. And And I'm going to kind of look at just, we got a lot of chat on there. So it's sometimes on this point where I always say in the show, it's hard to kind of see what you guys are looking at that you're trying to talk to each other on and what you're trying to intend for me to read or you're asking me about. So do just make sure, just a good place to always reference in. If you got a question or you want me specifically to read the comment, just make sure please put HN or Hawks Nest or B or Brando, or just so then I know, because sometimes we're going to, as we get in the season here, we're going to get a lot of inner chat going on in the chat. So just want to make sure I'm not reading something intended for somebody else or something like that. Dallas Gear says, I love Tyler, but going down with no contacts and unacceptable reminds me of Alexander. He's kind of made the decision to do it. It's probably a bit of what's helped him to prolong his career on top of it. I mean, that's the one thing with Alexander is that, he used to not go down on contact and it didn't do anything to prolong his career, Dallas Gear. He still ended up having his career cut short very quickly. At least with Tyler, you can say, well, he's been able to play almost into his mid-30s and still be a very productive receiver at that. Teams kind of made their hay with this and been okay with it. And how they've set up the contract with him and to keep him here, they don't seem to think of it being too big of an issue. It'd be great if it wasn't the way that he ran with that and that you didn't have him do that, but it's okay too. You've got enough other receivers and yak guys on this roster that can hold up their end of the bargain of that, and Tyler can still find a role within this team. Long Live the King says, why won't they roll out the white throwbacks? Are they just scared and shan't be touched? Laughing out loud. I think they can just only use the throwback so often. So they want to use the home ones because you can only use it twice a year. Ricardo Grubble bringing pro concepts into things. It's not all spread. You're right. It's a bit of, there's some different things in there. Hand grenade. McDonald is going to fool everyone by running the Big Mac combo meal. Okay. Sorry. All right. Brian, honestly, now that it's done and the hot takes have chilled, I'm excited to see what this next era of Seahawks ball brings to the Pacific Northwest atmosphere. 20 plus years split by polar opposites in Mike and Pete. Indeed, definitely two different cats in the way that they went about what they're doing. It's going to be fun, Brian. It's fun. All the talk now settles in and now we get to see what happens when the reality hits. Chad's sister called, had a bounce bit, but IFF to real time. You guys sometimes kill me on the. I just want to let you guys know this. I am an old guy, so when you guys put in the bunch of the FF, ASD, FBF, TB, TNDB, BFDN, DL, BL, BLD, DB, I don't know what you guys are meaning on that when you guys put that. So you guys got to just type it out and keep in mind with it. We don't have a character restriction. I know there's 250 character counts, but I don't do slow mode. So you can just kind of put in the full sentence. It's always hard for me trying to decipher kind of the Gen Z. I know you guys like to speak in the WDF, WTT, WFTD, WYD, but I'm old. I need to know the full word typed out. I was going to ask earlier if you follow Brett Coleman at all. I watched last night. I do watch Brett Coleman. He does great work. I've in fact, even invited him onto the show. I'd love to have him on to do to chop it up at some point, chat with him as far as football goes. So haven't had an opportunity to with that on that, but he does some great work, and they did a great Seahawks episode on their bootleg football podcast recently. I think they did a great job on that. Radu, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, what time are you going to be at training camp on the 26th? Well, the way it works, Radu, is training camp starts at 1 o'clock. Everybody gets there at 1 o'clock, and then you're there for the couple hours of training camp, and then you leave. So it's not that you can kind of come throughout the day. It's there for a structured 2-hour time period, and then it's 1 to, I think, 3 o'clock or something like that. So I'll be there. We all meet up at the buses. You meet up at the buses on the 26th to 27th. You go to the camp for the 2 hours. They take you back off the bus. You come back off. You're released through. So I'll be at camp for theoretically the time that they fully allow there for camp. I think that's what your question was. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit cross-eyed here, folks. So I know we want to keep going late tonight, but we just can't go super late tonight because I got to get up at like 3:30 in the morning and I still have packing and prepping and all that stuff to do. So if we got to cut this a little short tonight, I know it's the start of training camp, and ideally we do a 7 or 8 hour stream tonight, but I just have this trip kind of pressing. So Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. It says strength and conditioning coach in unison with team on scheme. Mold player physically, example, team moves to 3-4 and need a defensive tackle to add weight for nose tackle. I don't know that this is the same way for every single team, Randall. And these are the kind of questions where there's a little bit of a guessing element from my standpoint, where the only way to kind of know that answer is to be behind the scenes, because there's not really any reporting about this type of thing. We don't understand how the intricacies work between the strength and conditioning coach to the general manager to the coach and how that all goes. So I could obviously make kind of a wild speculative guess on how that dynamic works to determine how you train a player to put them in the position. I don't know that it would be as extreme as you're going to that standpoint of it, to have the coach telling I think that once the player gets to the NFL, Randall, they are the player they are at the thing. I think like the Mike Morris thing of moving Morris from being an edge guy to being in the interior and then asking Mike Morris to gain 300 pounds. I don't think that that's a common thing that you do in the NFL. I don't, again, on this too, Randall, I always have a hard time on these ones because I want to be accurate in the answer that I give to you, but I don't know. I mean, I have no understanding whatsoever of how the interrelation works between general managers, strength and conditioning coaches, and coaches go. And I do think that it is probably very, very different between every individual team. And you may have some teams where it's all just the strength and conditioning coach. You probably have other teams where there's maybe more of the coach who's more of a, like a Harbaugh type. Could I see him being more of a, coming in there and having more of that kind of control and driving that with his strength and conditioning coach? Yeah, maybe a little bit there, maybe a little bit. But honestly, I can't really answer that question accurately because I don't know and I don't have the information, and they don't report on it. So it's kind of a shot in the dark guess on that one as much as anything, Randall. I would think that, much like I was telling you about the general manager, is that everybody's got their job to do. And the coach already has his hands full. The general manager already has his hands full. I don't think by and large you're going to have a lot of that extra time to get down to the small details of I want the 7 extra pounds on this defensive tackle so he can do that I don't know on that one. I'm not sure. Ricardo, I will try to stream from camp on the 26th if I can. But I'm on hotel internet. So is the hotel Wi-Fi going to be strong enough for me to stream? I don't know or not on that one. I'll try. I will try. And it'd be my intention. I'm going to get a thumbnail created ahead of time and try to give you guys some, if I can't go live and actually stream, you guys will actually at least get some reports from me from training camp. And I'll tell you guys what I saw, at least in those reports. Chad says, bro, FF. It's just, Chad, it's just tough because you go through every chats and stuff starts to run together in the chat, especially about 4 hours in. And it just starts to become acronym letters that I start seeing, and it all starts to spin up in my mind and go into a big old swirl like this. So it for whatever reason, I start seeing little letter, whenever it gets into the letter spots, it confuses the ever-loving S out of me on it. I hate acronym letters. I just say, spell it out. You know what I mean? Spell it out. But it's the hard part about it, Chad. It's not, if we're having an individual talk and you just had FF, that'd be one thing. When you're boom, 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 going through the chat to boom, to the next, to the next, to the next, you're just trying to spin. I'm trying to get through each comment as I can and get through every single one. So I got to be able to read them efficiently and cleanly as possible. And if you're throwing a bunch of, leaving a word out here, a letter out there, it makes it confusing. Maybe it shouldn't. I might just be a dumb man, Chad. You know what I mean? I might just be a stupid man when it comes down to it. That's possible too. I'm not a smart man. I can't read acronyms. Moto Seahawk Brandon, great show as always. Love your analysis. Don't understand the almost universal doubt of Geno. After 2 years with inconsistent, if not horrible, offensive line play in OC, expect Geno to shock the naysayers. I'm frustrated by it too. I've not understand it as well. I think I've learned a lot over the past 2 years in the Geno situation, in understanding that I think that we have a very big problem in the NFL. And the problem comes into how to properly evaluate quarterbacks, how to properly look at quarterbacks and understand what's on a quarterback's plate and what isn't. to understand when a play fails, when is it on the quarterback that it lands on their lap, that they're the reason that fails, and when it may be other things that factor into play for that failure. And I've learned a lot about how fans will, and not just fans, by the way, not fans just only on this one, but I mean pundits all over the place, analysts all over the place, people that are supposed to be very smart about football. And I tend to find there's a lot of, I'm sorry, but from my standpoint on it, stupidity when it comes to the quarterback position. I think it is the main position that most fans and analysts and pundits have the hardest time in evaluating and understanding. And it has really risen to the surface for me with some of just watching how Geno's looked at and how it gets discussed and talked about. And it's more, it was sort of there beneath the surface already, but now it's kind of made it rise to more to the surface and go, oh, people don't have any sort of clarity at all as to what goes into the quarterbacking position. They're just kind of firing off the hip on this. And I think that does create a market opportunity for teams and GMs and front office members that can look at it with a little bit more depth. Because what tends to be what I see in the people that fail in their evaluation of quarterback is the drive for simplicity. The drive to take something that is eminently complicated, that has all of these moving parts all over the place, and distill it all down into this simplified thing that they can package up into a small little box and shove it up there on the top of the shelf. And you can't do that with the quarterback position. It's way too hard to evaluate in that way. There's way much more that goes into it in that way. And it should never be about trying to compartmentalize it and put it into this spot that makes it easier for you to understand in your head. You got to take it for the full depth of everything involved into the process in evaluating that individual quarterback. The supporting cast, the coaching staff, the scheme, the level of competition gone against. It all needs to be factored in. And what I do tend to find with the Geno thing is that none of the other things get factored in. You'll have things like just going to the box stats and looking at that, or looking at his final numbers on the year. And that's the full dissertation of an evaluation of his performance comes off of that. And it shouldn't. You got to dive into all of it. That's a part of the story. You know, the statistics are a part of it, but it shouldn't be the whole part of it. And you're right. It has been the way it's been going. And I started out 2 years ago where I said, doubters beware of Geno. And people in that show, when I did that live stream show 2 years ago after the Russell Wilson trade, you know, I was laughed at in my chat. I mean, what are you talking about is what they told me. They were all certain of him being what he was. They were all certain of him being a diminished quarterback who wasn't good enough to get it done. Goes out and wins the Comeback Player of the Year award. Does it move the needle of those folks, really? Not many of them, some of them. But on many of them, it didn't move the needle and they couldn't be convinced. And so then last year was just more proof of the pudding that he wasn't good enough. But I think he's going to shock the world this year a little bit. Not shock the world, but I think he's going to be able to find some footing this year and have his best season as a Seahawk, because that supporting cast is going to be better than ever before. Not just the offensive line, not just the skill position players, not just the running backs, not just a defense that isn't living on the football field, allowing endless drives to sustain themselves, allowing for the time of possession on a weekly basis to be blown out to the other side, but also because the scheme will be great. And they will also seek to maximize what he does best within that scheme, specifically the spread formation and him going back to some of his origins in that respect of things. And the Bootleg Foot podcast, Chad, that Bootleg Football did, and they're doing a great job, is Brett Coleman and EJ Snyder. And we had EJ Snyder here on the show here a month ago on an interview. It was a great interview. But they've been doing a great job on covering every individual team in the NFL. And they just did the Seahawks one, which was, I reposted it on my Twitter account, but you can find it on YouTube very easily. And they do a great job of going into the depths of it. And it will get you hyped up for the Seahawks this year. No doubt about that. They are both very much in on Mike McDonald. And they're not hedging their bets with it. They're not going, well, I think he might be good. They think he's going to be great in Seattle. And these are two guys without any kind of dog in the fight. EJ being a Chicago fan, Brett being basically a Houston fan. Grandizer Brando, Mr. Crowley, what went on in your head? Oh, Mr. Crowley, did you talk to the dead? Mr. Crowley. Brian says if Lockett keeps getting 60% of his catches on first downs, he can fall down as much as he wants. Yeah, it's a thing that I can understand that can drive some people crazy with it, but he finds, and he has found, success with this, I'm going to be choosing to kind of protect my body thing. He's found a way to still be a very good receiver in this league, and there's a lot of teams right now that would love to have Tyler Lockett on the roster. Is he in his prime anymore? No. Does he have to fit to a role on this team a little bit in the way that you utilize him? Yes. But can you have still a very solid final year from Tyler Lockett, a very productive final year from Tyler Lockett where he can help to make this offense one of the better offenses in the NFL? Absolutely. Absolutely, I see it that way. And it says, everybody get ready for the See It Wasn't Pete's Fault or Mike won with Pete's team, people. There'll be some of that probably. The pro Pete Carroll folks have quieted down just a little bit lately. But they're sitting there in the background, ready to jump to the forefront if things don't go right this upcoming year, I'm sure. Regardless, his availability is the best ability. Can't argue with that when it comes to Tyler Lockett. No. And if you look at the last couple of years, of a team that hasn't been able to make as much noise and has maybe not necessarily hit as to the high water marks that we would have liked, and as evidenced by the fact that the front office, or at least the ownership, feels the same way and letting Coach Carroll go and their outlook of the situation. I don't think Tyler Lockett was at the forefront of the problems or issues that were preventing us from getting to that spot. If anything, he's been on the other side of the coin and helping us to be whatever we were as far as good over the last couple of years. Filter says, what do you think O-line's going to start to look like? Left tackle, right tackle starting? I would go Charles Cross, Lincoln Tomlinson. I think Oluwatimi is the starter right now, but if you sign Connor Williams, Filter, then Connor Williams would be your starter most likely. Bradford becomes, or Haynes, I think, is your starting right guard. And I think that if Lucas isn't your starting right tackle, then it's going to be George Fant. Meaning if Lucas can't get back from the injury thing, then it's George Fant. Chad says, bro, I was totally relating to you about the acronym. You know, I'm a teacher, so try to grade 8th grade papers with all that new texting talk, laughing out loud. No, I'd allow it on their homework, laughing out loud. It's part of frustration too, just getting old. You know, your brain just doesn't go as fast, and you should recognize stuff and you don't recognize it. And the new stuff's coming in, and it's sort of like your brain's already gotten filled up of all the stuff that you can already input. There's no input room left. Like, my brain doesn't have room for any of the acronym stuff. But I also, the eyes start to run, especially I get 4 hours in, Chad, the eyes start to run together on the comments, you know, and so they all just start to, like, the letters start to float like this. So when there's acronyms, it even more so makes them all just, it's more of my old brain causing the issue than anything else. It's more of a Brandon problem than a Chad problem. Jessica says, people who judge Geno badly are lazy. Many people feel the need to evaluate without having done the work to watch a big enough sample size. Very much the case, Jessica. I think that is a big part of it, is the lazy aspect of this, and that they're not really looking at it. I think, too, there's a little bit of, I'm never one that likes to bring this part up, but I think that Geno just had some built-in stuff with people where they developed an opinion of him that was in place prior to him being the starter, and that opinion was going to get pretty hard-lined into their head. And that absent him going out and being an MVP, they weren't going to move off their spot. And what he's done the last 2 years is not fail. What he's done the last 2 years is not be bad. He's been a good player for you. As I was just talking about Tyler Lockett, if we're looking at trying to put players in a basket of who've been the players that have held us back and part of what have prevented us from being a better team, and who are part of the players that have helped us to be the team that we were, to be part of the good that we were. Whatever we were that was good was because of these guys. He's part of that group. But the way that some Seahawks fans would talk about him, you would think that he was one of the big limiting factors. Oh no, it's not our bored-ass scheme on both sides of the ball. No, it's not our defense that lives on the football field. No, it's not the 28th best pass protecting unit in the entire NFL, or the constant rotation offensive line parts with no continuity or little chemistry going on at all. No, it's not that. It's just Geno. You're right, Jessica. It's a lazy approach. But that's that thing I think that I see within this, is I think people drive for the simple explanation. We're all really busy. I see this in life a lot too, just outside of football. You see it in across the board in life. We are as busy as ever before, right? In human history right now. We run and we run and we run and run. And I think that there's a drive to be able to label things, put them in a box, put it up on the shelf, don't have to think about it anymore. Now I can think about all this other stuff. And I think Geno, in a lot of people's minds, put him in that box, put him up on the shelf. Now I don't have to think about it anymore. And that's just the bit of the age I think we live in a little bit in that drive for that. But it doesn't still not make it lazy. Still doesn't make it shortcutting on the outlook of the player. Chad says, Geno balled out in that Rams game that he came in cold turkey with Russ went out. People look at the win-loss and apply it to the quarterback, and I'm getting sick of it. Yeah, quarterback analysis is far too complex than just wins and losses. Really is. Really is. Yeah, another metric I absolutely hate too, Chad. You know, they treat the quarterbacks like they're the starting pitchers in baseball where pitchers get the wins and losses. And you go, well, why? Why are we doing that? It's one of the most team sport-centric sports in all of sports anywhere in the world. Why would we ever put one player as getting the responsibility for a win or a loss? And it makes no sense to me either. And you're right, it does contribute to that analysis that seeks to go to the simplified when everything is very complicated on this front of things. Black Sabbath, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Jessica says, hopefully Geno will be grubbing on defense this year. Hoping so. Dalsker says, I don't think I'll recognize the offensive grub has passed over the middle. You look over at your friend and you'll say, we can do that? That's allowed? Jessica says, hopefully Geno will be grubbing on the defenses this year. Let's go. Thanks for the link. Yeah, my pleasure, man. It's a great episode. Greg says, Brandon, do you see the Mike Tomlin mic'd up clip talking about DK from the top 100? Mike really liked DK's physicality and hustle during the game last year and even told the D coordinator to double DK. I did see it in Indeed, and it's certainly the way that I believe that coaches talk about DK. I don't think that you happen to get him mic'd up there, Greg, but I'm sure many coaches would be saying very much the similar stuff about DK. It's part of, we talk about Geno being misunderstood. It's part of the misunderstanding of DK Metcalf that I always go back to when people talk to me about DK Metcalf being overrated or not that good. And I always like to go to those people that try to pick at DK in that way. And I go, okay, what is it that you know that 31 other defensive coordinators don't know? Because he's one of the top 10 most double-teamed wide receivers in the entire sport. And that doesn't happen if a guy is overrated or not very good. That happens because a guy's a problem. It's been one of my big things with DK. Me, average fan, that average fan that says that, me, average fan saying it the other way. Let's just go to the coaches. Let's just look at 31 NFL coaches when they play DK Metcalf on a weekly basis. Do they just allow single coverage to carry the day? They just walk a guy up there and go, just press him and play man coverage and you'll be good. Or do they call upon there to be help? Does it also make sense, Greg, why we know the Steelers were very interested in trying to bring DK in this offseason? Why they were kicking the tires with Seattle on DK this offseason? Part of that affinity that maybe Tomlin has for him. And I'm not shocked to see it. It was cool to see of Tomlin and him speak about DK that way. It confirms a lot of what we see from DK and believe in DK as a player. And again, part of the oddity to me that there isn't more sometimes there's a lot of Seahawks fans that appreciate DK, but there is that contingent in there that will say the things that I just said. Overrated, not that good. Can't do this, can't do that. Well, then why do all these DCs on a weekly basis double team him? Are they all bad DCs? Because I can bring up a stat right now showing him, I can bring you up a stat showing him as a top 10 double teamed wide receiver last year. I can show you a stat from 3 years ago where he was the second most double teamed wide receiver in the sport. That doesn't happen unless defensive coordinators are scared to their britches that DK is going to take the top off and break their defense. And that is indicative of the fact that he's a good player, that he is a threat, that he's not overrated. In fact, might be a bit underrated. Moto Seahawks. People forget Hawks lost the Rams game by a missed field goal. Cincinnati inside the red zone with an easy win in hand. Dallas game was winnable, all with no defense. 12 wins last year, 11 plus wins 2024. Go Hawks. Very close games last year, Moto Seahawks. and they could have gone either way in a lot of those contests. But certainly there is a lot to believe that if you have a team that underperformed a bit over the past 2 years, or at least the very last year that they did, that there's a lot of stuff there that is easily maximized there by McDonald this year, which maybe makes them good this year. Getting this defense a bit more improved, reinforcing the offensive line, getting more creative schemes on both sides of the ball, driving away from the ultimate simplicity that this team has lived in for years and moving to the complexity, giving your players better advantages on the field to be better, to be more productive. I think these are the things that we're going to start to see now. Jessica says, yes, I'm getting old and have forgotten more than I know. It is. It gets that spot and it starts to get scary, which is probably where some of the anger from me comes from as I start to go, I'm getting old. Time's winding down. The end's coming. We're closer to the end than we are the beginning. No! Ricardo Gino is just a different type of quarterback than Mahomes and Allen. He needs a good O-line to succeed. Nothing wrong with that. If we could get Mahomes, it would be one thing, but that isn't the case. Very true. And there's only a few guys like that walking around, Chad, Gino really needed a good O-line to me, and this will seem like a weird reference, but I think he's played like a Drew Brees quarterback for us. I say that because Brees suffered a lot early on too. He just needs a good place to land, and that happened with Peyton and Nolan. Great. I like the reference there, Chad. And certainly what did Sean Payton do for years there in New Orleans? To your point, is he created a really good offensive line. I mean, he even got down to the nth degree with Drew Brees where he made sure that he always had 2 really good Pro Bowl level guards so that he, not necessarily just to move guys off the ball in the run game, but because Sean Payton at that time had a big point of emphasis on his guards creating the passing lanes for Brees. Because Brees was a little bit undersized and of course couldn't always see over the top of the offensive line. So yeah, I like the reference on that. And once you got Brees that offensive line, the same kind of offensive line that he didn't quite have, especially from a pass protection standpoint in San Diego, you got to see your best version of Drew Brees. And I agree. I think the same thing will be true with Geno Smith, Chad. Great stuff, man. Moto Seahawks says, keep it up, Brandon. Thank you, Moto Seahawks. I appreciate that, man. First super chat on the stream. Very kind of you, brother. Very, very kind of you. Oceana Grenade says, an announcer voice. News out of Seattle. Well, let me do my announcer voice. Hold on. I'll do the announcer voice. Just a sec.
All this grenade is the news out of Seattle. Mike McDonald has been announced the new head. Oh, who's that? It's Pete Carroll with a steel chair.
Chad says, my place on DK, however, especially after watching Coleman EJ's show last night, that he simple wasn't being played right. And your comment about hardly any passes in the middle of the field. Use is the part. He can't control that. That's where you're right, Chad. This is a bit of why with both Geno and DK, one of the reasons that I'm so much of a supporter of both of these two guys is that the things that would be theoretically limiting to them as a player or holding them back are kind of outside of their control, I believe. And DK's utilization, the support for Geno Smith over the past 2 years, these are easy places that I can see for the team to provide these guys some helping hands. And certainly just to make DK more of a forefront of the offense. That he's not just a guy you line up on the outside and say, okay, go beat that double coverage every time. Because that's one thing I've often said about this is if I have a guy that I know is at that high double teamed rate, Chad, and if as a quarterback I'm making pre-snap adjustment or I'm making pre-snap evaluations and post-snap evaluations, if my pre-snap evaluation takes me to say, I can see the safety rounding down to doubling team DK, that's going to take me away from DK post-snap. If I go to post-snap and I see the DK rolling, or I see the safety rolling to DK's side with the corner trailing him in coverage, it's going to naturally remove me at times from going in DK's direction as a target. But if I'm moving DK around, if I'm making the double teams harder to press in on him and harder to bracket him on, now I can use him better. I can get more out of him. I can have more touches, more catches there for DK at that point. And I do believe in that, and I think that's one of the ways they're going to maximize him this year. But yes, they were on it with that point, and I agree with them on it, in that there was a very simplified, rudimentary approach to the utilization of DK Metcalf here. And it was not an approach that was going to maximize him to the utmost. In the way that you would typically, Chad, if you had a number one wide receiver with any other team, in the way that they use their guy. RBS is so curious to see how new coaches handle it when teams get in DK's head and he acts a fool. It'll be interesting to see if Mike's got a bit of a different approach and maybe a more approach that he can get to set in a little bit easier with DK, where Carroll was not able to necessarily get that to maybe always resonate. They're all good ACs and DCs. Oh my God, grown. Sorry, I was listening to Black and Back. Ricardo says Drew Brees has a faster processor than Geno and a better in the short game, but Geno's more athletic. I might argue, though, too, Ricardo, he also had more of an ability to throw over the middle than Geno did. If you're going to be good in the short game, then you have to be able to target the middle of the field. And if you have a coach that's telling you not to target the middle of the field, you're probably not going to be as successful in the short game. Part that we'll learn this year with him, Ricardo, because so much of this year in the offense is about getting the ball out of the quarterback's hand, which will mean very often some of the short passing attack being at the forefront. So does it, now with that being there, is he able to maybe be better in that area of it? Chad says, honestly, I'm beginning to think that no one has played right in the offense last year except K9. Yeah, I'm losing it too right now. It happens 4 hours and a half in, man. It's the way it goes sometimes. That might be accurate. At least in utilization. I mean, look at JSN, like I've talked about with him too, Chad. It's not just DK, it's a guy like JSN. 70% of his targets were either behind the line of scrimmage or within 9 yards of the line of scrimmage last year. And then meanwhile, when he was past 9 yards on any route, he was terribly effective when you did ask him to go on those deeper routes. Let me get all this hair on me, cat. Brian, he says, damn, you guys are taking Brandon's beauty sleep, of which there might only be 4 hours. I'll just have to sleep on the plane. Chad says, oh yeah, on Breeze's, man, 100% his size was a serious limit in the NFL level, and Peyton figured it out. Create a Super Bowl winner. It's part of where I give Peyton a lot of credit on what he did there, Chad, because it wasn't just in creating the offense and being very creative in his route design concepts, always maintaining great balance between his run and his pass, always having a good ground game to go with that dynamic passing attack that they had. So you had to kind of play a balance with that team at all times. But those creating of passing lanes, the making sure they had the talent to create those passing lanes. And I don't know if there was as many teams at that time that had as much at the forefront of their offense and pass protection, creating passing lanes for their quarterback. And that they were able to be so purposeful within that way, but then also so explosive and high scoring at the same time. You got to give Sean Payton his flowers for getting that done at that time. Greg says, Brandon, to your point, I saw a Hawks channel say DK can't be the focus of the offense because he's not that kind of player. And I was like, the year he had a career high in targets, he had 90 catches. Yeah, why can't he be that player? You know, it's especially as you understand that they haven't made him a focal point. You know, when I can go through multiple games this season and I can say there's 2.5 and almost 3 quarters where we completely forgot that DK Metcalf was on our football field, where we didn't target him, didn't throw him a pass, went every which way else, didn't go back to him. That's not right. And that has nothing to do with that player. Especially because I can go through, as somebody was remarking the other day, we went through and looked at Mike McDonald's Ravens tape against the Seahawks. And it was taped for me to show you of how he shut down the Seahawks and how his scheme helped to shut down the Seahawks. But a lot of those cuts you'd watch is there'd be times DK was open, just not being featured, not being targeted. That same Ravens game, you finally targeted him, I think, for the first time. You hit him on a crossing route. He takes that crossing route for 50 yards. I don't know if you went back and targeted him again for another quarter after that. And that was that odd way that they would use him at times. Chad says, yeah, possibly coaches were often using him as a ruse for double teams to get other guys open. And yeah, maybe old-fashioned in terms of the modern game, but all will be revealed next year. Can't wait. Yeah, and there'll be still times you want to take advantage of that even in this spot to it, Chad. The thing I think I like about this, and especially like into your point of him moving him inside here now, is harder to drive the double teams for a guy moving out of the slot. Much easier to do it off bracket coverage with the safeties. I put the corner up in press. He runs trail, so he doesn't have to necessarily run step for step with DK. He can run kind of a soft trail and react to DK's move off a trail, and then you bracket down the safety over the top. And when I watch DK Metcalf's routes on the All-22 a lot of times, Chad, that's what I see by and large, is the press, especially the Niners with Tre'Davious Ward, where with Tre'Davious Ward, he'll get away with holding on DK all day long. I mean, you want to watch a cornerback you think Sauce Gardner gets away with holding, go watch Jadavius Ward against DK Metcalf. He mauls DK because he knows he's got the safety help over the top. So he doesn't have to run step for step with him. But you're right. It's a little bit of the old-fashioned way with that to just go, well, we'll just use the double teams on the outside. The smart coach will say, what if I can use the double teams to the inside? What if I can run him off the slot on the inside and he pulls a linebacker and he pulls a safety and then I come back through with another route on the inside at that point. Or I clear away a safety then to hit the outside route on the other area. Dig Docs, Brandon, can you actually sleep on the plane? I never can. Who's watching Pumpkin while you're gone? The mom's going to be watching Pumpkin, so she'll be in good hands. She'll be happy. She'll be good. Sometimes it's not a deep sleep. So as you sleep for 20 minutes, and then your neck gets cricked, and then you wake up and you start cursing, and then you lean your head the other way, and then sleep for 20 more minutes, and then it cricks. So it isn't a deep good sleep. No. Ricardo says DK is sort of a limited player, but what he does, he can do really well. It is up to the offensive player caller to use his talents the best way possible. Amen. Amen. Jets is in using the tight end and Nolan correctly, according to those passing lanes. I so wanted for Seattle with Russ, and no one could figure it out, laughing out loud. Well, that's where you talk about the two tight. I will guarantee you, Chad, Tom Cable was not teaching passing lanes and pass protection. I can say that with 100% certainty. Tom was a pretty good offensive line coach. His bread and butter was not pass protection. And I don't think that there was any of that within Seattle's scheme. You talk about one being run at like an elementary level and one being run at like an advanced level. I think there was a keen difference between those two offensive lines and what they did and how they did it. Tom had his day. Tom had his run. I'm not saying he was bad with it, but definitely I think there was a pretty key difference on those two. I think too, Ricardo, I would say that he runs a really good post route. You mentioned the slants. That's it. Stop route. I think the out routes he runs are actually pretty well too, Ricardo. I think that the part of the out routes having some of the removal of their effectiveness have hit a lot of players at the receiving core over the last 2 years. I think we can find interceptions with guys like Tyler Lockett and JSN on out routes where you essentially got the corner or the defensive back jumping the route, almost running the route for the receiver. Part of the anticipation that goes on when you don't target the middle of the field and you know the team's only going to throw to the outside of the numbers. Let's see if maybe some of those other routes start to find more effectiveness this year because you actually target them, whereas before you just didn't even really try to go to them very often. Moto, Gino wasn't given many over the middle options, and K9 had a few holes in the gaps and screams. I feel like Grubb will fix that. Hard to be worse. That's true. Hard to be worse than where you're at with that, man. That's for sure. RPS says, dude, you amaze me. I would have lost my voice at 2 hours. Sometimes we can go a little bit on this one, man. I love what I do. It does make it easier when you love what you do. I appreciate that, though, RPS. I'm landing in Seattle, holiest hand grenade. Direct flight. Got the direct one. Great camp, Brandon. I saw another channel say DK is what he is and can't get any better and can't put up big numbers. But when you look at DK's stats, his first 5 years, it's better than Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs. Yeah, it's the confounding part to me, Greg. It's just a bit like the Geno thing. It's like it's two people seeing reality, and we're each seeing two different realities. Not you and I, but the people that see it this way. And again, you come down to the key thing there again, and I think I'm onto the trail of the scent here. I'm the bloodhound on the scent on this one a little bit. Because even within what you said, I think it's accurate. And what you said there was, they'll say he is what he is. And what was I saying above on that, Greg? The drive towards the simplicity. The drive to characterize something in a very simple way to make it more easily assessed, and then you don't have to think about it anymore. Is what it is doesn't mean anything. It's the same thing I used to hear about Geno Smith. He is what he is. What is it specifically? That's what you have to get with these folks. No, give me specifics. Give me specifics on what it is that's holding him back from being this or doing that. That's That's where I'll give Chad props on that, and our discussion with it is you gave me specifics on that with the DK talks we've had, Chad, and our disagreements on that. You brought up specifics. That's what I'm looking for some of these people that don't bring that. And they'll just go to these vague concepts that don't mean anything. Is what he is? How do we make that determination? And then as he is what he is, like you say, oh, so he's just having a better start to the career than those two receivers you mentioned, and Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs, that he's having an equivalent start to his career through 5 years that Calvin Johnson's having, but he is what he is? Doesn't make any sense to me either. It frustrates me too, Greg Kemp, because partly in it is some of that of appreciate when you got a great talent in-house. Appreciate when you got a difference maker. They're hard to find. They're not growing on trees. Seahawks gaming using Metcalf like Kelsey and make him run curl and flats and option routes the whole season might end up with 200 receptions. He might just. You're going to put teams in a pickle if you do move him into that slot and how they guard it and whether they're going to continue to roll those doubles that way. Hard to do. It's part of the reason that guys like Justin Jefferson and Cooper Kupp and Amon St. Brown flourish like they do, appear to be unstoppable like they do, because it's an easier said than done thing to try to double a guy out of the slot. Much easier to do it from the outside. Big Dogs, Brandon, what is this middle of the thing you talk about? Sounds like a magical, wonderful place. Does it really exist? Only in the hearts and minds of children. Chad says, on DK, I watched this guy too, Murph on Top Billing. He's a Philly fan, but covers Seattle as well. He posted this earlier, and he nails everything I've been saying on DK and how he can get better. I've been watching that channel since yours. Dude is really great with film and entertaining as hell too. Top Billing has got a lot of fans you'll find in here. At the Hawks Nest too as well. And he does really good content. He works really hard over at that channel. I know he puts in a lot of good work and a lot of good film study work at that too, Chad. So yeah, Top Billing definitely gets after it, man. Carter says, I don't think DK is laterally quick enough to play in the slot or play better than JSN in that role. I'll have to see. I don't think it's that you're looking to run him in there 24/7, Ricardo. It's just that you're looking to mix around a little bit of DK in your utilization of him. Less predictable to the defense of them being able to count on DK being on the outside, and more of you moving him now as a piece, as a weapon around this offense a little bit. So JSN will still get, I think, his good number of snaps from in that slot, but I think you're just looking to try to provide a little more unpredictability with how you use DK to hopefully not make it as easy for them to double down in on him specifically. But JSN would certainly be a better overall slot. Dollar for dollar, as they say on that side of it, Ricardo. All right. Well, we are almost at 5 hours. I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of a button in this. I want to thank Moto Siak, Radu Turkin, Randall McDaniel for all multiple donations. God Gang, Real Cheese, Radu multiple again. Sanchez, appreciate all of you guys. Mark Sanchez, Jeffrey Thistle, Nolan, you guys are amazing. You guys are always amazing on the support here on the channel. The Hawks Nest is coming to Seattle. That's right. Or maybe I should do this. Maybe I should do this like this. Hold on here. Hold on.
The Hawks Nest is coming to Seattle this July 26th and July 27th. I will be at training camp. Join me there. At training camp, say what's up, dab up the Hawks Nest, take a picture, let's just chop it up. Meet with me at training camp or join me July 27th. Mount Lake Terrace, Diamond Knot Brewery. We will be having a Hawks Nest meeting at 5:30 p.m. after practice on Saturday. Join me there.
I'm gonna have too much fun with this voice changer thing, guys. You guys are gonna get really wore out with me on the voice changer as I start to go into this stuff. But yes, indeed, I will be at training camp on the 26th, 27th. Join me there if you haven't already got tickets to it. I'd love to see you there. I'd love to chop it up with some of my Hawks Nest faithful. If you can't make practice, I will be heading down I-5 right at Mount Lake Terrace, going to Diamond Knot Brewery in Mount Lake Terrace. I will be posting this on the community post as well. I'll be giving you guys all the information on that side of it too. I would love to see you guys out there. I understand it's a busy time of year. A lot of people on vacations, different spots of the places and doing this, doing that. But if you can get out there, that'd be great. So 5:30 on the 27th, I'll be at Diamond Knot Brewery in Mount Lake Terrace. Do join me there, or training camp practices on the 26th or the 27th. I'll be there as well. I'm really looking forward to this. I cannot wait to go and check out this team and see what's going on try to give you guys, if I can't do a live stream on Friday, then we will, I'll be doing some uploads in regards to what I saw at practice, at least giving you guys some of that on that side of it. So I will keep pounding away here on my side of it, getting prepped up for that. Looking forward to getting back to my hometown for a couple of days, get around my people again. We'll get the last couple comments on in here and questions. Chad says, personally, I think DK's size is perfect for the slot, but because of his size, we talked about the slimming of linebackers in the NFL. DK would blow those dudes up in the middle. Amen. Not to mention, Chad, the way you're able to maybe utilize at times too, some of the blocking where there isn't as much of that typical mismatch you might have from a slot to a linebacker because he can kind of match them pound for pound a little bit there as a blocker too. Greg says, Brandon, I always notice the people that talk about DK needs to do this or that better never just say given the ball or ask why Tyler has led the team in targets 4 out of 5 years DK has been on the Hawks. Very sound points, Greg. And I think that the stat you represent and raise is a very important one, is that it just that when we think about that, where DK's about 600 yards off of Calvin Johnson's start to the 5 years of his career that were built on the back of Stat Padford and being behind on every game, and the Lions doing nothing but throwing 24/7 to get him those yards where he got, versus Seattle, who's been in so many games, who's fighting it out through the 5 years of DK's career here, where there isn't as much of that stat padding going on that side of it. But nonetheless, he actually has more catches than Calvin through this period. A little bit less yards, right around the same amount of touchdowns. And he's done it, as you say, while not being the team's number one leading targeted receiver 4 out of his 5 years here. And that was not the case, of course, with Calvin Johnson, who was by far the most highly targeted receiver in all of his first 5 seasons with the Detroit Lions. Good. I love that stat, man. Big Docs, Brandon, great show. I hope to make the 27th and meet and greet, but no promises. Hope you have a blast. Well, thank you, Addicted. I'd love to see you there, man. I hope you can make it. I understand if not, it won't be the only one we'll be doing. We'll be doing more of these in the future for sure. But I appreciate that. Ethan says, can't wait for Friday. Hell yeah, David Kowalski. Peace out, man. Greg says, Brandon, have fun at practice and hope you can get to see some cool plays and catches. I'm hoping so too, man. I'm really looking forward to this first training camp I've ever gone to in my life. When I was growing up as a youngster, it was out there in Cheney. I was a West Side kid, so didn't get to see it then and never got a chance to get out there to Renton. I am stoked. Can't wait. Let's go. Not sure if this is my last comment, but truly have a safe trip up there and enjoys like it'll be a hoot. Also, another great show. Not afraid to say it. It's becoming a bit of a highlight of my week. I love to hear that, Chad. That puts a big smile on my face, man. Thank you for that. It's all that'd be my goal to create for everybody here, is that it's a must-stop place that you got to come to and hang out and chop it up in. And that, like I said, just puts a big old smile on my face, and I really do appreciate that. I really thank you guys, as always, for keeping things kind and great in the chat as you guys do, keeping me rolling, keeping me going. I say it once, I say it a million times. My eyes blink, and 5 hours go by on the stream. And suddenly I'm like, whoa, 5 hours have gone by. What the hell happened? So you guys always do it to me every time I go live. I thought today I'll do an hour or two show today, and then we'll get over and do the thing. But you guys get me wrapped up and caught up and, going good. So thank you guys for doing what you guys do to keep me always motivated and energized and, just cooking along in that respect of things. Cooking along. Well, Motor Seahawk, thank you as well too, man. Appreciate you. We will be back here very shortly. So it may be Sunday once I get back as far as live stream. I'm going to try to do a live stream on Friday if we can pull it out. I'll be getting you some uploads. I'll be at practice 2 days, 26th, 27th. We will be at the Diamond Knot Brewery on the 27th. Diamond Knot, 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Have a couple beers, laugh our butts off, talk about the Super Bowl season our Seahawks are just about to undertake. I should have remind you here, training camp's kicked off. I shouldn't have to let you know about what your team's about to maybe do this year. You've got a lot of potential. Are they going to reach it? Is it a first-time coach? Is it maybe too early? Is it uncertain? Yeah, it's uncertain. Could it maybe be that you got to go through growing pains this year? Some ups and downs? Iron out those wrinkles? Maybe. But could it also be that this new coaching staff can come in and quickly determine, here is where we can fix this quickly here, this here, that here, this here, with just simply adjustments. In some respects, schematic adjustments. Possibly so. Have hope and have some faith, but also be willing to have some optimism for this year. Don't gas yourself up and ride or die on this year being everything or not. If it doesn't fail, it's a growing experience, but If it does click into place, ain't surprising either, because this team has put a lot of talent together and everything is fostered right. Everything feels like it's coming together in the right fashion. Just needs to grow, just needs to develop. This new coaching staff needs to come in and onboard all their stuff. And it could take a while or it could happen quick, but we don't know how this is going to shake out, and that's part of the excitement of this season. So please, my fellow Seahawks faithful, don't you ever forget, we're not in a rebuilding mode. We're not in new coaches coming through here and we got to wait a year out mode. We're here right now. There's no such thing as rebuilding here in Seattle. We're always driving to be a winner. We're always driving for that Super Bowl. And Lord knows you got the talent to do it. It's just whether or not that talent can develop and whether or not the coaching staff can get them to the promised land sooner than possibly later. That's just the fun part of this upcoming season. Thank you guys today for watching. Thank you guys for all of your support. Please do hit that like button on the way out the door. And thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. Please do use my code NESTNEST and they'll match you up to $100 of your first deposit today. $100 on the Hawks Nest, and you support the show at the same time. Not too shabby. I'll be back very soon, but until that time, hopefully I see you at training camp. If not at training camp, hope I see you at Diamond Knot, and if I don't see you at Diamond Knot, well, I'll see you back here on the channel very soon. So until that time, please, by God, don't you ever forget, never forget, go Hawks.